You are young. Do not guess wildly at issues of martial Tao. Is it really guessing randomly? Jiang Chen smiled as he sat and waited. You probably don't even know that the anxiety you feel of being unable to break through to 11 meridians true qi is written all over your face. What probably has occurred to you even less is that at this rate, not only will you be unable to break through, but you're not far off from a cultivation deviation that will backfire on you. You also have to admit that whenever the sun sets, your emotions become agitated and irritable, as if numerous raging fires are burning crazily in your chest, seeking to reduce you to ashes. You can deny it, but I still have to say it. Treat it as me returning your favor. As for whether or not you'll listen, that's up to you. Jiang Chen displayed a kind smile. The smile of a 15 or 16-year-old youth was the most brilliant and filled with sunshine, and also one to most easily dispel a gloomy haze. Indeed, this kind smile caused the headstrong Princess Guyu to surprisingly refrain from kicking up her heels and leaving, refuting Jiang Chen, but rather to look at him with a complicated gaze. To look at a youth she understood less and less. Your potential, the method that you're training in, all are all enough for you to break through to the 11th current of true qi. Your body embodies even the potential to try for spirit Tao. But unfortunately, you're too bent on victory. Your headstrong personality has affected your state of mind. So what? Princess Guyu was a bit dissatisfied, but still wished Jiang Chen to quickly continue speaking. Very simple. One word, tranquility. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The fire in you burns too hotly, resulting in an overabundance of yang qi within your body and causing an imbalance in your yin and yang. This affects the circulation of your meridians. Add to that your impatient nature, and it further weakens your control over your meridians. That it. Princess Guyu didn't seem to quite believe him. If you say it's simple, then it's that simple. But if you say it's not simple, it's also not that simple. Training in martial Tao is not merely reading books and theory, but one must cultivate a state of tranquility and banish the demons of the heart. How is that simple? With your personality, I feel that the difficulty will be high. Have you not discovered that you're walking closer and closer to a cultivation deviation? Princess Guyu was moved. A trace of low spirits flashed across the unparalleled beauty of her face. She really didn't want to admit it, but instinct told her that the truth was such. Suddenly, her slightly frowning eyebrows lifted lightly, and she blurted out a question. Jiang Chen, do you have any ways to resolve this? Princess Guyu had almost used up all her strength in asking this question. She even felt that she was truly weak. Why was she so childish as to ask him for answers? If he said he didn't know, how ugly would that be? Guiyu's emotions were extremely complex in the span of a moment, and she didn't even have the courage to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. The look from this youth seemed like it would pierce through metallic rocks and directly breach her inner mind. I said that I owe you one. Jiang Chen smiled. I'm going to go see Princess Zhiruo. Would you like to come? Princess Guyu stamped her foot, but cowardly her feet still betrayed her into following him. Princess Zhiruo was overjoyed to see Jiang Chen. Her entire being seemed like it would fly up in her elation as looks of incomparably happiness shot out from her eyes. Brother Jiang Chen, didn't you say you would come once a month? Is today's visit because you missed Zhiruo? The little girl was young and naturally had few reservations when she talked. How could I be at ease if I didn't look in on you? What if they tortured you and didn't follow my instructions? If anything happens to you, then my head will be chopped off to accompany you. Jiang Chen was equally relaxed and casual around Princess Zhiruo. The two laughed and talked without any trace of estrangement. The newly arrived Princess Guyu witnessed this scene and felt a bit odd in her heart. She rather envied the fact that they could chat so intimately. But she also vaguely felt that this wasn't quite appropriate. But she said nothing in the end. Auntie, you've come to see me. How wonderful. Zhiruo has seen two of her most beloved people in the span of a second today. What joy. Zhiruo, go fetch brush and paper. I'm going to write something down for your aunt. Jiang Chen held an attitude of I'm the boss. He was also the only person who dared ordered Eastern draw around like this in the entire kingdom. Even Eastern Lu was too tender-hearted to order his daughter around like a maid. But this little girl was eating this up and ran off happily, as if an adult had given a candy to a child, full of energy. She seemed to be honored to do something for Jiang Chen. After receiving the brush and paper, Jiang Chen mused silently for a moment as he held the brush, and then began to write. 2 forms were quickly written. The first form is a set of incantations to smooth your qi. Take it back for some study. It will absolutely be of use to you in seeking tranquility. As for the second form, it's a prescription. You can take it to prescribe medication for yourself. Jiang Chen stuffed those 2 items into Princess Goyu's hands with a fluid motion. She accepted them with robotic movements. You must be thinking, you're just a silly brat. You're bamming me with these things? Jiang Chen smiled merrily. You can choose to believe, or you can choose to not believe. Either way, I've returned the favor. All right, if you truly don't believe me, then you can take the prescription and auction it off at the Hall of Healing. Perhaps it can bring in 3 or 5 million silver for you. Jiang Chen started wandering around Princess Ruo's quarters after he'd left those instructions. The crouching yang stone had been placed according to his instructions. But for the time being, these crouching yang stones were still dead items that were not communicating with each other and had yet to form a matrix effect. However, this was the most that he could do at this moment. With his current level of training, it would be a bit unrealistic to manipulate a matrix. Temporarily speaking, it was more form than function. It would be quite decent if it could expand 1/10 of its power. All right, you two have a lovely chat. I've still things to do and need to go. Don't be mischievous, little one. Don't forget the things I told you. Jiang Chen felt that the scene's atmosphere was a bit odd and decided to take his leave. Eastern Drual was a bit depressed. Brother Jiang Chen, leaving when you just arrived? Don't worry, Zhao will live healthily for Brother Jiang Chen and won't drag you down with me. Jiang Chen was speechless after hearing those words and took his leave. Princess Goyu glared at Jiang Chen's retreating figure and muttered, "This person loves to boast cockily. Annie, it's not kind to say bad things about someone behind their back." The little girl laughed mischievously, not to mention that someone had just benefited from that cocky person. All right, you little brat, you're biased towards outsiders and forget about your own family. Princess Goyu was quite close with this niece, and they acted more like sisters usually. The sounds of laughter, giggling, and play chasing sounded. Sounds of joy filled the entire yard in that moment. Jiang Chen's mind had finally calmed down when he left the palace, and he was summarizing the gains and losses of the day when a crowd of men and horses came up the street. The leader was clad heavily in body armor. It was the leader of the Jiang family Iron Guard, Jiang Ying. "Young Duke, Duke Jiang has ordered me to come aid you." Jiang Ying jumped down from his horse with smooth, practiced movement. His eyes were filled with wariness, and they observed the vicinity in between his words. "Uncleing, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen's thoughts raced as he seemed to immediately understand something. "Let's discuss after we've escorted the young duke back to the manor." The contingent of Iron Guard had already surrounded Jiang Chen in the protective care of their corps as Jiang Ying spoke. "Has something happened?" Jiang Chen asked lowly. When his lordship was leaving just now, he was ambushed at the door of the manor. The situation is quite chaotic in the capital. Thus his lordship has ordered me to come aid the young duke. "What? Was my father hurt?" Jiang Chen's face darkened. It seemed like he'd underestimated the chaotic situation in the capital. "Just some light injuries. He'll be fine with a few days' rest." Jiang Ying's eyes constantly patrolled the area like a hawk as he responded. His level of wariness was quite high. "Who did it? Do we have any clues?" Jiang Chen relaxed slightly upon hearing that his father was seriously incapacitated. To be honest, the first person that he had identified with upon arriving on this world was that adorable father of his. "I haven't had the time to investigate." Jiang Ying responded simply. Looks like they were unable to take our Jiang land with the spirit vein through wit, so now they're prepared to use force." Jiang Chen could use merely his toes to figure out that this must be another hand that the Duke of Soaring Dragon, Long Xiaofeng, had played. Du Rahai played the role of a striker in blocking Jiang Chen in the 3 foundational exams. Now add to that the attack on his father at the front door. This was obviously a string of interconnected attacks. Jiang Chen was enraged, truly enraged from the bottom of his heart. The provocation that he'd been greeted with since coming to this world were all small interludes of minor fights and scuffles in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had always viewed them with a detached attitude. But now, a bloody truth was in front of him. This wasn't a minor scuffle, but a bloodthirsty fight to the death. Long Xiaofeng. Jiang Chen silently repeated this name in his heart, a strong urge to kill rushing to the forefront for the first time. Chapter 40. Father attacked. Controversy renewed. Chapter 40. Father attacked. Controversy renewed. What Jiang Chen and Jiang Ying both hadn't thought of was the fact that the Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Feng, had an injury that wasn't as simple as it appeared to be. He hadn't merely suffered a small wound. His opponent had actually applied poison to the blade of the knife, and it was a violent and swift-acting poison. In the short time that Jiang Ying had gone out to escort Jiang Chen, less than an hour, Jiang Feng's injuries had quickly deteriorated. When Jiang Chen had returned to the manor, the Duke of Jianghan had already sank into a coma, and his face was as black as cinders. "Young Duke, Master Ying, you finally back." His lordship, the head steward of the manor, Jiang Fu, was so worried that tears had streaked down his face. Jiang Chen combined 3 steps into 2 as he rushed to Jiang Feng. "Father!" Jiang Feng's consciousness had already sank into a coma. He merely groaned slightly, and his eyelids didn't even open. Jiang Ying's fierce eyes were filled with thick regret. As the head of the Jiang family Iron Guard, it was his dereliction of duty in not properly protecting the Duke. "Your lordship, your subordinate has failed you and can only thank you with my death." Jiang Ying pulled out the dagger at his waist with a clang and slashed at his own neck. Jiang Chen's elbow bumped him slightly, just so happening to bump into the area between Jiang Ying's waist and ribcage. Jiang Ying felt his arm go numb. Unable to firmly grasp the knife in his hands, the dagger fell to the ground with a clank. "Jiang Ying, it's easy for a man to die. Toiling to live in the face of hardship is the difficult part. You're not going to tell me that the head of our Jiang family Iron Guard is a coward, are you?" Jiang Chen's tone was cold and severe, and it carried a few traces of a lecturing tone. It was as if lightning had struck Jiang Ying. How comical was this scene? When had a young duke started lecturing like this? When had a foppish dandy that had given Jiang Ying headaches become equipped with such skill, causing him to be unable to hold his waist dagger firmly with a careless bump? Jiang Chen paid no more attention to Jiang Ying and asked Jiang Fu, "Have we sent for a doctor?" "Yes, we have. We've sent for 3 or 4 doctors, and they all left without another word when they saw this situation. They were so scared that their faces had turned green." Jiang Fu's words were said with a tearful tone. This type of poison had spread incredibly fast. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Feng was a strong practitioner at 9 meridians true qi, an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to death. How could ordinary doctors, who had never seen this kind of poison, be able to cure it? Have none of the spirit alchemists been by? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Fu was distressed. "I went in person to the Pill King Garden, but was met with ridicule and mockery. I have no connections with the other 2 places." The Pill King Garden had always been in partnership with the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Fu had not given it too much thought when he went to the garden to ask for a spirit alchemist. He'd been subjected to a good round of ridicule and sneering, and it made him so angry that his entire body had shook. Jiang Chen was speechless. This Jiang Fu was turning to any doctor he could find in his time of need. It would be a bizarre thing indeed if the Pill King Garden was willing to come cure Jiang Feng now. Who knew? Perhaps the garden had even had a hand in the business with the poison. After all, the situation now was quite clear. The Pill King Garden had thrown their lot in with the Duke of Soaring Dragon and become a biting dog at his behest. Jiang Chen did not sit idly by. He placed his fingers on Jiang Feng's pulse as his brow creased faintly. Jiang Chen had also conducted much research on the matters of employing poison in his past life. He thought for a moment, stood up, and called for Jiang Fu to bring brush and paper, writing out a list. "Jiang Fu, make a trip to the Hall of Healing and give this list to the 3rd Home Master Qiao Baishe. Also, ask him to come by with the items on the list." Jiang Chen fished around in his pockets and gave the engraved dragon medallion to Jiang Ying. "Uncle Ying, take this item and accompany Jiang Fu." Jiang Chen was calm in the face of panic and orderly in his measures. For some reason, Jiang Ying had suddenly mysteriously grown a bit of confidence towards the young duke since being lectured by him just now. "I hear and obey." Jiang Ying knew that saving a life was as urgent as dousing a fire, and he grabbed Jiang Fu, hauling him as he flew out the door. One had to say, Qiao Baisha gave Jiang Chen a lot of face. He had arrived at the Jiang Manor with the spirit medicines on the list in less than 5 minutes. Qiao Baisha was also extremely shocked to see Jiang Feng's condition. After a moment's diagnosis, his expression became even more grave. There were hints of incomprehension in his expression, some of deep musing and a bit of helplessness. Young Duke Jiang, his lordship has been poisoned. Of that there can be no doubt. But the theory behind this poison is difficult for me to grasp. I'm afraid that I am helpless with my mere level of practice. The Lore Hall Master is highly resourceful and has extraordinary powers, but he unfortunately set out on a trip yesterday. Qiao Baisha's tone carried regret and apology. He looked at Jiang Chen, momentarily at a loss of how to comfort him. And he was also internally shocked to think that the situation within the capital would suddenly deteriorate to this. A regional duke had been ambushed on the doorsteps of his own house. Third Hall Master, in your mind, how many have the ability to use this poison within the capital? Qiao Baisha furrowed his brow in deep thought and responded after a long while. The 3 heavyweights in spirit medicine in the capital are all not particularly adept at using poison. I theorize that this wasn't the work of a poison expert within the capital. Young Duke, the poison in your father has invaded the blood vessels. We must hurry and take action. Why not act according to the usual methods of treatment and pierce the acupoints with silver needles in order to let out the poison blood? Although Qiao Bai could not fully grasp the workings of this poison, he knew treating poison usually followed this procedure. Bleeding out the poison blood first could at least slow down the speed in which the poison would attack the heart. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. No, we will be falling into the other's trap if we use silver needles to pierce the acupoints. This poison is not one of blood, but one of the nerves. If we use silver needles to stimulate the acupoints, this will only cause the poison to spread faster. What? Qiao Baisha was extremely astonished. This was the first time that he had heard something like this. Even the expressions of Jiang Ying and those on the sidelines changed drastically upon hearing these words. Treating this poison in the usual way would actually increase the speed of the poison. It was a good thing that they hadn't fancied themselves clever and used the silver needles. Otherwise, wasn't this placing the Duke in even greater danger? Qiao Baisha suddenly remembered something and his brows quirked. Young Duke, you wrote a list for me and told me to bring those spirit medicines over. Do you already have a way to cure it? Jiang Chen nodded lightly. If the level of my practice were similar to my father's, I would be able to easily cure him of this poison. However, my father's level is much higher than mine, and thus it will take some effort to cure him. But I have my ways. Jiang Fu, prepare a secret room. Jiang Ying, activate the manor's highest level of alert. Third Hall Master, thank you for making the trip. Please wait here. I will come chat with you when I have cured my father of the poison. Qiao Baisha found it difficult to scratch the itch in his heart upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. He had never seen this kind of poison before and really wanted to observe from the side. But he also knew that there couldn't be a moment of distraction during the process of curing the poison. So he fiercely contained his curiosity. But he would never agree to returning to the hall at this moment if someone told him to. He wouldn't give up this prime opportunity to broaden his perspectives. Besides, he also wanted to use this opportunity to fully understand the theory behind curing this poison. As a spirit alchemist, Qiao Baisha was an avid scholar. How could he miss a chance to learn and increase his skills? He was willing to wait for 10 days and 10 nights without even the slightest crease of his brow, not to mention for just a short while. This poison, although extremely incomprehensible in the ingredients used, wasn't enough to stump the widely knowledgeable Jiang Chen. Although there were some uncommon methods used in the application of this poison that confounded even Qiao Baisha, a hall master in the Hall of Healing. Whoever had used the poison would count as an adept in using poison. To Jiang Chen, though, these tricks were all still at the pediatrics level. One had to know, Jiang Chen had spent millions of years in studying the Tao of alchemy in his past life. What had he not seen? Many of the alchemy immortals had often come to ask questions of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen in his prior life was a wastrel in the aspect of training martial Tao, but was a preeminent master at the level of being able to laugh proudly at the heavens in terms of the Tao of alchemy. In the entire process of Jiang Chen preventing Jiang Ying from committing suicide, instructing them to bring back Xiao Baishe, writing the list, and conversing with Xiao Baishe just now, he had actually been continuously contemplating how to cure the poison. Finally, he settled on a method that was most reliable for a cure. After entering the secret room, Jiang Chen thoroughly crushed all the spirit medicine and completely dispersed them using vast waves true qi, incorporating the medicine into the true qi and conducting them into Jiang Feng's body. The theory of using true qi to conduct medicine seemed simple in theory, but it wasn't something that just anyone could use to cure a poison. First of all, the two people's true qi must be of a common origin and could not have even the slightest bit of conflict. Otherwise, the true qi would oppose each other, and the slightest conflict between the true qi would be enough to stimulate the poison and result in the poison spreading in all directions. This process wouldn't tolerate the slightest bit of interference. For Jiang Chen, the only problem lay in the difference between his 6 meridians true qi and Jiang Feng's 9 meridians true qi. Since this was the case, he would have to be careful of the poison counterattacking while he was in the process of curing his father. It was a good thing that Jiang Feng was in a poison-induced coma. Although his consciousness still went through the motions of manipulating true qi out of habit, there was no way he could actually activate the limits of his true qi. Add to that the fact that Jiang Chen was practicing this secret of the 9 laughing oceans, a method that was hundreds of times more sophisticated than Jiang Feng's vast waves method. Therefore, Jiang Chen's vast waves true qi enjoyed absolute advantage and solidly conducted itself into Jiang Feng's body, carrying the antidote medicines to all corners of Jiang Feng's body. In this matter, the process of curing the poison became simple. Jiang Feng leisurely woke up after an hour. "Chener, you've cured me of my poison?" Jiang Feng immediately extended his senses and was even more surprised. "Such rich and pure vast waves true qi. Chener, what level is your vast waves method?" Jiang Feng thought the rich and pure vast waves true qi were simply incredible. Jiang Chen chuckled. "Father, I wanted to talk to you about this matter. I'm practicing not the vast waves method, but the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. Vast waves method is merely an offshoot of it, and is a method that shares a common origin with it. Secret of the 9 laughing oceans." Jiang Feng had become completely petrified. Yes, for instance, this secret of the 9 laughing oceans is like the old ancestor of the vast waves method. "Father, find your inner peace, and I'll tell you. Practice the secret of the 9 laughing oceans from now on, and I promise that you'll break through the shackles of the 9 meridians. True qi within a month, and join the ranks of the true qi masters. Within the realm of true qi, 10 meridians true qi to 12 meridians true qi were all called true qi masters. Becoming a true qi master meant entering the top levels of the true qi realm. The practitioner was bound to become the apex of the strong in the Eastern Kingdom. It was as if Jiang Feng was in a dream, and his expression still had not fully recovered. But Jiang Chen's next sentence still fully flabbergasted him. "Father, this secret of the 9 laughing oceans is an advanced method. Practicing this method will grant you a 70% chance to assail the Spirit Tao realm." Spirit Tao realm. Jiang Feng was utterly gobsmacked. The Spirit Tao realm was a legendary existence to the superior practitioners in the Eastern Kingdom. It was said that in the entire hundreds of years of the Eastern Kingdom's existence, only one had appeared. Ascending to Spirit Tao was like becoming a golden scale dragon. One would soar into the heavens, rise meteorically, break the worldly cage, and soar over the clouds. Chapter 41. Talk of the Town. Chapter 41. Talk of the Town. Jiang Chen walked out of the secret room after roughly 4 hours. To be honest, the process of curing the poison had only taken about an hour. Jiang Chen had then taken another hour to fully pass on to his father all the aspects of the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. In addition to that, Jiang Chen had used this time to go over the mysteries, the keys to training in, and several details of the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. Bridging the gap between the vast waves method to the secret of the 9 laughing oceans wasn't that difficult. After all, the vast waves method was derived from the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. The secret of the 9 laughing oceans was merely an upgraded method at the end of the day. Of course, the mysteries contained within the secret of the 9 laughing oceans were more than 10 times that of vast waves method. As a duke of a territory, Jiang Feng's potential was quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to train to the peak level of the vast waves method at 30-some-odd years old. If it hadn't been for the restrictions of the method, his current level of practice would definitely not be as simple as 9 meridians true qi. With Jiang Feng's potential, it was a sure bet that he would enter the ranks of the true qi masters. When Jiang Chen walked out from the secret room, Jiang Ying and everyone else immediately rushed up to him. Young Duke, his lordship, Jiang Ying was the most concerned with Jiang Feng's well-being. He was admonishing himself quite severely, and he felt that the Duke had been hurt because he hadn't properly protected him. Father has sealed the doors. Jiang Chen didn't precisely explain why. Jiang Feng was naturally going to make use of the opportunity of gaining the secret of the 9 laughing oceans to assail 10 meridians true qi. After all, he had spent quite enough time occupying the peak of 9 meridians true qi. Now that he had received a method heritage, this was a tremendous opportunity bestowed by heaven. He made use of this excuse to seal his doors, 1 to confound the outside world, and 2 to increase his strength. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qiao Baishe was obviously already viewing Jiang Chen as an ally. He walked over, extremely concerned. Young Duke, how is your father's injury? Thank you for your concern, Third Hall Master. My father's injury is no longer a serious concern. I will personally pay a visit to the Hall of Healing in a few days to thank the Third Hall Master for making this trip. However, I would like to request the Third Hall Master to keep the events of today a secret. Naturally, Qiao Baishe was well aware of Jiang Chen's intentions. With the current situation in the capital, obfuscating the status of Jiang Feng's injury would possibly cause the outside world to not have a full grasp of the picture, and therefore be unwilling to act rashly. Seeing that Qiao Baishe sported a face that yearned for knowledge, Jiang Chen smiled. I will explain to the Third Hall Master in detail the method I used in curing the poison when I have time. Qiao Baishe smiled broadly. He had been waiting for this sentence. As a spirit alchemist, Qiao Baishe was eager for knowledge. Of this Jiang Chen was well aware of. After sending off Qiao Baishe, Jiang Chen gathered Jiang Ying and the others. Jiang Ying, the manor needs increased security in these days. There can be no carelessness about this. Jiang Fu, handle the matter of the Duke's injury in an ambiguous way. Let the outside world speculate as much as possible. It would be best if it became the talk of the town. Yes, unbeknownst to everyone, they had all grown used to taking orders from the young Duke Jiang Chen. It was as if the news that the Duke of Jianghan had been ambushed on his own doorstep grew legs, and it spread like wildfire. Rumors and speculations abounded in a moment as this issue became the talk of the town. The vaunted Duke of a territory and a provincial magnate had been ambushed on his own doorstep, and it was said that his injuries weren't light, that his life was in precarious danger. This gave all the other dukes a sudden sense of danger. Even though they could all guess that the Duke of Jianghan had offended someone he shouldn't have, resulting in his demise, but still, even the Duke of a province had experienced an assassination attempt in the capital. Some of the dukes even held sympathy for one of their own kind. After all, the Duke of Jianghan was the unlucky one today, but tomorrow? Who knew if it'd be someone else's turn? Once a precedent had been set for things like this, no one knew what else might happen afterwards. Apart from those who were unfriendly with the Duke of Jianghan, other dukes who were neutral were quite sympathetic towards the Duke Jiang's circumstances. Within the Soaring Dragon Manor, the Duke of Soaring Dragon was holding a private banquet within his manor and was feting his honored guests. Those who could appear at such an exceedingly private banquet were all esteemed guests and the Duke of Soaring Dragon's best friends and confidants. Beside the main seat, next to the edge of Duke Long's seat, sat a man wearing silver long robes with fey and strange flowers embroidered on them. This man emanated a phantom and exotic air. His hair was like a yin-yang fish. Half of it was black, while the other half was a silvery gray, clearly delineating the left and right sides of his head. Tranquil blue light flashed out of a pair of eyes, suffused with a bizarre, elusive aura. Master Violet, I personally salute you with this cup of wine. The Duke of Soaring Dragon lifted his cup and said to the Fae, an exotic man. Aha, your lordship is too polite. Drink. The exotic man was quite straightforward as he threw his head back and drained his glass. Grand Courtmaster Wong from the Pill King Garden laughed sinisterly, thanks to Master Violet's action this time. Otherwise, it would have taken quite a bit of effort to kill Jiang Feng without anyone noticing. The exotic man Master Violet laughed faintly, but unceremoniously accepted Courtmaster Wong's flattery with no hint of humility. The Duke of Yinmen, Yin Zhuang, chuckled. Without Jiang Feng, those within the Jiang Han household will be a host of dragons without a head. That brat Jiang Chen is a mere 16 years old. How much insight and capability can he possibly have? Without Jiang Feng, the Jiang family business will find it difficult to defend itself. We will be one step closer to what the Duke of Soaring Dragon seeks. The Duke of Soaring Dragon chuckled merrily. Getting rid of Jiang Feng was the first step. The second step is to seize the Jiang Han dukedom. Only when the medallion signifying the ownership of that dukedom is in the hands of our own people will this step be viewed as complete and perfect. That Jiang Han steward Jiang Fu was so pitiful. He actually came to my Pill King Garden to ask for a spirit alchemist to save Jiang Feng. It looks like the Jiang family is turning to any doctor they can find in their time of need. Courtmaster Wong felt that he had vented quite a bit of his ill humor whenever he thought of this. And what of Jiang Feng's injury? The Duke of Soaring Dragon asked. Courtmaster Wong hastily responded. With Master Violet making his move, Jiang Feng is dead without a doubt. Even a true Qi master would find no antidote if struck with this poison, much less his 9 meridians true Qi. The Jiang family and the Hall of Healing have a strong relationship. I am worried that the Hall may come between our goal. The Duke of Soaring Dragon still wasn't at ease, since he hadn't seen Jiang Feng die. Master Violet said lightly, Duke Long is overly worried. With my methods, even the Lord Hall Master of that Hall of Healing would only have a 30% chance of understanding what happened. And that Lord Hall Master song, Tianxing, was not present in the capital the last couple of days. Those left in the hall, are all worthless. Master Violet's tone was wildly arrogant, and he held extreme confidence in his methods of poison. The Duke of Soaring Dragon also seemed to rely heavily upon this person. He smiled. Your aid in this time's matter is representative of even the heavens helping me. Duke Long, I will not spend too much time on polite words. You and I have both gained what we need. Don't forget to materialize what you have promised me today, after you seize the throne in the future. This Duke is hardly someone who burns bridges after crossing them. Be at ease, Master Violet. When I ascend to the throne in the future, the position of Minister of the State will be yours without a doubt. However, the caveat is that you must help the Pill King Garden topple the Hall of Healing. Before I start my business, I don't want such a mammoth figure as the Hall of Healing standing on the side of the Eastern Clan. Master Violet said faintly, If I couldn't handle even this little bit of business, what right would I have to haggle over rewards with Duke Long? The Duke of Soaring Dragon laughed heartily and raised his glass again. Then here's to a happy partnership and to building a great cause together. Within the depths of the palace, Eastern Lu had also received the news of the ambush at the Jiang Han Manor. Tindu, what is the latest news? Eastern Lu was in an exceedingly poor mood. He had just taken down Du Rahai today and had obliquely struck at Duke Long's arrogance. Who would have thought that this Long Xiaofeng would pull out this on the flip side and pointed the spearhead at Jiang Feng? If Jiang Feng died because of this, the impact to the royal family would undoubtedly be greater than the one caused by the pruning of Du Rahai. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was still him, Eastern Lu, who had come up short. After all, Jiang Feng was a provincial magnate, and his meaning in recent strategy had increased abruptly. Du Rahai was just a minor character. In the capital, his influence made him out to be someone on the outskirts, someone who was unable to make it into the inner circle. Your Majesty, things don't look so good. The Jiang family has sent for the third Hall Master of the Hall of Healing, but the third Hall Master left not too long after arriving. It would seem that Jiang Feng's injury is not very optimistic. Eastern Lu violently threw his cup on the ground, his tone sinister and cold. Long Xiaofeng, are you publicly putting aside all considerations for royal face? Your Majesty, please cease to be angry. Long Xiaofeng is demonstrating his power this way. It's likely that his preparations are not yet complete. Your Majesty still has much time to prepare. Eastern Lu immediately resumed his royal dignity after his brief rage. We must greatly comfort and appease the Jiang family in this issue no matter what. We must also prepare for the worst. If Jiang Feng succumbs, how to help Jiang Chen successfully navigate the transition will be an exceedingly difficult problem. This was indeed the case. If Jiang Feng died, they would be hard-pressed to convince the public that Jiang Chen, at the age of 16, should immediately inherit the dukedom. Would the powers on the Jianghan territory that the Duke of Jianghan ruled over submit to a teenager, much less the officials and courtiers at court? A duke's territory encompassed a wide area of land, with many cities that had many powers deeply rooted and interlocked with each other. If there wasn't a strong duke ruling over them, then these local powers would be the first to jump out in rebellion. Your Majesty, no matter what, we must appease Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if he slackens, it will be disadvantageous to Princess Ruo's illness. Eastern Lu nodded his head, feeling likewise. Eastern Ruo's illness dictated that Eastern Lu couldn't discard Jiang Chen, to say nothing of the strategic meaning of the Jiang father and son in opposing the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Tiandu, go select a few strong underlings and send them to the Jiang Manor. I am worried that targeting Jiang Feng was merely the first step. To fully seize the Jiang dukedom, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly be some people's next target. Nothing must happen to Jiang Chen. Your subject understands. Tiandu nodded. Go get Goyu. Eastern Lu rubbed his forehead slightly, a bit tired. At this moment, only his sister Goyu could set Eastern Lu's mind at rest. When Princess Goyu had learned of the ambush on Jiang Feng, she also felt surprised and inexplicable. She had just finished raiding Du Rahai's home when she heard of Eastern Lu's summons and immediately hurried back to the palace. She prayed inwardly for Jiang Chen, hoping that nothing would happen to Jiang Feng. Chapter 42. Jiang Chen has the desire to kill and points to Pill King Garden. Chapter 42. Jiang Chen has the desire to kill and points to Pill King Garden. What many people didn't understand was that even though the ambush on Jiang Feng became the talk of town, the anticipated great storm and waves didn't follow. There were no major movements from the royal family. The Duke of Soaring Dragon also didn't seem to take any action. The oddest thing was, the Jiang Manor also didn't make any major moves. It was as if Jiang Feng being ambushed was just a small interlude, and it didn't cause major ripples. Jiang Chen also kept an extraordinarily low profile. He stayed within the manor, kept a handle on the situation, and threw himself into training. The Jiang Chen of now, after practicing Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans, used the vast wave's true qi to strengthen his meridians every day. He had long since forged his 6 meridians to become extremely strong and durable. If you add to that the stimulus and support provided by spirit medicine, Jiang Chen's 6 meridians could be labeled as containing the vigor of dragons and ferocity of tigers. They were full of vitality and held extreme explosiveness. Jiang Chen had also successfully located his 7th acupoint through the true acupoint resonance method. However, a noticeable moat existed between 6 meridians true qi and 7 meridians true qi. 6 meridians true qi counted only as the intermediate realm of true qi. 7 meridians true qi would be the advanced realm of true qi. Moving forward, just one small step here meant a great increase in level. So therefore, against this hurdle, any practitioner would face more resistance towards their ascension. It was the same for Jiang Chen. He was in no hurry to attack the barriers to break through before he had found the appropriate timing. About 4 or 5 days after the ambush, Jiang Chen still kept a low profile as he paid a visit to the Hall of Healing. Qiao Baisher had been waiting with bated breath at the Hall of Healing. His eyes lit up when he saw that Jiang Chen had arrived. He had been waiting for the stars, the moon, and finally successfully awaited for Jiang Chen's arrival. Young Duke Jiang, I finally awaited your arrival. Xiao Baishe was overjoyed, and he directly invited Jiang Chen to the secret room. What's wrong? Jiang Chen felt it was rather odd that Xiao Baishe had such a discreet manner about him. Young Duke Jiang, our partnership must move forward earlier than planned. Xiao Baishe cut straight the point. We've gathered news from many different avenues that the Pill King Garden is researching a new type of miraculous medicine for healing, in preparation for storming the market. If the Pill King Garden obtains the first mover advantage, then it would be a fatal blow for our hall. Xiao Baishe was indeed a bit anxious. He hadn't thought that the Pill King Garden would suddenly play this hand. One had to say, the hand that the Pill King Garden had played had come with unexpected swiftness, catching the Hall of Healing off guard. Pill King Garden? A hint of killing intent flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes when he heard these three words. He naturally wouldn't have forgotten how the Pill King Garden had suppressed his Jiang family at the Soaring Dragon Manor. And he would never believe that the Pill King Garden hadn't had a hand in the ambush of his father this time. Instinct told Jiang Chen that there was definitely the Pill King Garden's shadow behind all of this. What exactly happened? Jiang Chen was unflustered. If it was a matchup of healing medicine, he didn't believe that anyone could outdo him, Jiang Chen, within the capital. This is how things stand. In 7 days' time, the Pill King Garden will hold an exhibit for pill medicine in the largest marketplace in the capital. It's said that they will feature a new spirit medicine called the Dragon and Tiger's Blood Pill. It's a supreme rank pill for healing physical injuries, and its effectiveness is the utmost. It will reign victorious over any other pill in the same category that's on the market currently. Xiao Baishe's tone held a few traces of refusal to submit at this point. The Hall of Healing was the publicly acclaimed #1 heavyweight in the world of spirit medicine in the Eastern Kingdom. In terms of spirit medicine business, the Hall of Healing occupied half of the market territory just by itself. As for the Farmer God Temple and the Pill King Garden, they, along with some other small, scattered vendors, occupied the other half of the market. If the Pill King Garden was allowed to make a big splash with the Dragon and Tiger's Blood Pill and gain the first mover advantage, then it would be an exceedingly huge blow to the Hall of Healing. First would be the blow to reputation. The Pill King Garden could only count as a third heavyweight in the spirit medicine market in the Eastern Kingdom. If it was able to thoroughly beat the Hall of Healing Black and Blue in the segment of healing panaceas, then it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Hall's face. Secondly would be the blow to business. Everyone knew that healing pill medicines were the largest market in the pill medicine arena. Pill medicines were also finished goods, different from spirit medicines that had to be cultivated. Its prices were often quite astonishing. If the Pill King Garden was able to completely eat up this market, then its strength would be sure to greatly increase after a few years. But in terms of competition, others decrease when another increases. Who knew? Perhaps the position of #1 spirit medicine heavyweight in the Eastern Kingdom would change hands in 10 years. No matter how one looked at it, the Hall of Healing would not sit idly by and watch the Pill King Garden rise to power. Jiang Chen had also heard these connotations from the words that Xiao Baishe had spoken. The Pill King Garden suddenly becoming so high profile likely means that they have completely thrown their lot in with the Duke of Soaring Dragon and found a big backer. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. This move is likely their first step in a declaration of war on the Hall of Healing. Third Hall Master, forgive my candor. The ambitions of the Pill King Garden are great, and they are mostly likely rushing at an aim of replacing the Hall of Healing. Xiao Baishe's face was ashen. My Hall of Healing has occupied the position of #1 spirit medicine heavyweight in the Eastern Kingdom for hundreds of years. As a latecomer upstart, the ambitions of the Pill King Garden are simply a bit too great. Young Duke Jiang, I don't wish to put on any airs. As of today, your house and mine are actually two grasshoppers tied on the same string. Jiang Chen smiled leisurely. If they were to put on the exhibit tomorrow, then we really wouldn't have enough time. 7 days from now leaves us a lot of time. Xiao Baishe's severe expression relaxed slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Can we refine the heavenly karma pill in 7 days? Xiao Baishe couldn't really make an estimate and spoke these words with hesitation. Third Hall Master, do you only want to refine the heavenly karma pill? Playing it by ear means always residing in passivity. We make not a move because we choose to, but when we do, we need to make such a move that the Pill King Garden has no room and ability to counter us. An astounding aura, Pill said between Jiang Chen's brows. He had finally revealed his long-concealed extraordinariness. Young Duke Jiang, do you possibly have other plans? Never would have Qiao Baisher thought that Jiang Chen's appetite would be even bigger than what he'd imagined. Tell me first, what is the pill medicine that the Pill King Garden is most proud of, and thus the basis of their footing in the capital? Or to put it another way, what is their core competency? Qiao Baisher mused silently for a moment and said, a large half of the Pill King Garden's business is concentrated in two areas, one of which is pill medicine that replenishes and gathers qi, and the other pill medicine that clears internal fire and calms the mind. Pill medicine that replenishes and gathers qi were largely used in battle. The situation of depleting true qi often appeared in battles between the strong. At that moment, a pill medicine that replenished and gathered qi would serve the function of instantaneously replenishing qi. Clearing internal fire and calming the mind was used more often in training. Martial Tao practitioners often faced numerous internal demons when training, and maintaining a dispassionate self was something that a practitioner had to achieve at all times. Except a practitioner's internal demons were not that easy to control, so pill medicine that cleared one's internal fire and calmed the mind were employed to control internal demons and prevent practitioners from a cultural deviation. The coincidental thing was Jiang Chen had written out a list for Princess Goyu a few days ago, and its use was to clear internal fire and calm a mind. It wasn't a pill recipe, just a regular medicine prescription. She would be able to directly take it if she mixed the appropriate spirit medicine ingredients together. How much true qi can the pill that replenishes and gathers qi instantaneously recover? Jiang Chen asked with curiosity. Our Hall of Healing has a similar product, but one pill can at most recover 20% of true qi. It also cannot be taken in succession. It will be ineffective if retaken within 2 hours. Qiao Baisher was a bit shamefaced. Our hall has always wanted to expand into this arena, but the technical barrier to a qi-replenishing pill is high and difficult to break through. The Pill King Garden actually is ahead in this area. Their qi-replenishing pill can instantaneously recover 30% true qi, and usage can be repeated after an hour. Jiang Chen nodded. Well, their mind-calming pill. There are no quantitative measures for this type of pill, but its effects are instantaneous and readily apparent after being taken. Our hall is also slightly inferior to the garden in this regard. Qiao Baisher did not deceive himself and truthfully conveyed the situation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't respond immediately, but closed his eyes and pondered. After a long while, Jiang Chen's finger lightly tapped on the table. What if we were to produce a pill that could instantaneously recover 40 to 50% true qi? Would it defeat the Pill King Garden in this area? Instantaneously recover 40 to 50%. Qiao Baisher surged to his feet with a face full of excitement. If our hall had such a good product, based on our sales channels and networks, as well as our strong distribution capability, we can absolutely cause the garden's products to go into the trash heap within half a month. If the cost of the mind-calming pill was only 1/10 of similar pill products, but its effects were superior, would it be enough to throw the Pill King Garden's products once more into the trash? Jiang Chen asked again. Costs of goods sold are only 1/10? Its effects are superior? Then what else is there to say? It will definitely put them into the trash heap. We only need to wage a price war to wipe the floor with them. Qiao Baisher was agitated with excitement, and his eyes were filled with desire. Young Duke Jiang, are you joking when you say all this? Jiang Chen said faintly. Do I look like I'm joking? Qiao Baisher was at a momentary loss for words, but his trembling lips betrayed the wild and crazy emotions that were currently running through him. The mere thought of this situation coming to bear fruit and the victorious scene of thoroughly beating the Pill King Garden was enough to cause Qiao Baisher's heart to race and his hot blood to thrum quickly. I only have one request, and that is to completely pulverize the Pill King Garden. Make them disappear and have that Wang fellow beg in the streets. Jiang Chen felt a deep-seated internal disgust towards Grand Courtmaster Wang. Whenever he thought of the haughty tone that person had adopted as he'd lectured Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Chen had the urge to stomp him to death. Young Duke Jiang, if we were to crush the Pill King garden in these two areas, then the garden would be a fly without wings. It wouldn't be able to struggle for long, and we would be able to swat them with one wave of a hand. Old rules with regards to the split. I'll take 60 and you 40. Xiao Baisher nodded his head repeatedly. That is how it should be. Young Duke Jiang is indeed a phoenix or dragon amongst men. Allow me to say something fawning, and that is truthful. Our hall is honored even by a split. Xiao Baisher was a smart man. The lower his profile was now, the more goodwill he would engender from Jiang Chen. At this moment, the smart Xiao Baisher knew clearly that the partnership between the Hall of Healing and Jiang Chen was not one of equal footing. The hall was dependent on Jiang Chen and curried favor with Jiang Chen. If he didn't get that relationship straight, then the hall definitely wouldn't be in business for long. Chapter 43. 3 Types of Pill Medicine. Chapter 43. 3 Types of Pill Medicine. The plan was to be put into action immediately. Jiang Chen had one stubborn insistence, that the pill refiner must be Xiao Baisher himself. Because up until now, Jiang Chen hadn't understood much about the Hall of Healing. He only trusted Xiao Baisher. Relatively speaking, Xiao Baisher was a smart man, and one with morals and loyalty. Therefore, when it came to the core of the refining operations, Jiang Chen was only willing to let Xiao Baisher participate, and none of the other pill refiners in the Hall of Healing. Xiao Baisher earnestly wished for such a development. Even if Jiang Chen didn't say anything, Xiao Baisher wouldn't hand over such a good opportunity to someone else. Even if Jiang Chen wouldn't let him get a handle on all the crucial content. However, if he, Xiao Baisher, was involved, then it meant that he controlled the right to speak within the hall. This was undoubtedly a huge help for Xiao Baisher controlling the greater picture in the days to come. As long as he and Jiang Chen had this layer of cooperation, how would anyone else within the hall be able to upset his status as the successor? In this case, it would be perfectly justifiable for the Lord Hall Master to cultivate him in the future and pass on the position to him. After all, opposing Xiao Baisher would be equivalent to cutting off the core competency of the Hall of Healing. Xiao Baisher was extremely grateful. He felt that he had made an extraordinarily wise decision that day. If it wasn't for the fact that he sold that Dragonbone Sungrass to Jiang Chen against all odds, then the current situation in the capital would likely look completely different, and he, Xiao Baisher, would still be toiling away within the hall with his tail tucked between his legs. And now, if he could successfully execute all of these things and do away with their competitor, the Pill King Garden, in one stroke, then his strength, charisma, and leadership ability would spontaneously skyrocket. This way, his position within the Hall of Healing would be stable without a doubt, and he would receive countless endorsements. After all, everyone wanted to see a Lord Hall Master that could bring revenues and honor to the Hall of Healing. Firmly suppressing the Pill King Garden would be an astonishing achievement that the Lord Hall Master Song Tianxing had striven for, but never accomplished. 3 days later, the Heavenly Karma Pill was successfully produced. The fire had spat out 8 complete pills. 3 of them were upper rank for middle and 1 lower rank. When Xiao Baisher felt the concentrated medicinal powers of the Heavenly Karma Pill, his eyes teared up at the sight of that flawless exterior that looked like it had been formed by nature itself, and the smell that was enough to make blood boil and surge by itself. He finally believed that the Heavenly Karma Pill was true after all. He had shouldered too much pressure in recent days. As the days went by and the Heavenly Karma Pill continued to fail to make an appearance, some skepticism and voices of doubt also sounded from within the Hall of Healing. They suspected that they had been played by Jiang Chen this time. And now that the Heavenly Karma Pill that had captivated hearts was finally in front of Xiao Baisher, how could he not wash his face with tears? A pill refiner felt the most accomplishment, and thus was most moved at the moment when the fires died down to reveal the fully formed pill. Xiao Baisher was no exception. The significance attached to this Heavenly Karma Pill was too much and too heavy. It was as if Xiao Baisher had relieved himself of all the crushing burdens on his shoulders in that moment. The Qi-replenishing pill was also produced after another 2 days. When Xiao Baisher inquired after the name of this pill, Jiang Chen concealed its original name and called it the vast ocean pill. In the last 2 days, Jiang Chen made some changes to the recipe for the mind-calming medicine and named it One Buddha powder. This One Buddha powder didn't need to be refined. It only needed some crushed spirit ingredients and to undergo a couple more steps before becoming medicine. The lack of a refining step meant the absence of material loss and the ability to bypass the costly step of refining. This would naturally decrease costs to 1/10 of regular pill medicine. After all, 8 or 9 out of 10 pills were lost in the refining process. Out of ingredients enough for 100 pills, only 10 or 20 pills would be able to be successfully refined in the end. A highly skilled refiner could possibly refine 20 or 30 pills, but it wasn't a guarantee that that would always be the case. Qiao Baishu had barely slept over the past 6 days, but he was still full of very strong vigor. He had the vitality of dragons and ferocity of tigers. It made one suspect that he wouldn't say that he was tired, even if he engaged in fierce battles for another 2 months. Indeed, Qiao Baishu's professional passion had utterly immersed himself into this business. The shock that Jiang Chen brought him over the past 6 days had simply been too great. Although he had been the one in charge of actually refining the pill, Jiang Chen had been the one in control of the core operations and recipe. Qiao Baishu had no complaints about this setup. This was also what was written into the contract. It would be unrealistic to ask Jiang Chen to fully tell him all the details regarding the core operations and details of the pill. A dreamlike, fruitful 6 days passed. Gazing upon the pill bottles piled in front of him, Qiao Baishu still had a feeling of being in a dream. The feeling of accomplishment and contentment that he'd received over the past 6 days from being in the profession of a pill refiner was something that he had yet to experience in his life. Until now. And this was all thanks to the youth in front of him. In that moment, a feeling of beholding a high mountain grew within Qiao Baishu as he looked at Jiang Chen. Third Hall Master, I have done all that I should. The rest is up to the operations of the Hall of Healing. I will be very disappointed if we are unable to thoroughly defeat the Pill King Garden. Qiao Baishu patted his chest. Young Duke Jiang, I never shoot my mouth off. However, just watch our operations this time. With the aid of such divine pill and the basis of my hall's networks and distribution channels, if we are unable to thoroughly defeat the Pill King Garden, then we are truly unworthy of our reputation. Jiang Chen was satisfied with Qiao Baishu's declaration and smiled faintly. That is to say, the hall won't be missing the pill medicine exhibit that will take place in the marketplace 3 days from now. Haha, it's a given that we won't miss it. The Pill King Garden is acting with such high profile. If our Hall of Healing doesn't have any response, wouldn't it be a bit of a letdown of our reputation as the #1 spirit medicine heavyweight in the kingdom? Qiao Baishu was in exceedingly good spirits. Remember to notify me to go watch the show then. I wouldn't want to miss such an interesting display. Young Duke Jiang is naturally the first esteemed guest we will invite. Qiao Baishu smiled. All right, remember to send an invitation to Princess Goyu when the time comes. There's a portion of the One Buddha powder reserved for Princess Goyu. Jiang Chen happened to say. Oh, Princess Goyu also has a portion. Qiao Baishu blinked momentarily and immediately smiled. Then we must prepare a gift of gratitude for Princess Goyu. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and thought, that woman Goyu probably doesn't want for money, but given that the Hall of Healing was giving a gift, they probably would be too embarrassed to give anything below 1 or 2 million silver. After spending a full 6 days in the Hall of Healing, when he returned to the manor, his father Jiang Feng still remained behind closed doors. Jiang Chen knew that his father's sealed door training this time could last anywhere between 1 month to 3 or 4 months. With his father's martial Daoholic tendencies, he probably wouldn't come out before he'd broken through 10 meridians true Qi. Perhaps the day that his father opened his doors would be when the first true Qi master appeared in the Jianghan Manor. Since Jiang Chen had already given his orders before he went to the Hall of Healing, everything was still relatively calm. Panic hadn't ensued just because Jiang Chen had not appeared for a period of time. Jiang Fu, what has happened outside during this time? Jiang Fu stood reverently and respectfully in front of Jiang Chen. As he faced the young duke, Jiang Fu had withdrawn the neglectful and contemptuous intentions he'd held in the past. You had to give it to him. Jiang Chen's performance during this crucial time had won over the servants in the Duke's household. Young Duke, all has been more or less calm the past couple of days. Rumors have been flying in the outside world about the Duke being poisoned, but no big moves have been made. There's a saying that is most popular in the outside world right now, saying that the Duke has already fallen. Victim, but that we haven't announced it due to some pressures. Jiang Fu spoke in halting bursts when he spoke of this. After all, the servants weren't too sure if the Duke of Jianghan was indeed still alive. There's no need to pay any attention to these rumors. Jiang Chen was naturally most aware of his father's current situation. Has anyone come to find me over the past couple days? Jiang Chen asked another question. Yes, the Duke of Jinshan and the Duke of Hubing have been by, and their two young dukes. The Jinshan dukedom was Fatty Xian's home, and the Hubing dukedom was Hubing Yu's home. Friendship with these dukedoms had gone back for several generations, and it was very normal for them to visit upon hearing that something had happened to Jiang Feng. Has anyone else been by? Yes, Princess Goyu has also come. Jiang Fu's tone turned a bit odd when he spoke of this. And Princess Goyu has been by every day and has left a message. What message? What are you speaking so haltingly for? Speak candidly. Jiang Fu said with an awkward smile. Princess Goyu says whenever the young Duke comes back is when he needs to get the hell into the palace to see her. She seemed to have said that Princess misses you. Jiang Chen laughed involuntarily. This lass, if you miss me then say you miss me. Why use the girl Jiruo as an excuse? Looks like you're not a thin-skinned lass. Jiang Fu was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. He had been gobsmacked by Jiang Chen. The two royal princesses had become a lass and a girl in the young Duke's mouth. The young Duke of his household was truly unwilling to let things be until he had spoken words that astonished all. All right, then I need to go play in the palace. Uncleing, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me. Given how things stood in the capital, Jiang Chen didn't dare be careless. Yes, as the leader of the Jiang family guard, protecting his master was Jiang Ying's duty. He had berated himself continuously for not adequately protecting the Duke previously, and hadn't found a chance to redeem himself. Now that he took orders from the young Duke, he had to naturally be hell-bent on carrying them out. Even if he were to sacrifice his life, he would have to ensure the young Duke's safety. Princess Goyu had indeed gone to the Jianghan Manor every day the past couple of days. Her feelings had been quite complicated. She didn't know if Jiang Chen was purposefully avoiding her, or just didn't want to see her at all. Or is it that Jiang Chen held a grudge against the royal family because of what had happened to Jiang Feng? Princess Goyu had always been a loner and pursued martial Dao training. She very rarely paid attention to the feelings of others. But somehow, that lazy youth, that venom-tongued youth, had left a deep imprint on her consciousness like a brand. Even if she purposefully avoided thoughts of him, his lazy composure and an expression that seemed to smile, but not really at the same time, would float to the forefront of her mind when it was late at night and no one was around. When someone came to report that the young Duke Jiang had come to visit, Princess Goyu abruptly surged to her feet, but then seemed to immediately feel that her reaction had been a bit exaggerated. She took a moment to collect herself and then walked out. Jiang Chen was standing next to the fake mountains outside of Goyu's chambers, watching the waters trickle down on the artificial mountain. He'd actually lost himself in contemplation during that moment. Chapter 44. Loot from House Raids. Take your pick. Chapter 44. Loot from House Raids. Take your pick. A lass that actually listens to instructions. Jiang Chen's viper-tongued personality revealed itself as soon as he saw Princess Goyu. Looks like you've agreed to believe me. I can tell that your condition is much better than a few days ago. At this rate, you'll break through to 11 meridians true qi within a month. Congratulations in advance. Jiang Chen's tone was lighthearted, as if breaking through 11 meridians true qi was as normal as eating and sleeping and nothing to make a big fuss over. Princess Goyu had originally been full of expectation, waiting for Jiang Chen to compliment her with a few words. It'd be fine even if they were some all-purpose, generic compliments, stuff like her extraordinary potential or being a rare genius at martial Dao. But, she discovered tragically, this fellow didn't even seem to know that women needed to be complimented. Seeing that Princess Goyu was staring at him in a wide-eyed manner, Jiang Chen smiled tiredly. So tell me, What did you need me for? The past couple of days have really exhausted me. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go home and sleep. Princess Goyu felt both enraged and amused by his demeanor. Jiang Chen, looking at how you are now, is your father well? Jiang Chen winked. Do you want something to be wrong with him? Of course not. Princess Goyu's jade lips moved rapidly as she appeared to be a bit put out in her anger. Am I truly so nefarious in your heart? All right. We're all on the same boat now. I have to hold my nose and coexist with the good and bad parts of you, don't I? Right? You come to my house every day. What urgent business is there? Princess Goyu really didn't know how to deal with this fellow and could only respond honestly. Of course I had a reason when I came to find you. Follow me. To where? You're not trying to be a cradle robber, are you? A wary look appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Rob your butt. What do you take me for? Princess Goyu almost directly slapped his face. You're so fierce, and you look like a tomboy. Do you like women? Princess Goyu was utterly defeated. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have absolutely died at least 10 times at this moment. He followed Princess Goyu along her way, and the two arrived at a large warehouse, surrounded by heavily armed guards on all sides. They all made their respective bows upon seeing Princess Goyu. Jiang Chen, come inside with me. Jiang Chen still gave Princess Goyu some face in front of others as he docilely walked inside. This was actually a large treasury. The gold, silver, and other treasures inside were piled into a small mountain. All sorts of strange and precious treasures were piled high on racks on its two sides. What do you think these are? Princess Goyu asked. Isn't that nonsense? I'm not blind. Jiang Chen responded snappily. These were all raided from Du Rahai's house. They sit here untouched. This dog of an official was this greedy. Jiang Chen started cursing loudly when he heard these were Du Rahai's loot. So, it pays this much to be an official in the capital? I must thoroughly consider moving to the capital and becoming an official. What's the big deal in being a duke? Fighting wars every day, shedding blood and sweat, and having to face suppression in the end. How nice it is to be an official. An unimportant and minuscule official like Du Rahai could hoard so much wealth. I say, what's your purpose in bringing me here? Are you trying to corrupt me? If that's the case, I only have one sentence. You win, hurry up and move all these things into my home. Princess Goyu was so amused by his manner of complete seriousness that she involuntarily cracked a smile. She suddenly discovered that it was quite relaxing being with this damnable sort of character. This fellow was always up to a dirty trick of some sort whenever he found the opportunity to do so, and his open-minded optimism always suffused his seemingly diffident demeanor. Jiang Chen, my royal brother has instructed me that you can take your pick from the items here. You really are planning on corrupting me. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Princess Goyu had brought him here for this purpose. You can't possibly really want all of it. Princess Goyu's eyes widened. If I wanted this gold and silver, I wouldn't take it from the mouths of a corrupt officials. But I can consider spending it for you. Jiang Chen said with a merry laugh. If I remember correctly, there's been successive floods in recent years within the territory of the Jinshan dukedom, and the people have fallen on hard times. 9 houses out of 10 are deserted. If these stolen goods could be used to relieve their suffering, it can yet be regarded as charity. The only thing unknown is that, will the ruler of your house be willing to do so? Are you serious? Princess Goyu had never thought that such words would come from Jiang Chen's mouth. This enabled her to gain a better understanding of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a grave face, do you think I would joke with the lives of millions of victims of a natural calamity? Princess Goyu felt a wave of vertigo as Jiang Chen's awe-inspiring righteousness had driven her a bit out of breath. Finally, her phoenix eyes twitched. All right, I will make the decision on behalf of my royal brother. If I remember correctly, the Jinshan dukedom and yours are old family friends. Succoring victims are an act of benevolent rule. It benefits the face of your royal family. What does that have to do with the relationship between our two families? Jiang Chen's rebuttal caused Princess Goyu's face to flush red. She too felt that her words had lacked appropriateness and were deserving of admonishment. After a moment of awkwardness, Princess Goyu finally found topic. Jiang Chen, this Du Rahai was an avid collector of divine weaponry. These weapons are all out of the ordinary. Why don't you select an item or two? Oh, I surely won't be polite here. Jiang Chen didn't decline and came to the racks filled with weaponry. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call these mundane weapons divine weaponry. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over the lot. Most of these items were pieces of junk in his eyes. There were a few items that barely merited a look. Jiang Chen's gaze halted on a saber that was 3 feet long. This saber was hidden within its sheath like a dragon hiding in the abyss. It looked inconspicuous from the outside, and it didn't have any trace of a gleam. But Jiang Chen's millions of years of memories from his past life allowed him to slightly perceive that some latent, wild power was hidden within its ordinary exterior. It was a kind of reservation that disdained showing its edge in mundane, common things. It was an arrogance that disdained wallowing in the mire with common weaponry. That's the one. Jiang Chen had chosen this saber with his first glance. It would keep to a subtle dormancy when it was time to keep a low profile. When its cutting edge was needed to be revealed, it would absolutely, unabashedly display that peerless brilliance. This was Jiang Chen's personality, and was also this saber's personality. Congenial personalities meant it was serendipity. Princess Goyu was slightly surprised to see Jiang Chen ignore cutting sharp knives that were sending out brilliant rays of light, and chose instead a knife with an absolutely ordinary exterior. Jiang Chen, this is a piece of layered feather golden crystal and is a superb material for crafting weapons. Why didn't you decide upon it? Princess Goyu could only bite the bullet and make a recommendation. If Jiang Chen chose only a saber, Princess Goyu felt that this reward would really pale in comparison to the help that Jiang Chen had given her. Oh, I thought I could only choose one. Then I'll choose that as well. But I have this saber, and thus, temporarily, I have no need of other weapons. Jiang Chen paused and suddenly thought of something, his words taking a turn. The hidden dragon trials are about to commence. Therefore, I should make some preparations. Your connections are vast in the capital, right? Help me forge flying daggers out of this material. Forge flying daggers. Princess Goyu started and felt that such outstanding material should be used in refining divine weaponry. It seemed a bit ashamed to use it to craft small weapons like flying daggers. Yes, judging by the material amount, forge a set of 9 flying daggers. Jiang Chen didn't care in the slightest about wantonly wasting things. To be able to become his, Jiang Chen's, flying daggers, this could be said to be the layered feather golden crystal's good fortune. Seeing that Jiang Chen was so resolute, Princess Goyu naturally wouldn't go against Jiang Chen's wishes for the piece of layered feather golden crystal. She nodded. I'll try to have it ready for you in the next couple of days. Being so amiable and nice is more likable, is it not? Jiang Chen had a tone like that of lecturing a small girl. Princess Goyu now lacked the strength to challenge Jiang Chen and rolled her eyes at him. She suddenly thought of something again. All right, Jiang Chen, the Pill King Garden will have a pill exhibition the day after tomorrow. This was included in the news that I've received. This Pill King Garden has great ambitions and likely has the Hall of Healing in its crosshairs. Your Jiang family has a partnership with the Hall of Healing, so you'd best be on your guard. I've also heard of this matter. It should be interesting. Jiang Chen flashed a harmless and innocent smile, completely not thinking anything of this matter. He carelessly spread out his hands. I'll be on my way if there's nothing else. Princess Goyu was extremely angry at seeing Jiang Chen care not a whit. But her thoughts suddenly took a turn. Wasn't this fellow always like this? At the Soaring Dragon Manor last time, hadn't he also been completely unconcerned? And what was the result? Bai Zhanyun had been punished with one bout, and was now docile and obedient towards Jiang Chen, as if he was a completely different person. Could it be that this kid hasn't shown his face for a few days because he's been secretly preparing a fine scheme? The more she interacted with Jiang Chen, the more Princess Goyu understood about his acting style. When this kid displayed a harmless and innocent smile, perhaps this was when a plot was brewing. Given these thoughts, Princess Goyu couldn't help but feel anticipation, even though she felt that Jiang Chen didn't have a hope of winning against the Pill King Garden. But this Jiang Chen often committed astounding and shocking actions. Who knew what new tricks he would come up with this time? Seeing that the sight of Jiang Chen's back was about to disappear, Princess Goyu finally abruptly remembered something. Oh right, Jiang Chen. The situation in the capital is complex during this time. Commander Tiandu has decided to arrange for a couple of his best men to be sent to your Jianghan manor who will answer to your commands. This will avoid you having a shortage of people when you need them. Let them come tomorrow. Jiang Chen carelessly waved his hand, having taken advantage of someone, but still pretending otherwise. I'm saying this first. Don't just send me a few sticks of wood. I'll reject the goods if they're not good to use. Princess Goyu truly wished to pluck off her shoe and beat this brat up. She'd been nice to him, even sent him in and gifted him presents. How dare he not have a single nice thing to say in return, and pick and choose instead? Rascal, this brat is a rascal. A trace of a smile slightly curved up Princess Goyu's lips as she softly scolded him with a few words. Princess Goyu couldn't really bring herself to hate Jiang Chen when she thought of the changes that had occurred within her during the past couple of days. Because the incantation for smoothing her chi that Jiang Chen had given her was simply too useful. Add to that the aid of the spiritual medicine prescription, and in just a few days, Princess Goyu could feel that her internal demons were being dispelled and resolved with a speed that could be observed with the human eye. The true chi within her body had also slowly changed from its original wildness to a state of being able to be controlled and handled with ease compared to prior experience. All of her confidence, pride, and faith that had been lost had now been recovered. The most important thing was when she did all this, that familiar true meaning of martial Tao also reappeared naturally. 11 meridians, true chi. A strong sense of desire suffused Princess Goyu's eyes that were as brilliant as the stars. Chapter 45. Saber Aura Rising to the Sky. Chapter 45. Saber Aura Rising to the Sky. Jiang Chen had still come away with quite a haul after this trip to the palace. First, although this saber didn't look like much, it gave Jiang Chen the feeling of meeting an old friend. In addition, Princess Goyu's plan to arrange some men for him could resolve his critical condition, one in which fire was singing his eyebrows. Although his personal strength had greatly improved recently, his personal strength was not wholly up to the task of handling the large maelstrom that was the capital, one that could worsen at any time. If a few good men could be sent, at least that could free up Jiang Ying and allow him to stay within the manor and preside over matters with peace of mind. It was already night when he had returned to the manor. Jiang Chen sat down cross-legged. The nameless saber was propped up in front of him. A man and a saber sat facing each other beneath the moonlight, circulating the vast waves true chi within his body. The current Jiang Chen was a giant whale traversing the vast ocean. The vast waves of true chi were continuously drawn forth by him and circulated around him, like waves of that ocean, expanding layer upon layer. Beneath the starry sky, Jiang Chen's vast waves of true chi were suffused with rays of silvery, white splendor, adding radiance and opulence to each other with that crescent curve. Layers of silver light sparkled, giving off a mystical feeling. Currently, Jiang Chen was truly like a lesser dragon frolicking in the waves, as he circulated his true chi with abandon. His soul was as if a divine dragon traveling to the ninth heaven, free from inhibitions and thus carefree. The splendor shone down from the multitude of stars in the sky, actually indistinctly formed an odd flow, forming a strange sort of circulation with the vast waves true chi that Jiang Chen was guiding. At that moment, the orbiting stars seemed to be the eyes of ancient deities, sending warm looks to this commonplace neatly in unison. Suddenly, a strange scene took place. The nameless saber propped in front of him, like a ninth heaven precious gem that had been hidden in a dark age, abruptly shot out a beam of stunning splendor. When this splendor shot it, it made straight for the vault of heavens like a soaring, towering beam that hung upside down from the Milky Way, as if the world from ancient times had hurriedly taken a quick glance, as if an ancient deity had opened his eyes once again. This brilliant splendor was as if it was a bolt of lightning in the sky, fading after it shot across. In the next moment, this nameless saber emitted waves of low, humming resonances. The entire sheath started vibrating. A surge of frightening power, as if it was uncontrollable, burst out of the sheath. As if ancient, enormous demons were breaking through their seal. As if light that would cleave the earth was also erupting from the earth. As if tens of thousands of violent beasts were about to surge out of their cage. At this moment, Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes and used his right hand to lightly press down on the scabbard. "Partner, does this mean that you've awakened?" Jiang Chen's press was like a strong and mighty seal, pressing down at once on all the impulses, its aura and wildness. The sheath in Jiang Chen's hand slightly moved a few times, and then docilely stopped. Then, an odd ring of light emanated quickly from the hilt of the saber as it covered Jiang Chen's entire body. In that moment, man and saber became one. As if a solemn and dignified ceremony had been completed, a perfect union had been completed. In the next moment, a thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. This knife had already established him as its master and was already admitting to him as its master. When this thought flashed through his mind, a wave of composed self-possession passed through Jiang Chen's entire body, as if a protection talisman had been planted in his body. An incredible feeling of safety stole throughout his entire being. In an exceedingly covert spot in the Eastern Kingdom, a sudden look of surprise shot from a mysterious elder's eyes. Looking at the brilliant splendor streaking across the sky like a meteor, his eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and even a few hints of fear. Such frightening splendor. Can it be that a staggeringly strong person is passing by? If Eastern Lu had been present, he would have recognized this old man. He was the spirit Tao practitioner who had been a recluse for hundreds of years, the legendary figure of the Eastern Kingdom. The next day, Princess Goyu did indeed bring 4 people. To speak more accurately, for strong people. They were all practitioners in the advanced realm of true Qi. Jiang Chen. These 4 are all from Commander Tiandu's Sheng Battalion. You can call them, respectively, Sheng 1, Sheng 2, Sheng 3, and Sheng 4. Sheng 1 was of average build, roughly 30 years old. His eyes were experienced and his movements crisp. It was apparent from one look that he was the leader amongst the 4, and was actually a 9 meridians true Qi practitioner. Sheng 2 and Sheng 3 were a pair of twin brothers, all strong as a bear in the hips, and with a back as supple as a tiger's. Their bodies were filled with wild strength, and boasted of 8 meridians true Qi. Sheng 4 was a fair-skinned youth, no more than 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Chen. His personality was the same as his appearance, cold and aloof, giving others the impression of an unapproachable person of few words. "Do you foreknow your duties?" Goyu asked. "Obey young Duke Zhang's orders, even if it means venturing into mountains of knives and oceans of fire, or a dragon's watery lair and a tiger's den. To protect young Duke Jiang, with our deaths before failure." The 4's responses were clean-cut and crisp. They were practitioners, and, more than that, they were soldiers. Obeying orders from above was the duty of a soldier. Very good. Young Duke Jiang is an important subject to the royal family. You are now carrying out the kingdom's mission. Remember, don't lose face for your Shang battalion. Don't lose face for your commander Tiandu. We'd rather die than lose face. Goyu was quite satisfied by the 4's performance. Her eyebrow cocked, and with a few hints of a smile, "Jiang Chen, what do you think about these 4? Their strength is quite good and they listen to orders. I think I can make use of them." Jiang Chen also didn't avoid giving Goyu some face. Princess Goyu was actually afraid that Jiang Chen would say some ridiculous things again. The worries in her heart were settled upon hearing his words. "All right, Jiang Chen, I received an invitation from the Hall of Healing this morning, inviting me to view some sort of pill exhibition tomorrow. What is going on? Wasn't it the Pill King Garden putting on the pill exhibition? What's this got to do with the Hall of Healing?" Jiang Chen chuckled. The heavyweights of spirit medicine in the capital aren't limited to just the Pill King Garden. After all, when did it become the Pill King Garden's turn to take the lead in the capital? Just what is the situation? Goyu was extremely curious. "You'll find out the specifics tomorrow, won't you? You have to go. Perhaps there'll be a large red envelope." Jiang Chen smiled and was unwilling to say more regarding this matter. "What red envelope? I have no interest in that." "But It seems that there is once again a good show to be seen. That I can't miss. Are you going tomorrow? Jiang Chen waved the invitation in his hand. How could I be absent from such a good time? Just as they were talking, Jiang Fu let a person in with a sullen, gloomy face. Jiang Fu knew how to behave in a delicate situation and bowed when he saw Princess Goyu speaking to Jiang Chen afterwards. Young Duke, this person says he's from the Pill King Garden. He says they're putting on a pill exhibition tomorrow, and that they invite our Jiang household to observe in attendance. The person's face was shrewd, and it bore a smile of a base person realizing his ambition. His voice was loud and carried. Young Duke Jiang, at the end of the day, the Jiang family was once in a partnership with the Pill King Garden. We will be hosting a large-scale event tomorrow. What do you say, will you show us some face? Jiang Chen flicked a glance at the invitation the other had brought, but didn't accept it. He nodded, indicating for Jiang Fu to accept the invitation. Jiang Fu was also a quick-witted person. When he accepted the invitation, he respectfully opened it and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at it briefly and smiled faintly. I am someone who doesn't give face and only denies it. Are you sure you welcome me? Welcome? We will definitely welcome you. Haha. But tomorrow, it's our Pill King Garden denying someone else's face. If the young duke likes a good time, take care not to miss it. That person smiled proudly and left with a turn. He hadn't seemed to recognize Princess Goyu, and naturally wouldn't have observed the proper greetings to a princess. Pill King Garden, indeed a base person that is realizing his ambition. Jiang Chen observed that this person didn't even possess basic courtesy, having ignored a princess of all people. One had to say that the Pill King Garden had become a bit too conceited, a bit too cocky. Within the Pill King Garden, Courtmaster Wang and several other high executives of the Pill King Garden were in attendance. Of those, Master Violet sat in the middle, surrounded by the crowd. Master Violet, all has been prepared. All we await is to amaze the world with a single, brilliant feat at tomorrow's pill exhibition. Courtmaster Wang looked like the cat that ate the canary, and extreme excitement marked his features. This pill of dragon and tiger's blood has such potency that, as soon as it hits the shelves, it is sure to occupy half of the market, and it would be nothing difficult to even open the markets of the neighboring 16 countries. Add to that our three-pronged approach with our chi replenishing pill and our crane heart pill, and given enough time, our Pill Kill Garden is sure to replace the Hall of Healing's position. Yes, tomorrow, we can first harshly slap the Hall of Healing's face. Another garden executive laughed. The Hall of Healing has always maintained its grip on the market of healing panaceas. When our pill of dragon and tiger's blood is available, let's see what other pill medicines they bring out. To compete with us in the future, the impact to the Hall of Healing in defeating them in 3 different arenas would undoubtedly be huge. The senior executives of the Pill King Garden could almost see the day where the Pill King Garden replaced the Hall of Healing. Even thinking of such a scene was enough to agitate their emotions. Master Violet said faintly, denying face to the Hall of Healing is merely the first step. Besides, the Hall of Healing is a mammoth figure, and their Lord Hall Master is no easy character. Don't think of everything as that simple. We must work in tandem with the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Otherwise, it will be impossible to replace the Hall of Healing in the short run. Master Violet's gaze was diabolic. He knew clearly that if the Duke of Soaring Dragon was unable to replace the Eastern Clan, then the Pill King Garden would absolutely be unable to replace the Hall of Healing in the short term. This was the bigger picture. However, Master Violet also firmly believed that this type of bigger picture was sure to reverse with the arrival of himself, Master Violet. And such a reversal would definitely start with tomorrow's pill exhibition. All was prepared. The day that the Pill King Garden had long awaited for was finally here. The weather was splendid. The sun was bright with not a cloud in the sky. This seemed to portray that the future of the Pill King Garden would really be smooth and bright. Jiang Chen walked out of the secret training room early in the morning and made his way to the biggest marketplace, the Myriad Treasures Palace in the capital, after he was done enjoying breakfast, while being escorted by the 4 practitioners of the Sheng Battalion. The Pill King Garden had long since appointed greeters at the entrance to the Myriad Treasures Palace. When they saw Jiang Chen's arrival, the garden's greeters all displayed some surprise. In the eyes of the Pill King Garden, As long as the Jiang family's head was still screwed on properly, there would be no way that they would attend today's occasion. If they came, they would be, without a doubt, making things unbearable for themselves. After all, the Pill King Garden was to raise their prestige and deny others face today. If the Jiang family came, would that not be entering the lion's den? Chapter 46. A Gloating Pill King Garden. Chapter 46. A Gloating Pill King Garden. The Pill King Garden's exhibition stage had been prepared within the luxurious main hall of the Myriad Treasures Palace. All of the various guests' seating had been arranged appropriately. As Jiang Chen walked into the Myriad Treasures Palace and trod on the noble carpet, he was enjoying himself hugely. In contrast to the Pill King Garden's high profile, the Hall of Healing kept an incredibly low profile. They hadn't started preparing their exhibition stage, even up until now. Many actually hadn't known that the Hall of Healing was also hosting a pill exhibition, including even the Pill King Garden. The saying was in vogue in the capital at the moment, that the Pill King Garden had developed a new type of healing pill and was about to challenge the Hall of Healing's position. To put things bluntly, the pill exhibition today held the Hall of Healing in its crosshairs. It was to provoke and to slap the Hall of Healing in the face. Wait, you there, halt. This is a distinguished gathering for the pill exhibition. Do you have an invitation? Two practitioners with fiercely aggressive postures barred Jiang Chen's way. Jiang Zheng, who was at Jiang Chen's side, gave a cold snort and directly flung the Pill King Garden's invitation into their faces. They glanced at the invitation after receiving it and smiled spuriously. This is the lowest leveled invitation and provides standing room with no assigned seating only. Walk over to that corner over there by yourself. Remember not to talk loudly and not to give offense to other honored guests. A slap to the face. The Pill King Garden had indeed prepared this face-denying move from the very beginning. They had already designed this slap in the face trap from the day that they had sent the invitation to Jiang Chen. Yet Jiang Zheng laughed in contempt. Don't get the wrong idea. Our household's young duke has no interest in your so-called pill exhibition and has absolutely no interest in attending. We're just passing by and returning your paltry invitation. The other party was stunned. Why had they come if not to attend the pill exhibition? Not here for the pill exhibition? Then you're just loitering. Someone come and throw them out. A Pill King Garden administrator walked over with an aggressive posture. Jiang Zheng smiled coldly. Has the Myriad Treasures Palace been rented out by you? The Pill King Garden today? My household's young duke is an honored guest here. Are the bones of you lowly slaves itching for a beating? The four brothers from the Shang battalion stepped forward in unison, and the killing aura that they had cultured in the army flared out powerfully, causing the administrator's face to go white and repeatedly back up. Jiang Chen said faintly, "Get out of my way." At this moment, a figure took a turn out from the interior hallways of the Myriad Treasures Palace. It was the third hall master, Qiao Baishir, of the Hall of Healing. Qiao Baishir was wreathed in smiles as he walked up in greeting, smiling hugely. "Young Duke Jiang, I have been awaiting your arrival. Please come inside, come inside." "Hall Master Qiao, what is with your Hall of Healing? Didn't you say you were holding a pill exhibition today? Why so low-key?" Jiang Chen complained purposefully. Qiao Baishir smiled. "The style of our Hall of Healing has always been to keep a low profile. We will set up our exhibition stage soon. It actually won't take too much time." "That makes sense. There is reality beneath the Hall of Healing surface. It's quite normal for you to keep a low profile and not to create such a large-scale ruckus like the nouveau riche." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. "Qiao Baishir, what do you mean by this?" On the Pill King Garden side, Courtmaster Wang, the man holding down the fort, walked over in a huff. "It's our Pill King Garden that's holding a pill exhibition today, and you are guests. Do you intend to ruin custom and create trouble?" Courtmaster Wang had struck a strong pose of righteousness. "Courtmaster Wang, surely you've gotten something wrong? You're putting on a pill exhibition, yes, but does that mean our Hall of Healing cannot do the same? You sent an invitation to us, but does that mean we have to give you face and attend?" Qiao Baishir's tone was diffident. "You're not here to attend the pill exhibition?" An expression of incredulity bubbled up in Courtmaster Wang's eyes. "We're here to attend a pill exhibition, but one by our Hall of Healing." Qiao Baishir smiled faintly. "What do you mean?" Courtmaster Wang's eyes grew cold. "Qiao Baishir, Are you here to purposely cause trouble? Cause trouble? Xiao Baisher laughed coldly. Courtmaster Wang, you think too highly of yourself. Is the status of your pill king garden worthy of the Hall of Healing, causing trouble for you? Courtmaster Wang was speechless and glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you've even returned the invitation to us. What are you doing here then? You dunce. I'm here to attend a pill exhibition. The Hall of Healing has a close business relationship with my Jiang family. How can I not do them the favor of attending when they hold a pill exhibition? Jiang Chen looked at Courtmaster Wang like he was looking at an idiot. Courtmaster Wang's face was ashen. He felt that he'd been played by someone. But he immediately thought of the setup for the day. Wasn't it to slap the Hall of Healing in the face? Since the Hall of Healing was so foolhardy as to overextend themselves with a pill exhibition, it was perfect timing to beat down the Hall's arrogance with one stroke. A trace of a sinister smile floated onto Courtmaster Wang's face when his thoughts traveled down this path. Xiao Baisher, looks like your Hall of Healing didn't want to sit passively and await your doom. Since you came knocking, let's compete and see who's better at pill medicine. Courtmaster Wang was in high spirits and ready for action. Since the Hall of Healing was so overconfident at competing on the basis of pill medicine, then let the pill of dragon and tiger blood harshly slap the Hall's face. The Hall of Healing was still highly efficient when it came to execution. An exhibition stage had been erected directly opposite the Pill King Garden in just a short time. Apart from Xiao Baisher, second Hallmaster Yukun, as well as 6 or 7 elders were there from the senior executives of the Hall of Healing. In addition, the Hall of Healing's large amount of administrators had also started their nervous preparations. The Hall of Healing was playing to an extreme this time. Apart from people like Jiang Chen and Princess Goyu, all the other guests hadn't received invitations beforehand. Instead, they waited on the side. Whenever a guest of the Pill King Garden handed over their invitation, the Hall of Healing would smoothly and simultaneously hand them an invitation. This way, the Hall's purpose of challenging the garden in the immediate vicinity was more than readily apparent. Basically, anyone with power or influence in the capital had received an invite from the Pill King Garden this time. When these guests also received the Hall of Healing's invitation after arriving, they all felt that it was odd. However, the majority of these people were all neutral. Not only were they not against it when they saw that the Hall of Healing was actually commencing in head-to-head combat with the Pill King Garden, but their interest was also quite piqued. Their interest levels had truly been lacking when they'd originally thought that they were attending a pill exhibition. But unanticipated gains might be made if they were able to witness the competition between the spirit medicine heavyweights. The Pill King Garden's senior executives huddled together and held a discussion for a while. They all felt that the Hall of Healing hadn't come with good intentions. But Master Violet was quite confident. The pill of dragon and tiger blood was his proud work, and a pill recipe that had come from a hidden sect. He was absolutely confident that it would storm the market in such a common kingdom. The Hall of Healing? Master Violet shook his head, his eyes quite contemptuous. The senior executives of the Pill King Garden had been a bit worried, but quickly returned to a status brimming with confidence upon seeing that Master Violet was so confident. It was said that Master Violet came from a reclusive sect. Would such a superior person be unsuccessful in a mere kingdom capital? The Hall of Healing had come knocking at the door today, and was destined to be beaten into the shape of a pig's head by the Pill King Garden. With this consideration, the Pill King Garden neither barred the way nor protested against the Hall of Healing's actions, allowing the Hall to give out invitations at their leisure. Of course, they wouldn't be able to bar the Hall if they wanted to. After all, sure, the Pill King Garden was hosting a pill exhibition, but the Hall of Healing also had the right to hold their own. However, these guests were still particular about courtesy and first sat in the Pill King Garden section according to custom, since they had received the Pill King Garden's invitation first. Apart from a group of diehard Hall of Healing supporters, the neutral guests all held the mentality of not wanting to offend either, and found a seat in the Pill King Garden first. They also knew that the Hall of Healing would naturally not mind that they had gone first to the Pill King Garden section, because the Hall had given an invitation without forewarning. This was the custom of the order of arrival. Courtmaster Wang was quite satisfied when he saw that the majority of the guests still sat on the Pill King Garden side. He looked in Xiao Baisher's direction with a few hints of provocation. The senior executives of the Hall of Healing sat on the chairs behind the exhibition stage, more than a bit ill at ease. This whole matter had been under Qiao Baishi's organization. They were also here today by Qiao Baishi's invitation and weren't too sure as to what tricks he had up his sleeve. They saw that a great commotion and gathering of people were present on the Pill King Garden side, whereas, apart from its few staunch allies, the Hall of Healing section had only a sprinkling of people. Number 3, just what are you doing? If you want to do something, you should have sent invitations beforehand. No? How can our Hall of Healing bear this kind of result this way? Second Hall Master Yukun was finding it difficult keeping an affable expression on his face. The second Hall Master speaks sense. If I had known this was the case, I wouldn't have come today. The blue-surnamed elder, who'd had some friction with Jiang Chen last time, also complained. The third Hall Master most likely has a secret master plan. This was an elder who ardently supported Qiao Baishi. Let's reserve our judgment. We're here already. I won't believe that the third Hall Master has arranged for us to be here for the purposes of losing face. Our third Hall Master isn't such a brainless person. This was Qiao Baishi's confidant. On the Pill King Garden side, Court Master Wang was in high and vigorous spirits as he strode up the high exhibition booth. His voice was loud and charged, full of heroism. Everyone, our Pill King Garden is introducing the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood on this time's pill exhibition. It's a healing panacea, and its effects are double those of similar products on the market, and even higher. What? Healing panacea? Effects double those of similar products on the market, and even higher. Many had originally been whispering in hushed conversations, but all quieted down in coincidental unison when they heard Court Master Wang's words. The scene had become so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. This Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood dissipates bruises, strengthens connections between muscles and bones, and has enormously wonderful effects. Particularly with regards to external injuries, it can fully heal wounds from various knives and swords in 3 days, without even leaving a scar. Fully healing wounds from various knives and swords in 3 days, without leaving a scar. For internal injuries, even if you're beaten so badly that you cannot get up from bed, taking this pill will enable you to recover within 10 days back to your conditions before the injury. Court Master Wang grew more excited as he talked, spittle flying wildly as he lauded the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood so superlatively that it was like flowers were raining down from the sky. One had to say, if the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood was as miraculous as he said, then the pill was sure to triumph over all similar products on the market as soon as it was introduced. The Pill King Garden had raised such a high profile and gone to such great efforts in advertising this time's pill exhibition. It did indeed have the basis to be so high key. The Pill King Garden was definitely trying to amaze the world with this single, brilliant feat on the basis of this pill. Who didn't know that these types of healing panacea were currently one of the most popular pill medicines in pill medicine market? After all, no practitioner could avoid being injured. Once injured, they would be unable to avoid using this type of healing panacea. Whoever occupied the market of healing panaceas would gain the first mover's advantage. Whoever could corner this market would herald in a market trend. In the span of a moment, most of the guests had surmised the reason being the Pill King Garden's high profile. This was a declaration of war on the Hall of Healing, and a challenge to their position. Chapter 47, Accidental Repeat Occurrence. Chapter 47, Accidental Repeat Occurrence. On the Pill King Garden side, the senior executives were all wearing cocky smiles. They had long anticipated the ruckus that the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood would cause when it was announced. This was why it was said that those who undertake civil pursuits are poor, and those who undertake martial pursuits are rich. Those who cultivated were most amenable to spending money. If you had no money, then opt out of the road of martial Tao while it was early. Healing panaceas were the area that practitioners were most willing to spend money. After all, a good healing panacea oftentimes meant a safeguard for life. The Pill King Garden had seized upon this point, eyed the supreme secret of this market, and chosen the right breakthrough point. As long as they were able to beat the Hall of Healing into the ground in this area, given enough time, what would be so impossible about them replacing the Hall of Healing's position? After all, The Pill King Garden already had a great advantage in the areas of qi replenishing and heart-calming pills. If the Pill King Garden was able to obtain a lead in 3 areas using a 3-pronged approach, it would undoubtedly be a frightening challenge to the Hall of Healing. Court Master Wang said, "Honored guests, we will place 6 Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood on 6 display tables beneath the stage. Please line up in front of the display tables and take turns in inspection and discussion." It's said that what the ear hears may be false, but what the eye sees is true. Everyone can personally appraise whether the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood is truly that miraculous, and if this court master has any elements of bluster. When the appraisal is over, we will find Pill trial warriors to conduct an on-site experiment. The so-called Pill trial warrior was a type of high-risk profession. Most who undertook it were those low-level practitioners who had no hope on the path of martial Tao, yet wanted to earn fast money. Whenever a new pill was introduced, they would test a pill on themselves. Pill trial warriors personally tried pills, undertaking risk with their own bodies before the pill was fully trusted by widespread consumers. This was a high-risk, high-reward profession. After all, if something was wrong with the pill, or if there were side effects, the first unlucky ones were the Pill trial warriors. The guest presents all got up and walked towards the display tables. Everyone wanted to obtain a place near the front of the line to catch a glimpse first. It was a good thing that there were 6 display tables with 6 lines. The wait wasn't too long in that regard. Roughly an hour later, almost all the guests had had their look. "Tis TSK. I can tell that this Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood is uncommon, just from its scent. The healing panaceas on the market truly are trash when compared to this. I wonder how much the price will be per pill. I plan to buy and hold 10 or more of them. The prices might inflate hugely then. This Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood will surely become the most wanted healing panacea in the capital after this." Other similar products truly are not competitive when compared to it. Us practitioners can be thrifty everywhere except on healing panaceas. That's the theory. We're not afraid of high prices, just that it's not good enough. At this moment, Court Master Wang was wreathed in smiles and his heart was bursting with joy. He had kept his ears open and listened just now. The comments of all the guests were almost all positive to a fault. Apart from those who worried that the price would be out of their reach, almost all were waxing eloquent with praise. What did this mean? This meant that before the Pill trial warriors had tested the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood had already received widespread acceptance. What could almost certainly be anticipated was that once this Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood was introduced into the market, it would kick off a purchasing trend and would be extremely popular and sell quite well. "Grand Court Master, I've been listening and everyone is ceaselessly praising the pill. It looks like the effects are better than we've anticipated." I took a look at the Hall of Healing side just now. The second Hall Master Yukun's old face was almost purple with anger. "I'd like to see what face the Hall of Healing has left to compete with us this time." The senior executives of the Pill King Garden were all extremely excited and felt the exaltation from fulfillment. To be able to stomp on a mammoth competitor, this type of accomplishment naturally made them feel beyond excited. Court Master Wang was still relatively calm and said, "Prepare to call upon the Pill trial warriors. Any pill introduced must first be tested by a Pill trial warrior. This way, we could dispel the last of the market's worries and reservations. This part of the process could not be omitted." The Pill trial warriors were invited out. There were 4 in total. The process of testing the Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood was certainly going to be very cruel. One had to first injure the Pill trial warriors and then have them take the pill for on-site proof of its healing properties. All of the guests' eyes had focused on the Pill trial warriors. At the moment, a golden mallet suddenly sounded from the Hall of Healing side as it crashed into a bronze gong. The third Hall Master, Qiao Baishir, of the Hall of Healing was already on the exhibition stage with a smile on his face. "Sirs, it's rare to have so many guests present. Truly many exalted guests have filled the seats. The Hall of Healing would like to make use of this opportunity to also introduce a healing panacea." What? The scene was in an uproar. The Pill King Garden had introduced the healing panacea of Pill of Dragon and Tiger Blood. The Hall of Healing was also introducing a healing panacea. Wasn't this an open challenge and call for combat? In Court Master Wang's eyes, Qiao Baishi's move to introduce pill medicine was fake, but his attempt to disrupt the introduction of the pill of dragon and tiger blood was real. To put it frankly, this was jealousy causing trouble. Except, Qiao Baishi didn't even look in the pill king garden's direction. He wore a faint smile, and his tone rang out powerfully. The Hall of Healing has always endeavored to research and develop pills in order to benefit all practitioners under heaven. We have had great achievements in the past few years. The first type of pill we're introducing today, which is also a healing panacea, is called the Heavenly Karma Pill. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Karma Pill was an ancient lost pill recipe. The pill's effects are, as its name, almost to the realm of perfection. Everyone, I'm very delighted to tell you that this Heavenly Karma Pill is a shuffling of the cards, a revolution, a historical breakthrough that we are bringing to the healing panacea market. Its effects are 3 times, 5 times, and even 10 times those of similar products. 3 times, 5 times, and even 10 times. How? How is this possible? A sudden increase in healing properties to 3, 5 times, and even 10 times. This was practically the healing panacea of legends. Was the Hall of Healing serious? Was it purposefully causing trouble? But with the Hall of Healing's large brand, how could it crack a joke that would destroy its own brand on such an occasion? In addition, if applied externally, this pill can cause wounds to immediately stop bleeding and heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. If taken internally, it can strengthen connections between muscles and bones within an hour. For internal injuries, even if the patient is someone who had been so severely beaten that they find it hard to move from bed, taking this pill will guarantee the vigor of dragons and ferocity of tigers, and allow recovery to one's initial condition from the least amount of 1 day to at most 3 days. Qiao Baishi's every word was like a cavernous bell or large drum, shaking every single person present. With his descriptions, this Heavenly Karma Pill was absolutely outside the realm of everyone's imagination. If this pill was introduced, then what would that make all similar products on the market, including the pill of dragon and tiger blood? Your pill of dragon and tiger blood only doubled the healing properties, whereas the other person's pill had increased 3, 5 times, and even 10 times. You could thoroughly heal external injuries in 3 days, whereas the others healed external hurts immediately and recovered immediately. It was absolutely a stroke of perfection. As for internal injuries, your pill of dragon and tiger blood needed 10 days before the patient could recover. But the other's Heavenly Karma Pill would guarantee the vigor of dragons and ferocity of tigers and recovery to their initial condition from the least amount of 1 day to at most 3 days. Yes, instant kill. Instant kill without mercy. Core Master Wang couldn't hold it in and called out loudly, "Qiao Baishi, beware of popping from your own bluster. When did your Hall of Healing operate at such a level? Forgive me for being out of touch with the outside world. Such a great healing panacea, bring it out for a look. Only what the eye can see is the truth." The senior executives from the Pill King Garden started attacking verbally, jeering at Qiao Baishi. They obviously thought that Qiao Baishi was bluffing. Qiao Baishi's facial expression was composed, and his face was as if it embraced the wind in the face of the jeers raining down like wind and rain from the Pill King Garden. Court Master Wang, one of your sentences was true just now. You are indeed out of touch and ignorant of the outside world, like a frog at the bottom of a well. You couldn't contain yourself and impatiently hopped out as soon as you'd received a so-called pill of dragon and tiger blood, creating high-profile media play. The Hall of Healing has always been practical. If it wasn't for your Pill King Garden's malicious provocation this time, our Hall of Healing originally made no plans to respond. When his words finished, Qiao Baishi waved his hands, and a few trusted administrators walked out from the back. Everyone held a jade box, and the boxes numbered 8 in total. Sirs, it is said that what the eye sees is true. These 8 jade boxes contain 8 Heavenly Karma Pills. One of them is an inferior rank, and at 3 times effectiveness of similar pills. 4 of them are middle rank, reaching 5 times effectives. 3 of them are upper rank, reaching 10 times effectiveness. If one day we are able to develop the supreme rank Heavenly Karma Pill, Its healing properties are conservatively estimated at 20 times that of current similar products. Xiao Baisher strongly held in his internal agitation and introduced the heavenly karma pill. When he had finished the introduction, he naturally walked off stage. Sirs, 8 display tables. Please take turns in inspection and discussion. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, haul it out for a walk. By now, the Hall of Healing was a sharp, unsheathed sword that was displaying its towering loftiness. The guests present were all incredibly excited. If this heavenly karma pill was truly as miraculous as Xiao Baisher's words, then who would care about the Pill King Garden's previous marketing? One was not afraid of not recognizing value, but was rather afraid of side-by-side comparison. The senior executives over at the Pill King Garden side, who were still caught up in their anger, also set aside their face and their modesty, and actually wormed their way into the lines, wishing to personally see this so-called heavenly karma pill that the Hall of Healing had brought. In the entire process, Jiang Chen was as steady as MT Tai, a small smile on his face as he watched this theatrical scene. He also rather admired Xiao Baisher's move. He'd waited until the Pill King Garden had jumped to its highest before smacking it down with one slap. The higher you were, the harder you fell. The Pill King Garden fools wants to give a slap to the face. In the end, they'll tragically discover that their laboriously planned face-denying gesture had landed soundly on their own faces. Chapter 48. Upgraded Face Slapping. Chapter 48. Upgraded Face Slapping. Another hour had passed, but the area before the display tables was still full of guests. Each guest had a great attachment and were reluctant to part with the contents on the tables. Incredible, it truly is one who's not afraid of not recognizing value, but rather is afraid of side-by-side comparison. This heavenly karma pill, whether in terms of potency, spiritual aura, or outward appearances, are all an instant kill towards the pill of dragon and tiger blood. The Hall of Healing is truly worthy to be called such. The first heavyweight in spirit medicine in the kingdom absolutely doesn't hold an unearned reputation. The Pill King Garden wanted to make use of this opportunity to suppress the Hall of Healing. Who would have thought that after creating such a large hubbub, the Hall of Healing still had superior tactics? Looks like the Pill King Garden has failed in face slapping, and rather slapped their own instead. Such exquisite perfection, absolutely exquisite perfection. I've decided to choose this heavenly karma pill in the future. To be honest, after seeing the heaven karma pill, I feel all other healing panaceas are complete trash. Some senior executive from the Pill King Garden left the hall's display tables with a darkened face, returning to the Pill King Garden side. Grand Court Master, it's too abnormal. What's going on? Is that heavenly karma pill really that good? Court Master Wang's breathing became hurried. Grand Court Master, that pill is likely even a bit better than what Xiao Baisher described it as. Grand Court Master, we were played by the Hall of Healing. What? It was as if Court Master Wang's chest had suffered a heavy impact, his face abruptly becoming ashen white. Master Violet had been sitting there without the slightest stir when those fey eyes also suddenly opened, shooting out blue light. What did you say? The Hall of Healing's pill is better than my pill of dragon and tiger blood. Master Violet absolutely didn't believe that such a pill could exist in a common kingdom like the Eastern Kingdom. But the truth, irrefutable like metal, had fully answered this question. In the span of a moment, the guests and stores at the Pill King Garden had all surged towards the Hall of Healing side. There were no exceptions. They were all planning on ordering from the Hall of Healing, and in fact, were striving to be first and feared to lag behind. This was in stark contrast to the Pill King Garden side. Apart from a few staunch supporters, it was cold and cheerless, a deserted house that was possible to catch sparrows on its doorstep. How can this be? Courtmaster Wang found it difficult to accept the situation in front of him. He had planned so much for today and prepared so long for this day of glory. Finally, the historical moment had arrived today. He thought that the Pill King Garden being disadvantaged towards the Hall of Healing would become a thing of the past starting today. Starting today, the Pill King Garden would advance triumphantly and rebuff the Hall of Healing every step of the way. Yet, harsh reality had dealt him a severe slap, causing him to suddenly fall down when he had climbed to the highest peak. The Hall of Healing had used a way that they took the most pride in, to severely fling a slap at the Pill King Garden. The pill of dragon and tiger blood dominate the healing panacea market. Their hopes and dreams were quite full, but their reality was quite shallow. The Hall of Healing's heavenly karma pill had easily demolished all of their previous preparations. Their long-fermented attack had been easily dispelled. How was this a battle between equals? This was practically knocking on their door and asking to be tortured. Core Master Wang suddenly understood why Qiao Baishu looked completely at ease. It turned out that he had long prepared a severe counterattack and was only waiting for the Pill King Garden to hop in with both feet. Failure, a complete and utter failure. Court Master Wang, we must not be dejected. The Hall of Healing had an advantage in the healing panacea market to begin with. It doesn't mean much that the advantage is in their hands right now. We still have the Qi replenishing pill and the crane heart pill. We still lead the Hall of Healing in these two areas. Right, let them strut for a while this time. Our Pill King Garden still has our advantages. The senior executives of the Pill King Garden started comforting themselves. However, their self-comforting didn't last too long. Qiao Baishu suddenly stood up again on the hall exhibition stage and spread his hands downwards. Sirs, we will not be accepting pre-orders for the Heavenly Karma Pill today. If everyone is still interested, you can apply to pre-order it at the Hall of Healing starting tomorrow. Moreover, I have another piece of good news to tell everyone here. More good news. The fervent guests present had calmed down somewhat. The Heavenly Karma Pill that the Hall of Healing had introduced was simply too shocking. Therefore, they wished to see what other surprises the Hall of Healing would have for everyone. Qiao Baishu smiled. This time, the Hall of Healing is prepared to introduce en masse the pill medicines that we have been researching the past couple of years. Apart from the Heavenly Karma Pill, we will also be introducing 2 more pill medicines. One of them is the Qi Replenishing Vast Ocean Pill. The other is the Heart Calming One Buddha Powder. Qi Replenishing Arena, Heart Calming Arena. Those present were all smart people and immediately understood that the pill medicines the Hall of Healing was introducing were very targeted. It was patently obvious that they were targeting the Pill King Garden. Those 2 arenas were the 2 that the Pill King Garden were originally most adept in. Could it be that the Hall of Healing was also planning on intervening in these 2 arenas this time? Was this the tempo of thoroughly beating down the Pill King Garden? The faces of the senior executives of the Pill King Garden changed drastically. Their confidence had already been crushed to pieces by the Heavenly Karma Pill earlier. They immediately had a sense of danger that the wolf was coming when they heard Qiao Baishu's words. Court Master Wang only felt a cold draft on the back of his head as cold sweat suddenly poured out. A bad premonition started rising uncontrollably from his heart. He had a bad feeling. Not only had the setup that he'd prepared painstakingly been completely dissolved by the Hall of Healing, but the Hall had also prepared a quick and forceful retaliation and was about to lure the Pill King Garden into a fatal trap by random blows. Core Master Wang was well aware that if the 2 areas of the Qi Replenishing Pill and the Crane Heart Pill were defeated by the Hall of Healing, then Armageddon undoubtedly awaited the Pill King Garden. After all, a large part of why the Pill King Garden could find its footing in the capital and become the 3rd heavyweight in the spirit medicine field in the Eastern Kingdom was due to the Qi Replenishing Pill and the Crane Heart Pill. More than 60 to 70% of their revenue was derived from these 2 pill medicines. If they lost their advantages in these 2 pill medicines, then the Pill King Garden would have utterly lost all of its advantages and be no different from those small stores. Except, the workings of this world was that whatever you were afraid of would be what came your way. The Vast Ocean Pill that the Hall is about to introduce can, in the worst-case scenario, recover 40% true Qi and 50% under normal conditions. If it's an upper-rank Vast Ocean Pill, then it can even recover 60%. And dosage can be repeated after just an hour, while repeated dosages will not impact effects in the slightest. What? Recover at least 40%. Recover 50% true Qi under normal conditions? Is this a joke? An upper-rank Vast Ocean Pill can recover 60%? My gosh, if this is in battle, a few upper-rank Vast Ocean Pills will greatly increase battle strength. Everyone know that the technical requirements of a Qi recovery pill were high. The most expensive pill medicine on the market was the Pill King Garden's Qi replenishing pill. It could recover 30%, with its effects being slightly adversely impacted with repeated dosage after an hour. But the vast ocean pill that Xiao Baisher spoke of could recover 40% under the worst conditions, 50% under normal conditions, and even 60% with an upper rank pill. This was basically a disruptive breakthrough. One had to know that the Qi replenishing pill had occupied the advantage for more than 200 years in the arena of Qi recovery. That was to say, no technical advancement had occurred in this arena for a full 200 years. One could see how incredibly difficult it was to obtain a breakthrough in the Qi recovery arena. But the Hall of Healing's breakthrough had come too quickly and was too frightening. It was absolutely a disruptive innovation. Hall Master Qiao, since this vast ocean pill is so amazing, will it come with a whoppingly high price? Indeed, ordinary folk will be unable to use it if it's too expensive. Xiao Baisher smiled. According to the calculations of our cost of goods sold, the vast ocean pill that recovers 40% of true Qi will be priced the same as the current best product on the market, the Qi replenishing pill. Prices will double for pills that recover 50%, and double yet again for those that recover 60%. Every 10% increase in effectiveness would lead to a doubling of price. This price was quite reasonable. To recover an additional 10% of true Qi in battle was incredibly meaningful to a practitioner in battle. Hall Master Qiao, you're not joking, are you? Indeed, a pill that recovers 40% true Qi is priced the same as one that recovers 30%. Then we only recognize the vast ocean pill. Hall Master Qiao, I want to pre-order 100 pills. I want 200 pills. And me? It was a scene of chaos as everyone realized a new era had arrived in the Qi recovery arena. With such fabulous effects, why would one wait for its price to rise after it had cornered the market, instead of fighting for it now? Everyone thought that the reason the Hall of Healing had set such a low price for the vast ocean pill was surely because of them suppressing the Pill King Garden. Such low prices would definitely not continue for long. Prices for the vast ocean pill were sure to inflate after it had thoroughly beaten its competitors on the market. Everyone was smart, and so were desperately fighting to pre-order early. Xiao Baisher pressed down with his hands and smiled. Sirs, the same sentence holds. We will not accept pre-orders today, and I can also promise that we will not inflate prices without rhyme or reason. Unless the price for the spirit medicine ingredients inflate, we will never increase prices. Xiao Baisher was well aware that the vast ocean pill was the result of a superior pill recipe. When it came to the spirit medicine ingredients for the vast ocean pill, its costs were possibly even lower than the Qi replenishing pill. The Hall of Healing's advantage were actually the advantages that the young Duke Jiang Chen had brought. Never increase prices. This promise prompted a series of cheers from the gathering, and applause sounded like thunder in the span of a moment. One had to say, Xiao Baisher's bearing had conquered all the guests present. When the Pill King Garden had exhibited that so-called pill of dragon and tiger blood, it had been quite arrogant. The Qi replenishing pill had also often opportunistically changed prices, skyrocketing in times of need. The Hall of Healing was the first heavyweight of the spirit medicine world after all. With these manners, this bearing wasn't something that the Pill King Garden could match. Faw! When I get home, I'm throwing that Qi replenishing pill into the latrines. Right? Randomly increasing prices for no reason, as if they're the only ones who know how to refine a Qi recovery pill. Standing up well to comparison. Looks like the pill medicine market truly needs the Hall of Healing at the helm. And only the Hall of Healing has this kind of right and bearing. I've decided I'm going to apply for a premier membership card at the Hall of Healing tomorrow and be a customer for life. The previously neutral guests all naturally stood on the side of the Hall of Healing after receiving Xiao Baisher's promise. Even a lot of the Pill King Garden's old clients couldn't resist temptation after seeing such enormous profits. They could also fully see that the garden's Qi replenishing pill was done for. Chapter 49, Complete Knockdown. Chapter 49, Complete Knockdown. Some more meddlesome folks continued asking, Hall Master Qiao, I remember that you mentioned introducing 3 types of pill medicine just now. What else is there apart from the heavenly karma pill and the vast ocean pill? Yes, we trust the products of the Hall of Healing. Out with it, so everyone can rejoice. Hall Master Qiao, don't keep us in suspense, speak. The crowd of people were all raising an uproar and on their tiptoes in expectation. Qiao Baisher nodded, smiling with ease. We have decided to discreetly introduce the third pill medicine after careful consideration. The Hall of Healing will be giving up a great share of profits with the third pill medicine. Our goal is to give back to those who have greatly supported the Hall of Healing over the years. The third pill medicine is called One Buddha Powder, a type of refreshing, mind-calming pill medicine. When compared to the best similar products on the current market, the effects of One Buddha Powder are possibly twice as effective. And yet the price we're setting for it will be half of the best pill medicine currently on the market. Twice as effective at half the price. Dead silence actually reigned supreme for a moment after Qiao Baisher had spoken. They almost suspected that something was wrong with their ears. Had they heard incorrectly? It was already exceedingly odd and really didn't make much sense that a pill medicine twice as effective hadn't undergone a price increase, but now its price was actually being halved? This. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in. Hall Master Qiao, this? You're not joking, are you? The sign of the Hall of Healing is here. How dare I speak nonsense? Each bit of spittle from the Hall of Healing is as if a nail. Please be at ease, everyone. To be candid, we hadn't planned on earning much from the One Buddha Powder. This last sentence, however, was a bit watered down. In actuality, since the One Buddha Powder didn't need to be refined, waste of materials didn't exist, and so its cost of goods sold were only 1/10 of the Pill King Garden's Crane Heart pill. With such low costs, even reducing the price by 1/2 still raked in money. To be honest, even if it were sold at the same price as the Crane Heart pill, that was still absolutely enough to ignite the market, but Qiao Baisher had purposefully slashed the price in half. The purpose of this was to beat the Pill King Garden down so hard that they had no chance at all in coming back. In addition, they could make use of this opportunity to craft the image of a virtuous and sincere Hall of Healing, solidifying the Hall's position as the first heavyweight of the spirit medicine. Qiao Baisher had deployed 3 successive moves and introduced 3 kinds of pill medicine, and each was more stunning than the last. But to the Pill King Garden, Qiao Baisher's 3 successive moves were the equivalent of 3 successive heavy punches. Each was more debilitating than the last. Poor Master Wang could barely stay on his feet. The skies spun and the ground turned. He was about to faint right then and there as his teeth chattered, betraying his weakness. He knew that this wasn't a joke. This was a kind of bloodless slaughter in the marketplace. With these 3 moves, the Hall of Healing had utterly destroyed the foundations of the Pill King Garden. Grand Court Mater, what should we do? Master Violet, say something. Surely you won't watch the Pill King Garden go bankrupt. Yes, Master Violet, we all work for the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Master Violet snorted coldly and looked at the senior executives of the Pill King Garden with eyes full of disdain. He swept his sleeves up and left, truly unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. The last bit of faith held by the senior executives of the Pill King Garden collapsed with the flourish of his departure. The senior executives of the Hall of Healing also felt like they were in a dreamscape at the moment. They too hadn't anticipated Qiao Baisher's successive actions. After all, in an effort to avoid leaks, Qiao Baisher had continuously concealed and not spoken of his intentions with regards to this matter. Even many of the senior executives present hadn't been in the know. Apart from a few elders absolutely loyal to Qiao Baisher, who had received hints from Qiao Baisher before the matter, many senior executives had had no foreknowledge, including the second Hall Master Yukun. But at the moment, what did Yukun care about that? Seeing the faces that had been thwarted on the Pill King Garden side, his old face was smiling so hard that it was about to blossom into a flower. Number 3, you've played this hand beautifully. Yukun patted Qiao Baisher's shoulder. I had previously thought it a bit odd that the Lord Hall Master had trusted you so and cultivated you. In this my regard, my insight is truly inferior to the Lord Hall Master's. Second Hall Master is experienced and steady. There is much more that I must learn from you. Qiao Baisher also responded humbly. The next step was a showing by the Pill Trial Warriors. The profession of a Pill Trial Warrior was first and foremost to be impartial and speak the truth. Of course, the The spirit medicines from the Hall of Healing could withstand trials. After the repeated tests by the pill trial warriors, these pill medicines had gained complete certification. Heavenly Karma Pill, Vast Ocean Pill, One Buddha Powder, they were all genuine goods at a fair price. Under the guarantee of the pill trial warriors, the last bit of reservations and suspicions held by anyone present were dispelled. All the guests boiled with fervor and surged to the front of the display tables. Hall Master Chiao, I am the son of the Minister of War, Minister Fan. I will be over early tomorrow morning to place my order. Remember to reserve a place for me. Old Yu, my brother, is Vice Minister Zhang in the Ministry of Revenue. Your relationship with him goes back more than 10 years, right? Save a place for a brother tomorrow. I want to place an order. All sorts of favor currying and kowtowing up to someone came rushing in during the span of a moment. Although the Hall of Healing had many hands on their side, they too couldn't fend off the press of people for a bit. As for Princess Gayu, who had been invited by the Hall of Healing, her charming face was incredibly grave as she looked at the situation that had taken a complete turn for the opposite. She would occasionally throw a rushed glance at Jiang Chen, her heart filled with questions. She took another look at Jiang Chen. He had been smiling slightly all along, as if the hubbub in front of his eyes had nothing to do with him. The more he was this way, the more Princess Gayu resolutely believed that the Hall of Healing's mind-blowing comeback had some elements of this person's influence in it. Just as Princess Gayu was sifting through complicated feelings, an elder from the Hall of Healing walked over respectfully, holding a luxurious jade box in his hands. Your Highness, this is a dry share agreement, one. According to young Duke Jiang, the princess was involved in the One Buddha Powder. Here are dry shares of 20%. We hope the princess kindly accepts. 20% dry share, this was basically receiving money without lifting a single finger in effort. Goyu was dumbfounded. What involvement? What was the brat Jiang Chen playing at? But she immediately thought of the prescription that Jiang Chen had written for her and suddenly thought of what he had said. If she didn't believe him, she could take that prescription and exchange it for several million silver at the Hall of Healing. Indeed, the kid's hands could be found behind this matter. Princess Goyu further affirmed her internal speculation. She was a royal princess and didn't put on airs. She nodded her head slightly, and one of her servants accepted the agreement for 20% dry shares. She was well aware that the worth of this 20% dry share was much more than several million. When this One Buddha Powder was introduced, it was sure to storm the market and, without a doubt, corner the sector. In terms of long-term calculations, the profits of this 20% dry share would absolutely be denoted in hundreds of millions. The Pill King Garden's furious build-up had ended up benefiting the Hall of Healing in the end. It had also incidentally pushed itself into the abyss of destruction. This was basically digging a hole and burying themselves. The guests present finally left reluctantly, after repeated promises from the senior executives of the Hall of Healing. The Hall of Healing had emerged victorious on all fronts in this campaign, and had returned home laden with spoils of war. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Jiang Chen had watched the show that he'd come to watch, and was about to leave with his underlings when he suddenly halted as he passed by the Pill King Garden's display tables. "Oh right, Courtmaster Wang. I gave you a warning out of the goodness of my heart last time that your days were numbered. You treated my goodwill as ill intent. I don't even know how to comfort you." Jiang Chen planned on stomping this Courtmaster Wang dead with one foot. This man had publicly suppressed his Jiang family, and had humiliated Jiang Feng at the Soaring Dragon Manor. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this man was destined to be rotten bones in a graveyard, and he didn't have much time left. Cold, killing intent shot out of Courtmaster Wang's eyes as his bloodshot eyes were filled with wildness. When he walked out of the Myriad Treasures Palace, Jiang Chen's tone was frosty. One will fall victim in return if a snake isn't beaten to death. If we're to do something to this Pill King Garden, then we must destroy and pull them down. The four Shang Battalion brothers all nodded and felt that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. Jiang Chen, wait a moment. At the entrance to the Myriad Treasures Palace, Princess Gayu, wearing light green leather body armor embedded with a natural body scent, rushed in front of Jiang Chen. She pushed the box forward. "I'm giving this 20% dry shares back to you." "What are you giving them back to me for?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Wasn't this a red envelope for you?" "Humph. Don't think I don't know that you were certainly involved in the Hall of Healing's turnaround. Do you think I don't know the origins of this one Buddha powder? Princess Goyu's face was flushed faintly red. If they gave it to you, then just accept it. What's with all the extraneous words? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Besides, you were the first to take this one Buddha powder. You were a pill trial warrior. Receiving a red envelope would be quite normal, no? What? Jiang Chen, you brat. How dare you treat this princess as a pill trial warrior? Princess Goyu couldn't hold in her inexplicable anger. Look at you, you're fine. Jiang Chen chuckled. Please, Jiang Chen was the most renowned alchemy master beneath the heavens. The pill recipes he took out were advanced recipes from even more lofty realms. They had undergone forging by hundreds and thousands of truths. What need was there for a pill trial warrior? Don't be so hot-tempered. I know you're internally grateful to me. If you want to pay me back, then send the set of flying daggers to me earlier. Jiang Chen squeezed his legs after he'd finished speaking and left on a galloping horse. The 4 Shang battalion brothers were under orders to protect Jiang Chen. They could only look with resignation at the princess before rushing off in hot pursuit. Only Princess Goyu was left, staring off in the distance as she clutched the jade box. After the events of today, Goyu could definitely be certain that Jiang Chen was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Jiang Chen, Princess Goyu lightly mouthed this name and sank in a bafflingly deep thought in that moment. Back at the Zhanghan Manor, Jiang Chen was not overly excited due to the events of the day. To speak frankly, the events of today were just an interlude for him. Endless martial Tao was Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Jiang Zheng, make a trip to the Hall of Healing and tell Qiao Baisher to come here. Jiang Chen thought momentarily and had an idea in his mind. He didn't want to split a portion of his mental energy to think of the affairs of the Hall of Healing. He needed to concentrate more on the path of martial Tao. One had to give it to him. Qiao Baisher was nearing blind worship now when it came to Jiang Chen. Although a multitude of affairs awaited him in the Hall of Healing, he immediately set off without hesitation when he heard Jiang Chen's summons. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with Qiao Baisher's attitude. Third Hall Master, I only have one sentence. What I've given to your Hall of Healing today, I can take back tenfold tomorrow. Do you believe me? 1. Dry shares are shares of ownership awarded to someone who was pivotal to the founding of a company, but when that person wasn't an investor. Chapter 50. Qiao Baisher acknowledges a master. Chapter 50. Qiao Baisher acknowledges a master. Qiao Baisher was aghast and hurriedly stood up. Young Duke, has someone from the Hall of Healing given offense? I will immediately go back and investigate. Whoever has offended the young Duke, I will throw them out on the streets immediately. Jiang Chen spread his hands downward and smiled. Don't be agitated. I was just saying. I've asked you to come today because I wish to speak a few words from my heart. Baisher listens most devoutly and respectfully to any instructions that the young Duke will give. Qiao Baisher had humbled himself greatly in front of Jiang Chen. He knew, better than anyone, that the glories and honor of the Hall of Healing, which belonged to him today, were all courtesy of Jiang Chen. It was just as Jiang Chen had said. What he could give the Hall of Healing today, he could take back tenfold tomorrow. Jiang Chen nodded. I'll speak frankly. I have no time to visit your Hall of Healing once, twice, or even thrice a month. I need a confidant, a follower, or to put it in better-sounding terms, a disciple in name who will listen to what I say. Qiao Baisher's thoughts raced. How could he be an idiot if he was a Hall Master? He naturally understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. This was a desire for Qiao Baisher to prove his loyalty and announce his allegiance. Third Hall Master, you're a smart man. I'll only say this. If there comes a day when someone who's 100 times greater than you kneels in front of me and licks my toes, I might not even accept him as a disciple then. What I can give you is 10 times, 100 times beyond the limits of your imagination. Qiao Baisher's breathing became rushed. How would he not believe him? Jiang Chen had changed the entire landscape of the Eastern Kingdom's spirit medicine market with just 3 random pill recipes. Given enough time, the pill medicines of the Hall of Healing, making their way to the neighboring 16 countries and making staggering profits, was absolutely not out of the question. And all of this had been bestowed by Jiang Chen. When his thoughts traveled here, How could Xiao Baishe hesitate? His two knees immediately hit the floor. Honored master, Baishe kowtows in greeting. Baishe is willing to spend his life following master and learn of the boundless Tao of alchemy. Following his words, he kowtowed as respectfully as possible and fully fulfilled the courtesies of formally becoming a disciple. 1. Jiang Chen didn't put on any airs and fully accepted Xiao Baishe's ritual. Baishe, there will come a day in which you discover that you made a wise and brilliant decision today. If you had hesitated a moment longer, just now, you would have lost my trust. The aid I've rendered you would have also halted today. Xiao Baishe was exceedingly fearful. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, I will thus pass to you the core secrets of the 3 pill recipes. This way, it saves me the trouble of visiting your hall of healing every month. What? Xiao Baishe was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that such amazing benefits would befall him after acknowledging a master. He was directly receiving the core techniques of these 3 types of pill recipes. This was an extravagant hope that he hadn't even dared dream of. Don't be astonished. These 3 pill recipes are strokes of great fortune in your eyes. In my eyes, though, they're not much better than trash. Jiang Chen wasn't blustering. With his attainments in the Tao of alchemy in his past life, these pill recipes were street vendor goods that were ordinary beyond belief. These words weren't meant as an empty bluster, but to take Xiao Baishe down a notch and prevent him from overweening pride after receiving the core secrets of these 3 pill recipes. Xiao Baishe was even more fearful. Master, your disciple is afraid that he is unlikely to master these 3 pill recipes. In the hall of healing, since I am passing them on to you, then I am unafraid of you being unable to master them. Remember, you're different from before. You have me as your backer. If anyone dares raise a hue and cry at you in the world of spirit medicine, then you have the right to pulverize them to dust. If you are unable to do so, then you have no qualifications towards being my disciple. You must be quite aware that if I was willing, the line of those who would beg on both knees to be my disciple would stretch from my Jianghan territory all the way to the capital. Xiao Baishe hurriedly said, your disciple is a believer. Master possesses marvelous resources and must be the reincarnation of a great and ancient alchemy master. How could your disciple not believe? Being able to attract the favorable attention of my master is the result of the karma from my hundreds of years of training. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. Reincarnation of a great, ancient alchemy master? Xiao Baishe had guessed quite daringly, but he had been too conservative even with such a daring guess. Of course, Jiang Chen would naturally not reveal his own secrets and only smiled mysteriously. Great and ancient alchemy master? Baishe, if you have enough good fortune, the longer you follow me, the more you will learn about how high the heavens are and how big the world is. For Xiao Baishe, this was destined to be a sleepless night. This evening, he had made a decision that would change the trajectory of his life. Jiang Chen bore no suspicions about his people and had fully passed on the mysteries and secrets of the 3 pill recipes to Xiao Baishe. This made Xiao Baishe commit himself even more fully to Jiang Chen. After sending off Xiao Baishe, Jiang Chen entered the Jianghan secret training room and continued training. Although Jiang Chen had been quite busy during this time, he had never neglected his nightly homework of training. After these last few days of familiar practice, he had fully entered the training state of the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. Under the aid of this strong method, his vast waves' true qi had improved with marvelous speed. His 6 meridians' true qi were like 6 hungry tigers, full of hunger towards the next acupoint. They itched for action and wished to attempt to fight towards 7 meridians' true qi. Who would have thought that the power of the secret of the 9 laughing oceans would be this much greater than I'd imagined? I thought ascending to 7 meridians true qi wouldn't be that easy. Yet, the secret of the 9 laughing oceans has enabled the quality of my vast waves true qi to greatly increase. With such a supreme method, breaking through to 7 meridians true qi can be a matter achieved without any extra effort or the need for additional buildup. Jiang Chen discovered that he had underestimated the quality of the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. In the days that he'd practiced the secret of the 9 laughing oceans, his vast waves' true chi had noticeably improved by quite a bit. All right, since this vast wave's true chi is so hungry, it indicates that there's no need for me to linger in the intermediate realm of true chi. Let's give it a go. Jiang Chen was a man of action and immediately manipulated his 6 meridians true chi. His 6 currents of concentrated vast waves true chi were like 6 rivers converging into the great seas. It was easier than Jiang Chen had imagined. When the 6 hungry wolves of vast waves true chi rushed towards the 7th acupoint, a warm current circled the acupoint. True chi surged forward like electricity in an unstoppable onslaught at that moment, instantaneously clearing the 7th meridian without a hint of hesitation or the slightest feeling of an obstacle. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. Who would have thought that breaking through to the 7 meridians true chi was so much easier than he'd imagined? It looks like it's not that the practitioners of this common world possess inferior potential, but that they truly lack decent training methods. With this Jiang Chen as an example, if he'd been willing to train studiously, then he would have been at least at 6 meridians true chi. Even 7 meridians true chi wouldn't have been a far-fetched thought. Jiang Chen knew that he had broken through so easily and had entered the advanced realm of true chi, at least partially because the potential of this body was quite good, but that the main reason was because of an advanced training method. If one looked throughout the entire Eastern Kingdom, it would be impossible to find another method superior to this secret of the 9 laughing oceans. Even the royal family's entire founding method of Eastern Amethyst Chi would still pale far in comparison to this secret of the 9 laughing oceans. A breakthrough in the area of true chi greatly increased Jiang Chen's confidence. With the aid of his vast waves of true chi, Jiang Chen began to combine his martial art technique training. With his current true chi foundation, Jiang Chen didn't choose the techniques that were overly deep. The set of Vast Ocean Current Splitter was the upgraded version of Wave Breaker, and the set of Divine Aeon's Fist was the upgraded version of Sea God Fist. The original owner of Jiang Chen's body had previously practiced Wave Breaker and Sea God Fist, but he'd counted as someone who'd just set foot in the halls of training and hadn't fully gotten a handle on the core components. Therefore, Jiang Chen was basically starting from the beginning, now that he was practicing these 2 upgraded versions of the martial arts techniques. There were 7 forms in total to the Vast Ocean Current Splitter. Once the 7 forms had all been successfully practiced, the sword form would be like the currents of the vast ocean and fully display the true colors of a hero. It was said that once the 7 forms had been successfully practiced and were well versed through a comprehensive study of the subject, that one in the true chi realm would have a fighting chance with an ordinary spirit Tao practitioner. The true chi realm being able to counter the legendary spirit Tao. It could be seen from such rumors what a dominant technique the Vast Ocean Current Splitter was. Within the Jianghan Manor training field, Jiang Chen used his hand as a blade beneath the moonlight. His steps were as if stepping upon the backs of waves. Each motion encompassed the concept of roaring waves. One had to say, equipped with the memories of his past life, Jiang Chen possessed an extremely strong grasp and understanding of martial arts techniques. At this moment, his palm became a blade, and it was as if there truly was a blade in his hand with each step he took. The concepts layered upon each other, causing his entire body to be filled with the light of brilliant dominance. First form of Vast Ocean Current Splitter, Wave Slash. Jiang Chen stepped out, and his arm slashed downwards. It was a clean and neat cut without any embellishments, utterly lacking extraneous movements. Simple and fast, charging towards the main subject. True chi like frost filled the air with frigid light. Accompanied by a strong metallic sense, true chi flowed straight through where the hand blade pointed and landed on a stone lock. After the crisp sound of rock shattering, the stone lock broke neatly down the center. The 2 sides were as smooth and shiny as a mirror, as if a knife had cut through it like tofu. It was as if a real blade had cut through it with this move. Jiang Chen's interest was greatly piqued as he repeatedly moved his feet. His arm continued to slash downwards, like layers upon layers of waves. Clang, clang. Jiang Chen slashed downwards 9 times in one go. 9 neat currents of true qi flowed through him, as the row of stone locks successively broke apart down the middle, following a neat rhythm. The sides of each broken stone lock were as neat as mirrors. Vast ocean current splitter really is something all right. Jiang Chen retracted his steps and gazed upon the row of neatly split stone locks. He was very satisfied as he gazed at the surface of the stone locks broken. Such power in the first form, and this is still only the first form. If I were to slash 7 times in one go, it's unlikely that there would be many who could take my 7 slashes within the realm of advanced true qi. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied as he looked upon the amazing destruction brought upon by the first form of the vast ocean current splitter, an upgraded method accompanied by upgraded martial arts techniques. In such a small kingdom of a common status, one would definitely have the basis to look upon peers on the same level with disdain. The final exams of the Hidden Dragon trials are about to arrive. The easy and comfortable days of the capital are likely to be gone without a trace. Jiang Chen very calmly perceived that, along with the start of the final exams of the Hidden Dragon trials, great upheaval was sure to occur for the bigger picture of the capital. The situation of a raging storm had already been formed, and Jiang Chen didn't dare slacken the slightest bit. Chapter 51. Layered Feather Throwing Daggers. Chapter 51. Layered Feather Throwing Daggers. During the next several days, Jiang Chen spent every day training in the Jianghan manner and consolidated the results of having trained to 7 meridians true qi. He would never be careless in the area of strengthening meridians. Compared to his peers, Jiang Chen placed much more of an importance on strengthening his meridians. Only by strengthening them to an unassailable stage would he be on the safe side when vying for the next step. As his cultivation continued to increase, it was inevitable that the difficulty in taking each step forward would markedly increase. The risks he would meet would also steadily increase. If he greedily sought after speed and advanced rashly, it was very possible that his haste would not bring success. With the aid of 7 meridians true qi, Jiang Chen had quite a few breakthroughs on the 2 martial arts techniques. There were 7 forms in total for the vast ocean current splitter, and he had already successfully practiced the first 2. The first form, wave slash, and the second form, wave breaker, layered upon each other as they advanced, with each move stronger than the last. Not only had Jiang Chen practiced these 2 to the great perfection realm, but he'd also linked the 2 forms, thus doubling their power. In terms of mysteries, the divine Ian's fist was many times greater than the vast ocean current splitter. The vast ocean current splitter was a blade technique devoting particular care to a dominance that pressed forward with indomitable will. Wherever the edge of the blade swept, all were laid prostrate, no matter friend or foe. Divine Ian's fist, on the other hand, encompassed the theories of heaven and earth, fusing the way of the life and destruction of all creatures beneath the heavens. From 1 cycle of blooming and wilting to 9 cycles of blooming and wilting, there were the mysteries of 9 rounds of reincarnation held within. With each successful comprehension of the mysteries of each successive cycle of reincarnation, the power of the divine Ian's fist would double. One had to say the divine Ian's fist was practically tailored for Jiang Chen. The circle of life contained by the divine Ian's first was precisely the way of destruction and growth encompassed by the wheel of life and death. And Jiang Chen had reincarnated from the son of the celestial emperor to the common body of the son of a duke, literally undergoing the wheel of life and death. Therefore, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the divine Ian's fist was actually deeper and more extensive than the vast ocean current splitter. If it was said that Jiang Chen had so far trained the vast ocean current splitter to the great perfection realm, then he would have trained the divine Ian's fist to the legendary realm. However, there were 9 levels of mysteries in the cycle of life in the divine Ian's fist. Jiang Chen had currently only grasped 3 levels. This divine Ian's fist conforms so well with the trajectory of my destiny that I've comprehended the mysteries of 3 cycles of blooming and wilting in just a mere few days. Given enough time, this divine Ian's fist is sure to become an overbearing martial arts technique that I can use to vanquish my enemies. If I can train this divine Ian's fist to 7 or 8 levels, then even if I am halted at 7 meridians true chi, I would probably be able to fight against true chi masters. If I am able to comprehend the mysteries of 9 cycles of blooming and wilting, then it's not impossible that I would be able to resist those legendary spirit Tao practitioners. Jiang Chen had a particular affixment to the divine Ian's fist. It was as if he had entrusted the spirit of his reincarnation to this martial arts technique. Jiang Chen did not set a foot outside his door that day, and was practicing in the training field when Jiang Zheng hurriedly came to report that Princess Guyu had arrived. Princess Guyu had kept quite a low profile during this time, apparently making her final preparations for breaking through to 11 meridians true chi. Her appearance now most likely meant that everything was in readiness. Looks like I must congratulate you in advance. Jiang Chen discovered that Princess Guyu's spirit was soaring when he saw her, and that she gave off an unworldly feeling of reveling in the joy of the spring wind. 1 inch. Princess Guyu was obviously in a very good mood. Jiang Chen, I've especially come to thank you. All right, here are the items that were prepared for you. Princess Guyu personally took 2 boxes from her retinue. The boxes were opened. A set of soft armor was in the first box. The 9 throwing daggers were in the second box, made from the layered feather golden crystal from that day. This crystal had been an almost transparent crystal to begin with, and was now as thin and transparent as cicada wings after it had been forged into throwing daggers. When the sunlight hit it, it was like ice entering water and melting away into nothingness, thoroughly becoming one with the vacant void. Princess Guyu had to give it up to Jiang Chen's eye for appraisal. Who would have thought that the layered feather golden crystal would have this kind of effect when forged into throwing daggers? Jiang Chen, this soft armor was made from the sky silk fibers from barbarian territory in the western regions. It encompasses the skin of a large, deep-water whale and can withstand the blow from an ordinary, true chi master. One had to say, there was indeed quite a lot of sincerity in Princess Guyu's gratitude. This soft armor even surprised Jiang Chen a little. The item is not bad, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen smiled and was in exceedingly good spirits. Princess Guyu heaved an easy sigh. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would strut around for a while. This would have made her feel that she'd suffered a setback. Seeing Jiang Chen happily accept, Princess Guyu was even happier than if she'd received a treasure herself. Jiang Chen, there's less than half a month left before the final examinations of the Hidden Dragon trials start up. This is the final trial of strength. How are your preparations? Princess Guyu couldn't resist the urge to assume the demeanor of the organizer of the Hidden Dragon trials. Aha, what are your expectations of me? Jiang Chen asked with a smirk. Do you want me to speak truthfully? Do you have a habit of lying? Jiang Chen blinked. All right, Jiang Chen, whether it's me or little girl Zhao, we both hope to see you show your capabilities in the Hidden Dragon trials. Show my capabilities? You're too vague. Be more specific. Princess Guyu paused, and a light flashed through her phoenix eyes. If you can defeat all your opponents and seize the championship of the trials, we will both be happy for you. Just be happy for me? Are there any rewards? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Yes. Princess Guyu didn't mince words. If you can defeat all your opponents, you can have whatever reward you wish. Whatever reward I wish. Jiang Chen raked a dirty gaze up and down Princess Guyu's entire body and wantonly looked all over her sexy body, even more so. What are you looking at? Princess Guyu was a martial Tao practitioner and didn't believe in the nonsense of shyness from a girl. She stuck out her chest and said, if you can suppress long Jushue this one time, you can have whatever lewd fantasies you're thinking about me. Even if you want to take both me and little girl Zhuo, that wouldn't be out of the question either. Princess Guyu broke into a laugh herself after these words. Her smile was quite true, very radiant, and utterly unassuming. Take both of you. Jiang Chen discovered that he had underestimated Princess Guyu's bold fierceness, even though he knew that Princess Guyu wasn't entirely serious. However, even if one knew that this was a joke, the mere thought of that kind of scene was enough to make an ordinary person's heart race. Indeed, take both of us. Princess Goyu nodded her head very affirmatively. In the world of martial Tao, the strong are venerated. If you truly have this kind of ability, then you will soar into the skies with one move sooner or later. At that time, all the women in the kingdom will be lining up for you to take your pick, not just counting the two of us. Whichever girl you choose, she would absolutely be willing to bring her sisters as her dowry. Worshipping the strong, clinging to the strong, those were rules that were applicable to any world. This is to say that you truly wish for me to be the champion of the hidden dragon trials. If it was a month ago, I wouldn't have even thought that anyone could affect Long Jushue for being the champion. But now, if I must find hope in someone, I hope it's you, and you're the only one that I can think of. Princess Goyu was very honest. I don't wish for Long Jushue to be the champion. Because of the strife between the royal family and the Duke of Soaring Dragon, there was a shadow of a smile on Jiang Chen's face. Yes, Princess Goyu gritted her silver teeth and candidly didn't deny it. You can offer yourself up for the royal family, for the profit of the Eastern family clan. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Jiang Chen, are you belittling me? Princess Goyu's expression changed, but her heart suddenly felt beyond bleak and desolate. She was such a proud person and couldn't spare even a glance for any of her pursuers. How could she be someone who offered herself up for profit? Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, don't you know that I, Goyu, am this way in order to encourage you and provide additional impetus for you? All right, I will also answer you directly. I will use all of my power to block Long Jushue because of the disgusting, dirty things that the Duke of Soaring Dragon has committed against my Jiang family. Jiang Chen's tone was also suffused with a sense of confidence that showed no doubt. Jiang Chen felt an increased sense of urgency from the hidden dragon trials after Princess Goyu had left. Jiang Chen decided to make a trip to the Hall of Healing before the trials began. He wanted to make even more complete preparations for the trials that were about to begin. During this time, the Hall of Healing had been quite busy with trade. Guests visiting the Hall of Healing came to and fro in constant streams from morning to night, almost flattening the hall's door threshold. Hall Master Qiao, congratulations. Jiang Chen immediately said to Qiao Baisher, who was shining with happiness after entering through the door. Ahan, young Duke. Qiao Baisher almost blurted out the two words of honored master. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he probably would have actually done so. Young Duke, honored guest. Please come this way, this way. Qiao Baisher was naturally overjoyed to see Jiang Chen. He had been busy with business during this time, and hadn't had time to visit and pay his respect to his honored master. He had also been worried if his honored master might have become irate. It wasn't a matter of Jiang Chen worrying that Qiao Baisher wouldn't listen to him anymore, but of Qiao Baisher worrying that Jiang Chen would turn his nose up at Qiao Baisher and leave him out in the cold. To Qiao Baisher, although the business of the Hall of Healing was quite important, when compared with the matter of acknowledging Jiang Chen as his master, the former was just an issue of minor importance. If it was said that Qiao Baisher placed great significance on his status as the successor to the Hall of Healing before, then his worldview and thoughts had greatly changed after acknowledging Jiang Chen as his master. He had cared very much for his position as the successor to the Hall previously, but now it seemed a little trivial. It didn't seem like a big thing if he wasn't the successor to the Hall. If he was able to follow his master and pursue knowledge and direction, gaining great ability, he would have a stage in the future that was more expansive than the Hall of Healing by tenfold, or even 100-fold. Why would he then worry about lacking scope for his abilities? His honored master's random 3-pill recipes had been enough to upend the pill markets of the neighboring 16 countries, to speak nothing of anything else. These days, there had been a steady flow of customers placing orders at the Hall of Healing. The orders that the Hall had received were already waiting in line for next year's supply. Even so, the people placing orders still had astonishing interest and pleasure, not minding a longer wait at all. The Hall of Healing didn't wish to take deposits, but their customers wouldn't take no for an answer and insisted on advance payments. This kind of trade caused every associate in the Hall of Healing to feel free of mind and happy of heart. This wasn't doing business. This was practically opening a gold mine and having money flow in when one just sat there. As for the man who had personally created this scene, the events of these days had caused Qiao Baisher to internally contemplate quite a bit. He had realized that his previous worldview had still been too narrow. He had also become conscious that what his honored master, Jiang Chen, had brought him would truly change his destiny. 1. Chinese saying indicating someone's joy after experiencing the tutelage of a wise teacher. Chapter 52. Fatty Xian seeks help. Chapter 52. Fatty Xian seeks help. Bai Shi, is there any sign of movement from the Pill King Garden? Jiang Chen wouldn't lower his guard with regards to the Pill King Garden. Although the Pill King Garden's decline was a foregone conclusion, one would fall victim in return if a snake isn't beaten death. Jiang Chen would never permit such a thing to happen. Master, the decline of the Pill King Garden is an inevitable development. It is said that all the senior executives of the Pill King Garden are prepared to abandon the garden and throw themselves under the Duke of Soaring Dragon's banner in order to become vagabond hang-ons. It looks like we've underestimated the people of the Pill King Garden. Those who suit their actions to the time are wise. The Pill King Garden is smart regarding this point. They thoroughly sought refuge with the Duke of Soaring Dragon upon knowing that a trend cannot be halted. This way, the Duke of Soaring Dragon will surely not be unwelcoming towards them. An alchemy master is absolutely a strong reinforcement for a duke who desires to rebel. Yes, honored master is able to penetrate deeply into all things. Bai Baisha nodded, thinking nothing of Jiang Chen's style of speaking with no scruples. Baisha, I've come this time to ready some pill medicines. I need some materials. Prepare them for me. As someone's honored master, enjoying this kind of benefit was a given. Honored master, your disciple has already prepared 10 heavenly karma pill, 10 vast ocean pill, and a couple bottles of 1 Buddha powder. One had to say, Baisha's thoughts were quite clever and quite caring when it came to contemplating problems. He knew that Jiang Chen would participate in the Hidden Dragon trials and thus had reserved these pill medicines for Jiang Chen early on. Jiang Chen was very satisfied by this. These are the ingredients that I need. Prepare these as well. Jiang Chen naturally had his uses for these ingredients. His father had been ambushed on the steps of his house last time and had fallen victim to a wicked poison. This time, Jiang Chen planned to commence an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth attack by fighting poison with poison. He too had prepared a few frightening poisons. This was all a piece of cake to Jiang Chen. Although using poison was an unorthodox way, one still had to prepare some when in the midst of exceedingly poor conditions and before strength had been built up. This was being prepared against war. If the enemy deployed an underhanded move, then fighting poison with poison would be a good thing. Once all the requisite items had been prepared, Jiang Chen didn't linger around the Hall of Healing for too long. Bai Shi was also kept extremely busy, and they both didn't wish to waste each other's time. After returning to the manor, Jiang Chen discovered that Fatty Xian had waited for him at the Jianghan Manor for quite some time. The heir to the Hubing dukedom, Hubing Yu, had also accompanied him. Brother Chen, I've finally awaited your arrival. Your brother is suffering. It was as if Fatty Xian had met a lifesaver when he finally saw Jiang Chen. What's going on? With the Hidden Dragon trials near at hand, Jiang Chen also knew that Fatty Xian would definitely not idly visit here if there was nothing going on. Fatty Xian had a bitter face. Brother Chen, I was also deeply moved by your words last time and decided to turn over a new life in order to reserve the right for my next generation to be fops. I had planned to use all the fat on my body to keep the dukedom. But Fatty Xian heaved another sigh when he got to this point. Hurry and speak if you've got something to say. Hurry and let it out if you've got a fart to release. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to see Fatty Xian speak in such a falteringly way. Brother Chen, you should also know that this body of fat makes it more difficult for me to train than other ordinary people. I would have been able to slip through the Hidden Dragon trials with my 5 meridians true chi. However, some fellow with 6 meridians true chi suddenly appeared in my family's clan a few days ago. The conclave of the family elders are now calling for the strongest youth in the clan to participate in the Hidden Dragon trials. Brother Chen, you know that if that fellow is allowed to participate in the Hidden Dragon trials, then it won't be me that inherits my old man's Jinshan dukedom, but that bastard. What's his name? Jiang Chen asked faintly. He's called Xian Yuan. Fatty Xian revealed an expression that yearned to take a bite out of that person's flesh when he mentioned this name. This kid was originally only 4 meridians true chi, but I don't know if he's suddenly gone crazy or if he's been hiding his strength all along, waiting until the last minute to steal my thunder. Fatty Xian was at 5 meridians true chi and had lingered at this level for about a year or two. He'd been unable to find the 6th acupoint at all during this time. Jiang Chen's forehead furrowed vaguely. Didn't I tell you to come find me before the trials? Were you planning on not coming at all if this hadn't happened? Hu Bingyu's face flushed red. Brother Chun, my old man at home has been keeping a tight watch on me. He says it's because of the hidden dragon trials that are at hand, and that he won't let me come out and act wildly. Oh, whatever. Since you found me, Fatty Xian, then I'll give you 2 ideas. Jiang Chen said lightly. Brother, you're my brother, all right. I can't even think of one idea, and you have 2? Please hurry and speak. Your brother will do as you say. Fatty Xian beamed with delight as his face, full of depression, was swept clean away. First, I take action on your behalf and surreptitiously get rid of that Xian Yuan with 1 stroke. Fatty Xian retracted his head, and a cold chill prickled at the back of his head as he looked at Jiang Chen's murderous expression. He chuckled. This won't do. Definitely won't do. Interference from outsiders, particularly from you, Brother Chun, will result in both our doom if someone successfully investigates this. I'm not afraid, but I can't pull you down with me. Then it's the second idea. You beat him fair and square, leaving him with nothing to say. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush. Fatty Xian, however, looked like he'd bit into a bitter gourd. Brother, would I be suffering so if I could beat him fair and square? Do you think I'm as abnormal as you to challenge someone above my level and beat that yin monkey like beating a dog? Fatty Xian, when did you become so good for naught? Did I say for you to challenge his 6 meridians true chi with your 5 meridians true chi? I am 5 meridians true chi, though. You know that, Brother Chun. I've been stuck there for about a year. This 6th acupoint is playing hide and seek with me. Fatty Xian was quite dejected. If you were able to ascend to 6 meridians true chi, would you have the confidence to defeat him? Jiang Chen asked lowly. If it was 6 meridians against 6 meridians, would I be afraid of him? Brother Chun, I'm still the son of the Duke of Jinshan after all. My heritage and potential are all better than him. Besides, the fat on my body isn't good for nothing. In terms of tonnage, I can crush him to pieces with no questions about it. Fatty Xian's spittle flew wildly. All right, then I'll help you break through to 6 meridians true chi. Brother Chun, what did you say? Help me break through. Fatty Xian had a look of incredulity on his face and off on the side. Hu Bingyu also listened with a face full of shock. Helping someone break through was a mighty feat that only a true chi master could materialize on occasion. Brother Chun, are you a true chi master who's been concealing his strength? Fatty Xian was agitated with excitement. Remember when I told you to come find me last time? I said that I would give you a surprise. Although you've come a bit late, the surprise still exists. Jiang Chen had no time to engage in idle chatter with Fatty Xian, but said seriously, before I reveal the surprise, the 2 of you must swear that only the 3 of us will know of this matter. Apart from us, this must not be divulged to anyone else. Otherwise, this will be the equivalent of giving me up as a brother. Fatty Xian patted his chest. Brother, you're the person that I, Fatty, feel closest to. Even my old man can only take his place in line behind you. If I don't listen to you, I will be struck by lightning. Brother Chun, I too swear to safeguard this secret. If it is disclosed, then let my household be slaughtered. Hu Bingyu wasn't as serious as Fatty Xian, but his oath was even more ruthless. All right. Jiang Chen's gaze moved slightly. He was still rather at ease and trusted these 2 best friends. Listen up. I'm passing a method on to you today. This method can allow you to locate the acupoints within your body, making it unnecessary for you to spend large amounts of time in exploration of the next acupoint before each breakthrough like other practitioners. My method can allow you to simultaneously locate the next acupoint. What? Hu Bingyu reacted even faster as his expression changed drastically. Brother Chun, how can such a method exist in this world? Brother Chun, are you going to say that this was also the result of divine possession? Fatty Xian tongue was tying itself into knots. Don't ask me where it comes from. Are you willing to learn? Willing. I'm willing. I'm an absolute idiot if I'm not willing. Fatty Xian didn't even crease his brow. Brother Chun, if this method exists, I'd like to learn too. Hubing you is not ambiguous. All right, listen well. This method is called true acupoint resonance and is a secret that is not passed on. If knowledge of this method is leaked, it is sure to cause great turmoil in the world of cultivation. You too would also inevitably attract fatal disasters. This is why I had you promise earlier that you wouldn't divulge this. Fatty Xian was listening with a parched mouth and scorched tongue. He trusted Jiang Chen blindly. He would unequivocally believe anything that Jiang Chen said. Therefore, he'd already treated this true acupoint resonance method as real. Although a sliver of doubt still existed in Hubing Yu, he too felt great confidence in Jiang Chen. Let's stop chatting and start listening to the formula. Jiang Chen also didn't want to waste time in convincing them, and he simply and directly started passing on the formula. Let the truth explain everything. One had to say, practitioners were all naturally endowed with cleverness. After running through the formula 3 times, Fatty Xian and Hubing, you could recite it fluently from memory. There's no use in talking anymore. Both of you, try using this method. True acupoint resonance came from an even higher level, but it wasn't such an advanced method at the end of the day. However, it was impossible for the Eastern Kingdom to possess such a method with its level. Fatty Xian and Hubing Yu started their experimentation, and their expressions started changing after a short while. Joy slowly appeared, surprise, and then glee, as if one had discovered a precious treasure. Truly, their emotions right now could only be described as if they discovered a precious treasure. Brother Chun, I really located it. This is amazing. I located the 8th acupoint. Brother Chun, I'm too happy. Hubing Yu was so excited that tears were almost falling. Hubing Yu looked dignified and strong, and his training potential was exceedingly high. Otherwise, with the Hubing dukedom's less than impressive ranking, how would Hubing Yu have trained to 7 meridians true qi at such a tender age? Locating the 8th acupoint meant that he had the chance to break through to 8 meridians true qi before the hidden dragon trials. Breaking through to 8 meridians true qi meant that he, Hubing Yu, had the opportunity to contend for the ranking of one of the top 10 dukes. As for Fatty Xian, his body, as rotund as a leather ball, suddenly bounced up with a roar, his entire being almost going mad as his motions were accompanied by the roar of a pig being slaughtered. Brother Chun, I want to break through. I'm going to break through. Chapter 53, Fatty's Counterattack. Chapter 53, Fatty's Counterattack. Agitation, excitement, overjoyed, they were all inadequate to describe Fatty Xian's current state of feeling, because he had successfully located his 6th acupoint. The 5 meridians true qi that he had strengthened and forged for around a year were actually in full readiness for ascension. Unfortunately, his level of comprehension had never been enough to be able to locate where the 6th acupoint was. And now, this true acupoint resonance method had easily helped him locate the 6th acupoint. This meant that he was almost able to break through where he stood. Yes, Fatty Xian had truly decided to break through in his immediate vicinity. He gave no thought to what was an appropriate situation, nor paid heed to inconsequential things like closing his doors for training. With Brother Chun and Hubing Yu present, Fatty Xian totally didn't think of any of this. He believed that his 2 brothers would monitor the premises for him. Fatty Xian was sweating profusely after roughly an hour. After a wild circulation of his true qi, it was like his entire being had been steamed. Droplets of water were on his face and head. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Xian laughed heartily. Xian Yuan, you've been overbearing and arrogant for so many days. Just wait until Fatty goes back and tortures you to death. One had to give it to him. Fatty Xian was very proud and felt quite the feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. The son of a duke being suppressed by some nameless fellow in the family clan. Even with Fatty Xian's obliviousness, he still had a bit of pride that would be affected by a situation like this. He itched to return immediately and find Xian Yuan for a thorough beating to vent his frustrations of many days. Fatty, don't have your head turned by success. You've only just broken through and haven't stabilized your realm. You'd be seeking your doom if you picked a fight with a 6 meridians true chi right now. Jiang Chen doused his spirits with a pail of cold water in the nick of time. I'll give you some unconventional ways. These unconventional ways, along with the aid of pill medicine, will allow you to strengthen your meridians to a great perfection level in a short amount of time. This way, with your foundations as the son of a duke, you might as well ram yourself to death with a block of tofu if you still can't beat an ordinary 6 meridians true chi. And don't call yourself my brother. Fatty Xian was wreathed in smiles. Brother Chen cares about me the most. Brothers for a day, brothers for life. Knowing Brother Chen is the most exalted thing in my life. Brother Chen, wouldn't you say that my discerning eyes could recognize a gem when they saw one? Only Hubing you and I were your brothers when you were at the lowest point in your life. TSK, I'm a bit infatuated with my own foresight. Hubing Yu's eyes also sparkled with excited and overjoyed light. His current emotions weren't much calmer than Fatty Xian's. Except, Fatty Xian had broken through immediately, and Hubing Yu had yet to do so. However, to break through or not break through was actually not important anymore. With the true acupoint resonance method, the amount of time spent training in the future was sure to decrease greatly. In addition, they would be able to travel a great many less winding paths and avoid many pitfalls on the future path of their martial Daos. It wasn't that many lacked the potential, but rather encountered bottlenecks when in exploration of the next acupoint, and thus were continuously unable to find a location of the next acupoint when training in the realm of true chi. This was a problem in the power of understanding and wasn't something that could be remedied by hard work. But the true acupoint resonance method could offset the side effects of a lack in the power of understanding. Therefore, this method was absolutely beyond the existence of the Eastern Kingdom. Perhaps only those hidden sects possess such a method, and ordinary disciples are likely not allowed to practice it either. Hubing Yu thought internally as his admiration and worship of Jiang Chen became even more struck from the depths of his heart. Brother Chen, I've decided that I'll go put down Xin Yuan in 3 days' time. Both of you number amongst my few brothers and must come support me. I'll attend for sure. Hubing Yu nodded. That works. I'll also go to watch the show. Jiang Chen agreed. 3 days later, Jiang Chen came to the Jinshan Manor. It could be seen that Fatty Xian had deeply concealed his intentions. He'd even hid the truth from his old man this time. It looked like that Fatty Xian had hardened his heart and was determined to thoroughly thwart Xin Yuan in order to give the entire Jinshan household a major surprise. The friendship between the Jinshan dukedom and the Jianghan dukedom spanned more than 2 generations. The Duke of Jinshan was also vaguely surprised to see Jiang Chen attend. Strange and bizarre happenings had been occurring in the capital during this time, like that of fleeting clouds and ripples. The Duke of Jinshan had also heard a few rumors about Jiang Chen, and after the events at the Soaring Dragon Manor last time, the Duke of Jinshan had personally observed with his eyes Jiang Chen's performance. Therefore, the Duke of Jinshan felt rather complicated feelings towards Jiang Chen. He had originally felt that his son was more or less doing nothing useful by hanging around Jiang Chen. But given the friendship between the two families, he hadn't said much. However, Jiang Chen's successive string of changes somewhat befuddled the Duke of Jinshan. He too wondered if Jiang Chen was purposefully concealing his true strength. He had tried to solicit the truth from Fatty Xian a few times, yet, although Fatty Xian was adept at nothing else, he was first in class at playing dumb. No matter how his old man tried, he played dumb until the end and never spoke a serious word. After making his greetings, the gravity of the Duke of Jinshan's expressions didn't lessen. Xin'er, this Xin Yuan has suddenly shot to 6 meridians true chi, and some of the elders within the family have indistinctly grown close with the people of Soaring Dragon. Your father suspects that a few traitors helping others have secretly already appeared in our Jinshan clan. The Duke of Jinshan's words were shocking. There were no outsiders present here, and thus he decided he might as well convey the seriousness of the situation to Fatty Xian. Fatty Xian chuckled. Don't worry. No matter what devious plots they have, today your son will subdue 10 with the power of 1 and suppress them all. Xin'er, although Xin Yuan might not have trained to 6 meridians true chi through standard means, that doesn't mean you can think less of your opponent. Don't linger in battle if you are unable to handle your opponent. We can slowly craft another strategy. I say, Father, can you have a bit more confidence in your son? Fatty Xian protested. At this moment, an elder within the family clan hurried over with a trace of an odd smile. Your lordship, Xian Yuan has already arrived at the demonstration stage. The conclave of the elders has sent me to invite the young duke to meet his opponent. Huh, in quite a hurry are we? The Duke of Jinshan was a bit displeased. Fatty Xian, however, bounced up like a rubber ball as his eyes sent out a wild light like that of someone about to torture another. Has he finally arrived? I can't wait. Fatty Xian bounced away with surprisingly speed and hurtled towards the demonstration stage, leaving behind a chubby afterimage. The Duke of Jinshan was a bit dumbfounded and felt that it was a bit strange. Why was his son, who usually dispiritedly avoided battle, suddenly brimming with battle intent? This didn't seem his style. Clustered in pairs or groups of 3, many of the people within the manor had already gathered around the demonstration stage. The Jinshan household was different from the Jianghan household. Numbers were thin in the Jianghan household. Jiang Feng basically decided everything within the Jiang family. But with the Jinshan household, because of numerous family members, multiple factions and cliques had developed. Many hills stood in great numbers within the entire Jinshan household. Although the Duke of Jinshan held the power, many other powers held him back by the elbow and often caused him to be in a bind. And the Xian Yuan who had appeared this time was something that had been drummed up by the conclave of elders. The Duke of Jinshan could have absolutely just refused. After all, it was an unquestionably moral truth that a father would pass a dukedom down to his son. However, the conclave of elders had thrown out the banner of a righteous cause and called for the dukedom to be passed on to the strongest youth in the family. This was why such a farce had happened. If the Duke of Jinshan were to refuse, then it would undoubtedly cause great harm to Fatty Xian's reputation. It would be more difficult for Fatty Xian to successively inherit and control the situation in the future. Therefore, the Duke of Jinshan had wanted to make use of this opportunity to compel his unambitious son. Look, the young duke has arrived. What young duke? If he loses the demonstration stage today, then he's no longer the young duke, and at most a noble son. What do you mean by that? Are you in cahoots with Xian Yuan? How dare a mere descendant from a collateral branch covet the vaunted seat of a duke? One indeed had to say, many camps had formed within Jinshan regarding the issue of the dukedom succession. At this moment, Fatty Xian had changed from his usual status of muddy slime that wouldn't let itself be helped over a wall. He walked unhurriedly onto the demonstration stage, with his thin eyes that were buried under fat eyelids staring intently at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan, why don't you look at yourself in a mirror? Someone like you wants to inherit the dukedom? Didn't your mother and father ever tell you not to forget to bring a pillow when you dream? Since Fatty Xian hung out with Jiang Chen, the foundations of his viper tongue naturally wouldn't pale. That much in comparison. Xian Yuan was someone that the conclave of elders had drummed up. When it came to birth, he naturally couldn't measure up to Fatty Xian. His internal inferiority complex sensitivities made his face darken when he listened to Fatty Xian's words. Xian, as the noble son of the Duke of Jinshan, you have no desire to make progress. The actions of Xian Yuan, are but for the future of my Jin family. Yo, now but doesn't that sound pretty? Don't tell me that there are no soaring dragon dogs amongst you. Fatty Xian's face darkened. What Fatty Xian, hate most in this life are traitors. If you were only aiming for the dukedom, then I could have pinched my nose and bore it. But if someone wishes to betray the Jin family and throw themselves under the banner of those hotly ambitious fellows, then I, Fatty Xian, am the first to disagree. Your tongue wags too fiercely. Xian Yuan stoutly denied. Get the hell off the stage if you're afraid. Afraid? Fatty Xian laughed with a grimace. Were you to say that I, Fatty Xian, should be afraid? Fatty Xian's rotund body abruptly bounced up from the demonstration after his words. His rotund figure was like a fat bird, rising into the air through sheer effort and persistence. Xian Yuan, eat my fist. A fatty has a fatty's intelligence. When Fatty Xian bounded into the air, his entire body had curled into a ball of fat. When this ball of fat had risen to the limits of its speed, it suddenly sprang open like a tightly coiled spring. This strong punch accompanied that shocking bouncing speed and descended fiercely toward Xian Yuan. Nice boxing skills, but you think to harm me with 5 meridians true qi. A sliver of scorn and jealousy flashed through the corners of Xian Yuan's eyes. He envied fatty Xian's boxing skills because they were the heritage of the Duke of Jinshan's direct line of descent. He possessed none of the rights to train in the skill. The scorn was naturally contempt for fatty Xian's level of 5 meridians true qi, subduing 10 with the power of 1. The thing that Xian Yuan relied on the most in order to stand on this stage was the 6 meridians true qi that could stomp firmly on the fatty. 1 level of training was 1 realm. Xian Yuan coped with shifting events by sticking to 1 principle. He watched fatty's punch descend and was ready to maintain a solid and balanced position to confront the tough with toughness. Suddenly, an accident suddenly occurred. Fatty Xian's bouncing speed suddenly accelerated with no forewarning. The trail beneath his hand suddenly expanded and doubled like the Big Dipper. The punch became even more bloodthirsty and descended with even more frightening speed. Layered trail? 6 meridians true qi. Xian Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted as they shot out endless looks of shock and astonishment. Chapter 54. Unique Throwing Dagger Skills. Chapter 54. Unique Throwing Dagger Skills. Just as was previously mentioned, a fatty has a fatty's intelligence. He had purposefully created that hubbub previously, but had shown weakness to his enemy to allow his opponent to think he was 5 meridians true qi. As the boxing aura neared Xian Yuan, Fatty abruptly displayed his hidden ace. This punch concentrated the essence of Fatty Xian's 6 meridians true qi, concentrated his recent boundless wrath, and concentrated the ambition of a grudge-holding Fatty who wanted to make the ultimate comeback. Xian Yuan almost had no time to react before he hastily thrust out his palm to meet the incoming attack. The moment that Xian Yuan's palm met Fatty's fist, Xian Yuan experienced what was called a disparity. The boxing aura that encompassed 6 levels of spiraling power was like a drill, instantly churning his entire arm into broken scraps of chopped meat. The boxing aura wasn't decreased a single bit, and the punch landed on his chest. A pff. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out like an arrow. Xian Yuan's entire body was like a kite that had lost its string as he was driven off the stage, thrown backwards more than 10 meters as he crashed into a large pillar. When people looked at him again, blood was streaming from the 7 orifices of his head, and a large hole had been opened in his chest. His head was lolling on his shoulder, and it was apparent that he was more than dead. What? This 6 layers of boxing aura? Xian has broken through. Even the Duke of Jinshan hadn't imagined this scene in his wildest dreams, not to mention Xian Yuan's supporters. His son had won, and won so easily. Fatty Xian stood on the demonstration stage, the fat on his body vibrating from his trembling. My Jin family could descend in the world, but absolutely cannot have traitors. Those who betray the family die. It was the first time that Fatty Xian had given off the feeling of killing intent. What happened next was a bit more bloody. As the Duke of a territory, the Duke of Jinshan's methods were completely displayed. After Fatty Xian won on the demonstration stage, the Duke of Jinshan also revealed the extraordinary parts about him. He ordered several elders to be fully controlled and displayed the evidence of them flocking to the Duke of Soaring Dragon's banner and betraying the family. Beheaded, house raided. The inner turmoil within the Jinshan household was quickly handled in a clean and efficient method. This even elicited admiration from Jiang Chen. This Duke of Jinshan, whether in terms of ferocity or cruelty, was much stronger than the likes of his old man Jiang Feng's. Of course, it was understandable why ferocious and cruel ways were employed to settle internal turmoil. With regard to traitors, no family had ever been irresolute when firmness was needed. The anticipated reversal caused no particular ripples in Jiang Chen's heart. Fatty Xian profusely expressed 1,000 thanks and 10,000 gratitudes, and wanted Jiang Chen to stay as a guest. However, seeing that so many heads had rolled due to the Jinshan household settling its inner conflict, it was obviously an inappropriate timing to stay as a guest. Jiang Chen left thereafter. Back at this manor, he received an astounding piece of news. His father Jiang Feng had emerged from training. Except, the only ones who knew this secret were temporarily Jiang Ying and Jiang Fu. Jiang Feng had indeed emerged from training and had successfully broken through, smoothly entering 10 Meridian's True Qi, joining the ranks of the True Qi Masters. The true meaning of this was that he had entered the ranks of the strength of the Premier Dukes. Congratulations, father. Jiang Chen was still very happy for his father. Haha, Chener, why be so polite between father and son? Not to mention, if it wasn't for you, your father would likely have reached my limit at 9 Meridian's True Qi. Jiang Feng had always been quite easygoing in front of his son. Jiang Chen detailed the happenings of the Jinshan household and also conveniently went over some particulars of the current situation. Jiang Feng nodded. It's best that the Duke of Jinshan could handle his matters this way. According to your words, the Duke of Soaring Dragon is likely to rebel within the next half year. Based on my speculations with his level of patience, it will most likely occur within this half year. Chener, on which side would you say our Jiang family should take our place? Jiang Feng actually asked Jiang Chen. We don't need to take a side. Whether it's the royal family or the Duke of Soaring Dragon, they have all already assigned us to the side of the royal family. Jiang Chen had a shadow of a smile. Except, what need does our Jiang family have to need to take a side? Jiang Chen didn't think that the royal family had the qualification to merit an attachment from him, Jiang Chen. He had chosen an opposite side from the Duke of Soaring Dragon purely due to the circumstances of the greater picture, and not because that he had chosen the royal family. He was one of a kind, and wasn't someone that any power could drive. The Soaring Dragon Manor. The events that had happened at the Jinshan Manor quickly made their way into Long Xiaofeng's ears. Worthless, indeed a useless bunch. Long Xiaofeng had heard that after failing to seize power in a coup, those elders in the Jinshan family had all been beheaded by the Duke of Jinshan, and the Xian Yuan that they had painstakingly cultivated had been instantly killed with one move from the son of the Duke of Jinshan. This isn't right. The son of the Duke of Jinshan is a character as dumb as a pig. As inferior as that Xian Yuan is, he shouldn't have lost to someone like that. The Duke of Yinmen, Yin Zhizhuang, was the first to feel that something was amiss. Bizarre. These matters in the capital have become more and more bizarre. Another duke shook his head. Haven't you all discovered that the Duke of Jianghan and the Duke of Jinshan all seem to excel at being a wolf in sheep's clothing? The last time, it was Jiang Chen, and this time it was the son of the Duke of Jinshan. Wouldn't you say that these people are purposely showing weakness to an enemy? Long Xiaofeng's face darkened. According to my intelligence, this is impossible. The son of the Duke of Jinshan has always been hopelessly stupid and a good for nothing. There could be no error or doubt about that. The same goes for that Jiang Chen. Duke Long, I've been thinking that the situation in the capital has been quite subtly odd ever since the rites of heavenly worship. Many things that don't conform to common sense have happened, and it seems that Jiang Chen's shadow can be found in every matter. I feel that this brat is the source of all misfortune. It's said that the brat Jiang Chen was also present for the matters in the Jinshan household today. Courtmaster Wang from the Pill King Garden became dispirited whenever he spoke of this matter. Right, I feel that something is greatly amiss with the brat Jiang Chen. He was also present when we put on the pill exhibition last time. After all the events that occurred were put together and pondered over, I feel that he had long since conspired with the Hall of Healing, and that they were waiting to stomp on my Pill King Garden. Also, the royal family actually sent quite a few strong practitioners in the advanced realm of True Qi to protect him. When did this brat become so intimate with a royal family? All sorts of odd matter having to do with Jiang Chen were all neatly organized. All sorts of questionable points all seemed to revolve around Jiang Chen. Long Xiaofeng was also quite surprised. Can it be that we've underestimated Jiang Chen? Duke Long, this Jiang Chen must be killed. There's no news of the Duke of Jianghan right now. I estimate that it's more than likely he's dead. If Jiang Chen is gotten rid of, then the Jianghan dukedom will be thoroughly handed over. Jiang Chen must die. Long Xiaofeng nodded. Noble father, Shuer will handle this Jiang Chen. Long Jushue, standing beside Long Xiaofeng, revealed a cold smile. I once said in the Hall of Healing that he shouldn't even think of successfully passing the hidden dragon trials. This time, let your daughter spill blood on the floor and kill another group of people before entering the sect as a warning to others. If he is able to enter the final stage of martial demonstration, then swear, kill him. It will be as easy as stepping on an ant. The Duke of Soaring Dragon was still quite confident in his daughter's potential and talents. However, his words took another turn. In consideration of a long night being fraught with dreams and that undue delay may bring trouble, we must make additional preparations. As long as there is an opportunity before the hidden dragon trials progresses to the final stage of martial demonstration, we will not let it go. Long San, I am giving this matter over to your care. You must bring back to me that Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen had ruined the Duke of Soaring Dragon's carefully laid plans quite a few times, making the Duke of Soaring Dragon brim with killing intent. Yes, a cold and sinister underling standing next to Long Xiaofeng responded. Killing intent wreathed his body. He was a practitioner of 10 meridians true qi. Within the Jianghan Manor, Jiang Chen was making his final preparations for the hidden dragon trials. At this moment, his level of 7 meridians true qi was very stabilized. He had also successfully located the 8th acupoint. The 2 martial arts techniques, Vast Ocean Current Splitter and Divine Ian's Fist, also improved with each passing day. Each day brought substantial improvement, but Jiang Chen was actually preparing another set of techniques these days. The items he was playing with were the set of 9 throwing daggers created by the layered feather golden crystal. The unique skills of throwing daggers are comparable to the bow and arrow, but are easier to manipulate than bow and arrow, and with even higher elusiveness. Compared to the bow and arrow, an attack from throwing daggers was absolutely even more secretive. It was also easier to manipulate. After all, in order to manipulate a bow and arrow, one had to first notch the arrow onto the bow. This process was where the maneuverability of a bow and arrow lost out to that of throwing daggers. Throwing daggers. You knew not whence they came from nor when they would be employed. A dagger in hand would have unerring accuracy. They were like an immortal from the heavens. You knew not whence they came from and where they would go. The advantages of a throwing dagger lay in nimble manipulation, in concealed attacks, snuffing out breath with one cold-blooded stroke. These 9 throwing daggers were forged from layered feather, golden crystal. This crystal is almost translucent. Aided with some skills when employing them, the daggers will almost meld away into nothingness, thoroughly becoming one with the vacant void. One had to say, these throwing daggers forged out of layered feather golden crystal encompassed an exceeding degree of covertness and duplicity. If deployed in sudden attack, the perception of ordinary practitioners might not even be enough to see the true form of the throwing daggers. Jiang Chen planned to employ these layered feather throwing daggers often, and found a unique throwing dagger skill, Moon Shatter Flying Daggers, after much exhaustive thought. As its name indicated and implied, Moon Shatter Flying Daggers was a powerful force that could pierce the sun and moon and destroy the stars. Of course, with Jiang Chen's current methods, it would be quite a hyperbole to think of piercing the sun and moon. But the Moon Shatter Flying Daggers skill could benefit him, like adding wings to a tiger. Practicing this Moon Shatter Flying Daggers will not be the work of a day and night. The remarkable ability of the Moon Shatter Flying Daggers is many times more brilliant than the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. It's a method that nears the level of those at a heavenly level. However, the initial portion of the Moon Shatter Flying Daggers is not that difficult or awkward. 4 accompanying abilities had to be practiced in the course of practicing Moon Shatter Flying Daggers: God's Eye, Ear of the Zephyr, Boulder's Heart, Psychic's Head. Vision needed to be practiced first before practicing throwing daggers. Hearing, mental ability, and the perception of the 7 apertures of the human head all needed to be practiced first. When vision had been trained to an extreme, a pair of eyes could be used to observe all the planes beneath the heavens. One throwing dagger could cause the enemy to have no avenue for escape, whether in the heavens or underground. When hearing had been trained to an extreme, the ears could discern direction from a wind. Even if you attacked from all directions, all would be beheaded wherever the throwing daggers landed. When mental ability had been trained to an extreme, the heart would be as firm as a rock. Even if there were 1,000 or tens of thousands of illusions, one would not be entranced by them. One flying dagger would point straight towards the actual body and behead the enemy. And when the perception of the 7 apertures of the human head were trained to an extreme, the 7 apertures would be opened and the entire world would be in your perception. There would be no secrets, no door to heaven, nor crack to the underground that an enemy could take refuge in. Of course, who knew how many years it would take to practice the moon-shatter flying daggers to an extreme level, and how many years it would take to reach an extreme level in the 4 accompanying abilities. Chapter 55, The Hidden Dragon Trials. Chapter 55, The Hidden Dragon Trials. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. One had to walk along the path of training, no matter how long it might be. Only by taking a step forward was there hope of assailing the inexhaustible Tao. This moon-shatter flying daggers and its accompanying 4 abilities wouldn't be trained in the span of a day and night. However, even if one learned but a crude 1 out of 10,000th bit, it would be a layer of extreme protection for the current Jiang Chen. Out of the 4 accompanying abilities, Psychic's head could be temporarily set aside. Before a spirit consciousness was developed for the 7 apertures, it would be like trying to catch a fish in a tree for him to train this ability, with no hope of accomplishing anything remarkable. God's Eye, Ear of the Zephyr, and Boulder's Heart, on the other hand, could all be practiced as of right now. Jiang Chen studied assiduously and immersed himself in the comprehension and training of these 3 abilities. Even if he only barely reached minor accomplishment, it would still be half the effort with double the results when training moon-shatter flying daggers. When the manipulation techniques of a unique throwing dagger skill were trained to an utmost, it came down to a contest of vision, hearing, and mental ability. These days, the sparring partners in the Jianghan Manor were all quite busy. In order to train his vision, Jiang Chen had the sparring partners continuously release small bugs, such as mosquitoes and flies, and look for the single small bug that he had marked previously according to the flight speed, trajectory, and habits of these flies and mosquitoes. One had to admit, this type of training method neared a consummately intense level. In the beginning, Jiang Chen basically failed again and again. Even with his eyes continuously staring, he would still be too busy to attend to all the random dances of the several hundred flies and mosquitoes. However, after persevering for 2 days, Jiang Chen could basically materialize the probability of 1 in 10 based on his vision alone. If based on hearing, the probability of 1 in about 20 would appear. Training his mental ability was the hardest. The probability there was less than 1 in 50. 3 days later, for days later, Jiang Chen's improvement was quite apparent. On the 5th day, Jiang Chen could actually reach a success rate of 50% based on vision alone. Hearing had also improved to 30%. There wasn't much improvement in mental ability, but Jiang Chen wasn't depressed. He knew that training mental ability would be the hardest and would need the most amount of patience. Vision and hearing could be ground out with enough time, but mental ability required being calm and dispassionate, enduring persistently without a single trace of an irritable mindset. Just as his vision and hearing had improved greatly, so did Jiang Chen's training of the moon-shatter flying daggers begin in an orderly way. With the partnership of strong vision and hearing, Jiang Chen displayed astounding potential and status on the manipulation of throwing daggers. The initial steps of the moon-shatter flying daggers were mastered by Jiang Chen with almost no hint of difficulty, and he quickly trained them to the great perfection realm. Looks like strong vision and hearing are indeed the biggest guarantee in training throwing daggers. Coincidentally, strong mental ability will allow the unique skills of throwing daggers that follow one's will. Jiang Chen boasted good eyesight and an exquisite sense of hearing thanks to training his vision and hearing. And although his training and mental ability progressed slowly, it caused his entire bearing to become steady and stately, becoming even more confident and at ease. In a short span of less than half a month, changes that thoroughly remolded himself had appeared on Jiang Chen's body again. As his training progressed ever deeper, he could experience gratifying improvement every day. And with the passage of time, the final examinations of the Hidden Dragon trials finally arrived. On this day, all 108 heirs had arrived in the grand courtyard in front of the entrance to the Hidden Dragon trials testing site. Jiang Chen was no exception. He had made so many preparations for these Hidden Dragon trials that he naturally wouldn't miss out on such a grand occasion. This could be labeled as the first meaningful challenge that he had met head-on since his reincarnation. The Hidden Dragon trials were the first stage in which Jiang Chen would prove himself on. He didn't want to lose. All the various heirs were casting complicated looks to judge one another, and even engaging in a contest with each other. Everyone wanted to forestall one's opponent with a show of strength on this occasion. No one wanted to be demoralized before things had begun. Therefore, all sorts of gazes met in a tit-for-tat struggle and permeated throughout the scene. Jiang Chen greeted Fatty Xian and Hubing Yu. Fatty Xian's 6 meridians true qi were already quite stable. In his own words, it would be at most 2 months before he broke through to 7 meridians true qi. As for Hubing Yu, he was already at 8 meridians true qi. A hubbub arose after he made an entrance in which he didn't exercise restraint in displaying his level of training. After all, 8 meridians true qi was absolutely in existence at the level of the 10 great dukes. If Jiang Chen wanted to assail 8 meridians true qi, his chances of success were absolutely above 90%. But he purposely didn't do so. There was no major difference, currently, to him between 7 meridians true qi and 8 meridians true qi. They were patently not the only ones who'd been improving. No matter friend nor foe, all the heirs had been making their final sprints before the Hidden Dragon trials. Therefore, everyone's appearance now was more or less accompanied by some improvement. The heir of Yinmin, Yin Yiming, that catastrophic character that Jiang Chen had crushed beneath his feet twice, had somehow gotten a hold of some miraculous pill medicine and had actually recovered from his injuries, with his training attaining an even higher goal and breaking through to 7 meridians true qi. Jiang Chen, you've used sneaky tricks to plot against me multiple times. I, Yin Yiming, will find payment from you during the Hidden Dragon trials. Now that I've entered the advanced realm of true qi, do you think your sneaky tricks will still be effective? Yin Yiming glared at Jiang Chen from afar and privately expressed a great ambition, swearing to ruthlessly torture Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, look over there, the heirs of the 4 great dukes. TSK. The 4 great dukes get a sweet deal, all right. They can have 2 candidates. That is some special privilege. Fatty Xian's tone held some envy. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon trials, if a duke was ranked in the top 4, then they could have 2 candidates in the Hidden Dragon trials, with a more optimal score being recorded. This was equivalent to another layer of insurance that allowed the strong to become stronger. The 4 great dukes were respectively the Duke of Soaring Dragon, the Duke of White Tiger, the Duke of Vermilion Bird, and the Duke of Black Tortoise. Jiang Chen threw a faint glance in that direction when he heard those words. The disciples of the 4 great dukes all knew how to put on a display, all right. The heirs to Soaring Dragon in particular acted like they were the main protagonists. The female one was naturally the hot topic of this time's trials, Long Jushue. The male one was Long Jushue's brother, Long Inya. Long Inya was, as his name implied, frosty and arrogant, suffused with a wild temperament. His entire being was like a dragon that overturned seas and rivers, full of a wild aura. Although this man's reputation wasn't as renowned as Long Jushue and her Azure Phoenix constitution, he was even more mysterious. It was said that his true level of training wasn't less than that of Long Jushue, and that his capabilities in combat were even more than hers. This was to say that the son and daughter of the Duke of Soaring Dragon were practically double insurance, absolutely ensuring that the champion of the Hidden Dragon trials wouldn't fall into other hands. The first Duke of the Kingdom had their capital and their pride. In contrast, whether it was the heir of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, or Black Tortoise, all paled a bit in comparison. When the 8 of them walked together, although they all had the characteristics of being a phoenix or dragon amongst men, Long Jushue and Long Inya gave off the feeling of being head and shoulders above others, like a crane standing amongst chickens, rising above the common herd and allowing others to identify them with one glance. Damn it, what are you so cocky about? Sooner or later, I'm going to beat you down one by one. Fatty Xian showed naked admiration, jealousy, and hatred. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded, but that these people had never treated him as a human being. This was the mindset of revenge developing from Fatty Xian after he'd been looked down upon by these people. Jiang Chen closed his eyes after flicking a glance. He was wholly uninterested in these gestures that pretended to be aloof and lofty. These four great dukes had purposely built themselves up to be one above everyone else. This was undoubtedly a demonstration of strength to the other heirs, and a warning to them not to lightly undertake the challenge to their position. This was an instinct to protect one's territory, but Jiang Chen turned up his nose at it. If any of the dukes down below truly had great power, they would never give up the opportunity to challenge the four great dukes due to their display. A duke's position was won on the basis of battle, and not through a presentation. Jiang Chen. This time, it was the heir to Vermilion Bird, Hong Tiantong, who spoke first. Jiang Chen, I've heard that great happenings have occurred in your Jianghan manor. What are you doing here? Bai Zhanyun was enlightened now, and was no longer Long Jushua's striker. Hong Tiantong had naturally and happily accepted this glorious Ms. Ison. Who are you? What does my brother Chen's business have to do with you? Fatty Xian didn't give a damn whether you were the four great dukes or not. In his eyes, if you weren't one of them, then you were a bad guy. Damn Fatty, didn't your old man ever teach you the manners of nobility? When faced with such a character as Fatty Xian, Hong Tiantong displayed an instinctive contempt. Jiang Chen raised his brow as a cold glance swept in front of Hong Tiantong. Are you provoking me? Then challenge me. If not, scram. Jiang Chen is it. Standing beside Long Jushua, Long Inya stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of swift and fierce eyes. That wild killing intent surged without concealment at Jiang Chen. I've heard of you. You seem to have given that worthless Bai Zhanyun a lesson. Very good. I hope you don't disappoint me when it comes down to it. Bai Zhanyun wasn't standing that far away, and his face convulsed when he heard Long Inya publicly deride him as worthless, but he controlled his temper at the end. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had an obviously much more steady and stately demeanor after training his mental ability. His eyelids didn't even jump when faced with such a condescending tone from Long Inya. A bunch of flies, clamorous. Nice one. Show us what you've got on the hidden dragon trials. Who the hell do you think you are? Flapping your lips here. Fatty Xian also had a face full of contempt. Long Inya's face turned frigid and was about to open his mouth when, in the middle of the courtyard, a beam of astonishing sword aura suddenly descended as if from the heavens. Princess Goyu's lithe figure suddenly appeared when the rainbow sword aura landed on the ground. Rainbow True Chi, 11 Meridians, True Chi Master. The scene was in an uproar as the gazes towards Princess Goyu were tinged with more fear and respect. The Eastern Kingdom also had a few True Chi Masters, but these True Chi Masters were mostly 10 Meridians True Chi. Those who trained to 11 Meridians True Chi could be counted on one hand. And Princess Goyu had just joined the ranks of the 11 Meridians True Chi Masters at the age of just over 20. How could this not astonish and astound people? Even Long Inya's wild eyes darted to and fro on Princess Goyu's body, actually forgetting his conflict with Jiang Chen for a moment. As for Long Jushua, an undetectable hint of killing intent flashed through that beautiful face. The lips of her mouth immediately resumed a faint sliver of smile as soon as the killing intent had flashed by, as if 11 Meridians True Chi was nothing much to her. Chapter 56. Face-slapping interlude. Chapter 56. Face-slapping interlude. Princess Goyu's entrance made the noisy din of voices completely disappear. After all, every single heir present felt a bit of dread and fear towards the identity of the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials. If you irritated Princess Goyu somehow, and you faced additional obstacles as a result, the loss would outweigh the gain. A distinguished vicennial gathering, such as the Hidden Dragon Trials, was something that the whole nation participated in. Shortly after the appearance of Princess Goyu, 2 squads of strong practitioners from the Tiandu army sprinted down the avenue and occupied the 2 sides of the avenue, cordoning off the area. This meant that the monarch was arriving. Eastern Lu was in high spirits, and his steps were steady and vigorous. His bright eyes looked around with a stern and an awe-inspiring gaze. May the emperor live 10,000 years. Long live the Eastern Kingdom. The subjects and courtiers all threw themselves down on their knees one after another, awaiting the arrival of the king. The 108 dukes also all found their areas and took their seats. Eastern Lu occupied the center of the courtyard and spoke with a strong and resonant voice. Our Eastern Kingdom, with a heritage of 1,000 years, has always emphasized the heritage of martial Tao. In order to conspicuously display our martial Tao and provide impetus to the dukes, we, the Eastern Kingdom, highly value the Vicennial Hidden Dragon Trials. We happened to come upon this distinguished gathering, and we saw heroic bearings and valiant postures from all the nobles, people of exceptional ability in all their majestic variety. We are indeed gratified. Today, the 108 dukes of our court have gathered in a meeting of the wind and clouds. It is said that each age brings forth new geniuses on this noble land, and each will rule their own domain for years to come. We hope that all dukes present will display a new aspect of themselves and expound on the highest level of their abilities, continuing to foster and enhance the traditions of the revered might of our dynasty. Eastern Lu handed the reins back to Princess Goyu after speaking only a few simple words instead of a long-winded speech. After all, Princess Goyu was the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials. Your Majesty, Yin Zhuozhuang has a matter to report. Yin Zhuozhuang of the Yinmen Dukedom stepped forward and bowed after Eastern Lu had concluded his remarks. Oh? What business does Duke Yin have? Eastern Lu smiled faintly. Your Majesty, your subject has heard that the Duke of Jianghan has fallen ill with a severe disease, and has even heard that he is possibly not part of this world anymore. The Jianghan territory borders the southern reaches of my territory, and is a military fortress of strategic importance. If the Duke of Jianghan does not reappear for an extended period of time, the thieves and rascals in the southern reaches will take advantage of the opportunity to rise in revolt. Your subjects sincerely request to discuss the jurisdiction of the Jianghan Dukedom before the Hidden Dragon Trials. The Jianghan territory, the rights to a dukedom. Eastern Lu's expression froze slightly. No one had certain news of Jiang Feng's condition. This Duke of Yinmen had been the first to jump out in an apparent effort to be the trailblazer for the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Eastern Lu's gaze flitted towards the Jianghan dukedom area. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and took a step forward. Your Majesty, this Duke of Yinmen has no respect for his own seniority to publicly curse my father at such a dignified gathering. As the son, how could I sit idly by and ignore this? Your subject requests that Yin Zhuozhuang apologize to me. Apologize? Jiang Chen, you're at an age in which you still smell of your mother's milk. Who are you to make I, a vaunted duke of a province, apologize to you? Yin Zhuozhuang laughed coldly. Cursing others without cause or reason is a mouth without virtue. A mouth without virtue is an old dog. Old dog Yin, you're an esteemed noble, yet you'll willingly become the falcons and hounds of others. Point one, condemning you as a dog is an extreme offense to dogs. Jiang Chen's viper-tongued foundations weren't made of pure bluster. Jiang Chen, you dare publicly insult and deride a territorial duke. This duke will petition to fix on you the egregious crime of slander and insult to a noble. Old dog Yin, just try making a move against my son. Suddenly, a voice rang out like thunder from the area reserved for the Jianghan territory. This man's gait was akin to a dragon's gambol and a tiger's walk. He strode to the front with frosty looks shooting out of his eyes and stared at Yin Zhuozhuang. Old dog Yin, where has my son spoken incorrectly? You, Duke of Yinmen, are a duke of the first rank at the end of the day, and have sunk so low as to become cannon fodder for others. What are you, if not the falcons and hounds of others? Jiang Feng. It was Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, who had been missing for quite some time. The scene abruptly began bustling with noise and excitement. No one had thought that the Duke of Jianghan would suddenly appear, and even be bursting with the vitality of dragons and the ferocity of tigers. And judging from his wholly unconcealed aura, it was the frightening aura that only a true Qi master boasts of. This Jiang Feng had broken through and become another true Qi master. Subject Jiang Feng greets your majesty. After Jiang Feng had condemned Yin Zhuang, he genuflected towards Eastern Lu in a very natural and poised way. Jiang Feng, we had heard that you were indisposed, so it turns out those were false rumors. Eastern Lu's heart had also settled slightly upon seeing Jiang Feng appear at a crucial moment. As the king of a nation, he did not wish to see the Jiang Han territory change hands under these conditions. Even if it were to change hands, it would still be up to him, Eastern Lu, to decide who would take over ownership. He absolutely would not let the Duke of Soaring Dragon and his henchmen seize ownership with no clear reason whatsoever. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. A few thieves and rascals employed some disgraceful and unpresentable tricks. It's not worth mentioning. Haha, Duke Jiang possesses virtue and patriotism, and naturally has the protection of heaven and earth. It seems that we were overly concerned. Eastern Lu was also in exceedingly good spirits. The side of the Duke of Soaring Dragon, however, was exceedingly gloomy. Jiang Feng hadn't died, and had lived with the vitality of dragons and ferocity of tigers to boot. It looked like even his training had broken through. Long Xiaofeng had a belly full of depression. He was becoming more and more dissatisfied with the competency of his underlings. Not a thing had gone smoothly ever since he had butted heads with the Jiang family father and son. This Jiang Feng had fallen victim to a fatal poison. How could he be bursting with the vitality of dragons and ferocity of tigers? Not only had Jiang Feng not died, but his training had gone up a notch. This way, weren't they asking for ridicule if they sought to seize the Jiang Han territory through devious means? The Duke of Yinmen had a face full of awkwardness, as if someone had landed a hard punch on his nose. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place for the moment, and felt incredibly awkward. Duke of Yinmen, I, Jiang Feng, have one bit of advice for you. When being cannon fodder for someone, first look at Du Rahai's exit, then think of the straits that have befallen the Pill King Garden. The nobles were the confidants of and backing up the Duke of Soaring Dragon were all deeply moved by Jiang Feng's words. Indeed, Du Rahai had been a trailblazer and pathbreaker for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, but had met his end at the Duke's own hands with his house raided afterwards and the family property confiscated. Although no one had died in the Pill King Garden, their business was in a sorry state due to the Hall of Healing, like fallen flowers being carried away by the flowing waters as they steadily lost ground. There were even rumors that they had completely sold themselves to the Duke of Soaring Dragon and had lost their right of autonomy. Yin Zhuang was exceedingly depressed, but his tone remained quite proud. Jiang Feng, don't be pleased with yourself too early. Why shouldn't I be pleased with myself? Jiang Feng laughed quite heartily. In terms of one-on-one combat, you would be unable to beat me. In terms of sons, your son has been thoroughly trounced by my chunner on 2 occasions. I have no reason not to be pleased with myself in front of you. Wouldn't you say so? Yin Zhuang had nothing to say to that. Jiang Chen was in exceedingly good spirits upon hearing his father's flashy comeback. One had to admit, everyone had their own rules for survival in order to become a duke. With the appearance of Jiang Feng, the small interlude naturally ended with Yin Zhuang's losing face with a resounding slap. Princess Goyu's phoenix eyes moved slightly as she flicked a meaningful glance towards Jiang Chen. Everyone, I now announce the official commencement of the final competition in this year's Hidden Dragon Trials. The rules remain the same. Please begin applying for the exam mission. This time's exams are still missions divided into 9 levels. The missions of different levels represent each dukedom's rank. There were 108 dukes in the Eastern Kingdom that were divided into 9 levels of ranks. Each rank consists of 12 dukes, and so on and so forth. The Duke of Jianghan was ranked number 14 out of the 108 dukes, and counted as a duke of the 2nd rank. For instance, dukes ranked 1 through 12 were all dukes of the 1st rank, and there were naturally levels within the 1st rank. Levels 1 through 4 were the 4 great dukes of the kingdom and honored with the title of utmost 1st rank. Levels 5 through 8 were honored with the title Primary First Rank. Levels 9 through 12 were labeled Auxiliary First Rank. When it came to second rank and dukes ranked even lower, there was no title of Utmost. Each rank was also divided into 3 levels. With second rank as an example, they were divided into upper second rank, middle second rank, and lower second rank. The Duke of Jiang was a noble of the upper second rank, and the Hidden Dragon trials were a contest to determine the rankings of the next generation of nobles. The 108 heirs could apply for a mission of any rank. Of course, each heir candidate only had 2 application chances. If both times didn't result in a completed mission, that meant one had failed the exam and had to hand over the dukedom, to allow the big and powerful aristocratic families to continuously take their place. Many of the heirs would be exceedingly cautious because there were only 2 application chances and sought to make the best out of these 2 chances. Some heirs may challenge a higher rank mission with a first chance. But if the first challenge failed, then they would exercise extreme prudence when it came to the second application chance. Otherwise, if they failed the second mission as well, that meant handing over the dukedom. Every duke's feelings were exceedingly complicated when it came to the Hidden Dragon trials. If potential was high, then the concern was which rank was the most appropriate. If potential was mediocre, then the concern was whether or not maintaining their position was most important. The higher ranks had to worry about challenges from behind. The lower ranks also had to worry about their dukedoms being taken by those aristocratic families casting covetous eyes like a greedy tiger. The middle-ranked dukes had to debate whether they wished to take a step forward or remain where they were. The Hidden Dragon trials was a time of decisions. Indeed, of extremely difficult decisions. Many times, some heirs overestimated their potential and strength and challenged high-rank missions due to a moment's impulse. The end result was failing twice and the immediate loss of their dukedom. This would cause extreme feelings of frustration, indignation, and regret. Brother Chen, what ranks missions do you intend on challenging? Fatty Xian crowded in, and it was apparent that the fatty was just a tad bit nervous at the moment. Jiang Chen glanced at his 2 best friends and asked in return, "What have you decided on?" "I've decided to challenge a second-rank mission first." A hint of resolution suffused Hu Bingyu's fierce expression. He was of 8 meridians true chi now, and thus had the ability to say so. He even had the right to challenge a first-rank mission. I'll keep my position first and then see." Fatty Xian said weakly. The Duke of Jinshan was an upper 4th-rank duke. His ranking was above average. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he could keep this ranking. At least, the highest expectations that the Duke of Jinshan had for Fatty Xian was only to maintain their current ranking. Jiang Chen nodded. "It is right for Xiao to pick the second rank. Point 2, brashly assailing the first rank would be too much pressure for you. As for Fatty, maintaining your rank would count as success." Jiang Chen was rather familiar with the rules of the Hidden Dragon trials. If the number of people who applied for the missions of particular rank exceeded the quota, then rankings would be decided based on the quality of the missions completed, successively being pushed back appropriately. This was to say, if 15 people applied for and completed a mission of the 3rd rank, then the 3 people ranked in the last of these 15 would be pushed back to the 4th rank. And this was the logic that was followed. But the number of 108 dukedoms was eternal and unchanging. 1. The hunting animal of another. 2. This is Jiang Chen's nickname for Hu Bingyu. Chapter 57. Sights set for Duke of the 1st rank. Chapter 57. Sights set for Duke of the 1st rank. This kind of competition was quite cruel. If neither application was completed, it was equivalent to directly losing one's dukedom. This way, there were sure to be many dukedoms that were vacated. The vacant dukedoms would be filled in by strong, aristocratic families. Of course, these filled vacancies would only rank at the bottom. This was to say, the heirs that successfully completed missions would be ranked with priority in the higher ranks. Those who filled in for heirs who had lost their dukedoms could only compete for the vacated, lower ranks. Of course, Jiang Chen had no need to consider these rules. Jiang Chen's goal was clear. He was aiming for the championship. To him, obtaining even the first runner-up position on this level of competition meant failing. Brother Chun, say something. What rank's mission do you intend to apply for? Fatty wasn't that concerned about his matters, but cared very earnestly about Jiang Chen's decision. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as his gaze naturally flitted towards the four great dukes. Following his gaze, Fatty slapped his thick thigh. Damn straight. I knew that our brother Chun either didn't care to make a move or would shock everyone when he finally made one. Haha, Brother Chun, I hope you could drag that chit Long Jushua down from her high horse. Fatty Shin cackled. It'd be best if this chit voluntarily offered her body after she was conquered by Brother Chun, and that Brother Chun cast her off after he's had her. Haha, that would truly be too perfect. Fatty Shin's thin rat eyes had almost formed slits in his laughter as he thought of this scene, fully depicting what one is invincible when one is base mint. Following that, the 108 heirs all lined up according to their current dukedom rankings and prepared to step forward to apply for the missions of this year's Hidden Dragon Trials. There was almost no suspense regarding the rank of the missions that the heirs to the first rank dukedoms would apply for. Each heir had their own self-dignity and pride. They would absolutely not tolerate their position being replaced by someone else and being thrown out from the rank of first. However, it was an absolutely normal thing for the strong to replace the weak. Strength spoke for everything. The Jianghan dukedom was ranked 14 out of the 108 dukedoms, so it was soon Jiang Chen's turn. Jiang Chen, what rank's mission would you like to apply for? Princess Goyu asked. First rank. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. You have great aspirations, but I must remind you that everyone ahead of you has also applied for missions of the first rank. The competition between you all will be quite fierce. What is the point of rankings without competition? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Very good. According to the rules, each heir must complete 3 missions to pass this particular exam. If a single mission is failed, they'll be deemed as failing this application. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Head over there to draw your first mission. Princess Goyu marked down a symbol for the mission of the first rank on Jiang Chen's application tablet. Jiang Chen, you're applying for a mission of the first rank. Correct. Yes. Please come over here. All the scrolls here are missions of the first rank. Please choose whichever one you'd like. Jiang Chen nodded, swept his eyes in a circle, and picked one at random. They were all missions of the first rank, and thus, their difficulty should all be similar. Jiang Chen naturally would not be overly selective. Not to mention, these scrolls were all sealed with no hint at their inner contents. After selecting his mission, Jiang Chen was in no hurry to open it. The organizers of the Hidden Dragon Trials also didn't demand immediate verification of the mission. Candidates only needed to complete the mission and hand it in for verification. Jiang Chen, what kind of mission did you select? An heir next to him asked out of curiosity. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at him, but only smiled faintly and left. It was obvious that the other heir wasn't a friend, and was possibly from the enemy camp, here to elicit some information from him. Although Jiang Chen was unafraid, he was unwilling for additional people to appear and cause trouble for him when he was completing his mission. According to the rules, the 3 missions had to be completed within 3 months. When the exams were over and the 108 nobles were present again, after weeding out and replacing the appropriate ones, the ranking contests would commence according to each rank. This was to say that, when rank were decided, the 12 heirs of the first rank would only be able to challenge others within the first rank to determine the final rankings. The competitions within each rank were for the final rankings. The heirs could leave after selecting their first mission. They only needed to come back when they had completed a mission in the future to select their second mission. Chenner, what kind of mission have you drawn? Jiang Feng asked eagerly upon returning to the manor. Jiang Chen gave a scroll to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took a look and frowned. This first mission is a bit harder. A serial rapist has appeared in the region of the Red Moon County located within the Tianhu territory, collecting the flowers of beautiful girls. His Qigong is extraordinary, and he calls himself Lotus Harvester. 1. He specializes in hunting young girls and is exceedingly cruel. Whenever he harvests a young girl, he even kills them and cuts off the 2 things in front of the victim's chest as a memento. Such a frenzied lunatic exists on this world. Even Jiang Chen was vaguely surprised. Such a villain who had committed his full share of crimes should have been slaughtered long ago. Why was he allowed to thrive until this day and destroy so many lives? The level of this thief's training is said to be between 8 meridians true chi and 9 meridians true chi. He has weathered hundreds of battles because he works alone, and thus his combat ability is incredible. Chenner, your mission is not simple. Jiang Chen was also a bit surprised. None of the missions of the first rank were simple all right. The first mission was to kill a practitioner in the advanced realm of true chi who was between 8 and 9 meridians. And this mission had to be completed within a month. According to the exam's rules, the participating heirs had to absolutely keep their identities a secret. They could not mobilize any connections. If they used any connections without authorization, they would immediately be judged as failing the mission if discovered. As a punishment for cheating, their dukedom would be confiscated. A few heirs had held the mentality of getting by on a fluke in past years, but would almost always be found out by the Eastern family clan's mighty intelligence network. They would be called out and lose their dukedoms. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer heirs who held the mentality of getting by on a flukes. With no time to lose, Jiang Chen made a few minor adjustments to his preparations and set out on his way. The Shang battalion brothers escorted Jiang Chen out of the capital and halted their footsteps. According to the rules, if they escorted him another step, it was very likely that Jiang Chen would be deemed as having cheated. Jiang Chen urged his horse onwards after leaving the capital. He came to a large canyon after galloping 60 kilometers. Jiang Chen urged the horse to give a mighty leap forward, their bodies soaring high up in the air as he allowed the horse to descend into the bottomless abyss as it would. As for Jiang Chen, he made a flip in midair and dashed towards another narrow winding trail. His figure vanished into the boundless and indistinct open country with a few leaps and bounds. After roughly 10 minutes, more than 10 figures abruptly appeared where Jiang Chen had sent his horse jumping off. The person in charge was the soaring dragon warrior who was willing to die for his mission, Long San. Long San's face was covered as his sinister and ruthless eyes patrolled the area. He cursed viciously. This brat Jiang Chen is so damned devious and wretched. His presence scatters apart here. In front of us is the boundless open country, but we don't know where he's gone. Lord San, what should we do? Long San looked at the terrain again. There's only one place to go here. We'll split up into 3 parties here and chase after him separately. Remember, the Duke will award 100,000 gold, bequeath land, and award a rank with 8,000 below him to whoever kills Jiang Chen. Territory and bounty. These were irresistible temptations. Moreover, this mission was merely killing an heir and wasn't too difficult. The groups for the 3 different directions were quickly settled upon, and they started searching according to the 3 different paths. Although it was the first time that Jiang Chen had ever walked out of the capital since arriving in this world, the memories of his past life were enough to help him handle such a situation. There were roughly 2,500 kilometers between the capital and the Tianhu territory. The ordinary steeds of this world could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. A practitioner in the advanced realm of true chi, if dedicating himself to traveling, could also travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. Of course, no advanced practitioner would waste true chi on traveling. Jiang Chen was no exception. He'd seen from the map that a larger village could be reached by traveling through this narrow, winding path and traversing a few mountain ridges. This village was one of the more renowned livestock farms for producing steeds in this area. Jiang Chen had arrived at the road to the village after roughly 2 hours. He didn't enter the village, but spent a large sum to purchase a steed that could travel 2,500 kilometers a day. Jiang Chen didn't linger after swapping out his steed, and he dashed towards the direction of Tianhu territory. To elude observation, Jiang Chen would occasionally choose a few trails off the beaten path. He'd rather take the longer way around, instead of having new complications crop up. Like this, Jiang Chen covered 2,500 kilometers in 4 full days before he entered the Tianhu territory. Jiang Chen didn't just spend these days traveling. Whenever it was nightfall, Jiang Chen would revisit and study the past cases of that lotus harvester. Jiang Chen had made a few gains after a few days. One thing that Jiang Chen could be sure of was that the area in which the Lotus Harvester would commit his crimes never exceeded the Tianhu territory. There were 10 counties within the Tianhu region, and the Lotus Harvester had committed most of his crimes in the Red Moon, Black Forest, and Large Rock counties. There was an occasional incident or two in the other counties, but the frequency wasn't high. Jiang Chen spread out the map of the Tianhu territory for perusal and mused at the map for a while. From the terrain of these 3 counties, their location formed the Chinese character. Incidentally, the terrain of these 3 counties was more complicated and was advantageous to the Lotus Harvester's operations. This rapist has extraordinary qigong, but the distance he can cover should be middling. This is why there are few cases that involve a long and arduous journey. That is to say, this villain must have a lair within the 3 counties. It is said that the wily hare has 3 holes to its burrow. If I can find one of his lairs, then it will be much easier to capture and kill this villain. Jiang Chen had more or less deduced a few clues. Jiang Chen arrived at the Large Rock County on the 5th day. He had his reasons for choosing the Large Rock County and not the Red Moon County, which had the higher number of incidents. According to the patterns from the previous cases, the Lotus Harvester had succeeded twice in the Red Moon County. Black Forest County neighbored Red Moon County, so its guard would be raised higher. There was a mountain between Large Rock and Red Moon. Red Moon was located to the south of the mountain, and Large Rock to the north. The flow of information between the two was blocked due to the mountain. Jiang Chen speculated that it was possible that this Lotus Harvester would choose to make a move in Large Rock County. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/qigong. Chapter 58. Competition at Star Argus Palace. Chapter 58. Competition at Star Argus Palace. Have you heard? The decennial competitions of the Star Argus Palace will begin in 3 days' times. It seems that both the South Sect and North Sect think that their victory is a foregone conclusion. Hushed. How could that bunch of broads from the North Sect win out over the beasts of the South Sect? They haven't won against the South Sect for the last 60 years. What goes around comes around. It's said that Sect Mistress Jade of the North Sect has obtained a few disciples whose potentials are quite good. They're all beautiful to a fault, and there's high hope for the sect triumphing over the South Sect this time. Whatever, whether it's the South Sect or the North Sect that wins, it won't be our turn to live in the Star Argus Palace. It's just be a bunch of men changing to a crowd of women. Jiang Chen heard this snippet of conversation from a neighboring table in some tavern. In the days after he'd arrived in the Large Rock country, he'd heard the most information about the North and South sects of the Star Argus Palace. The winner would be able to take up residence in the Star Argus Palace, and the loser would have to depart and find another location to settle down in. Of course, this occurred once every 10 years. If a sect lost, then they merely needed to stage a comeback next time. Jiang Chen drank alone, but his hearing was focused on all sides. His ear of the Zephyr was now at the 3rd level, and his hearing was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than the average practitioner. All sorts of information and messages flowed in at the moment. Star Argus Palace, North Sect, broads, beauties. The useful information was constantly filtered out and listed separately by Jiang Chen. Resting his wine cup, Jiang Chen put down a few silvers and floated out the door. He decided to make a stop at the Star Argus Palace. If the Lotus Harvester was to commit an incident lately, then there was no location more suitable in the entire Tianhu territory than the Star Argus Palace. Beautiful disciples, just this item was of enough interest. The law of rapists was that the higher the level the training of the victim, the better. Therefore, girls who trained were the favorites of rapists. And where else in the Large Rock province would have more beauties than the Star Argus Palace at this moment? Not to mention the fact that they were all practitioners. It would be one big harvest if these girls were plucked. Jiang Chen contemplated things from the perspective of the Lotus Harvester and felt that even if the Lotus Harvester didn't commit an incident, he was sure to come out and pluck something or another. Jiang Chen used a few materials to make a few adjustments and disguise himself after leaving the capital. His current visage appeared as a 30-something wandering gallant. Vagabond gallants and characters like these numbered at least 800 million, if not 1 billion within the Eastern Kingdom. Jiang Chen's disguise was beyond ordinary. It was the type that wouldn't be picked out if thrown into a crowd. The Star Argus Palace's topography was exceedingly ideal. A city called Star City had formed in the 50 kilometers around the Star Argus Palace, and it had been built reliant on the Star Argus Palace. The existence of a sect, even an ordinary sect, would bring pervasive influence to its local surroundings. 2 days later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Star City to discover that not just anyone could spectate the competition between the North and South sects of the Star Argus Palace. There were only 300 audience members allowed. After eliminating the predetermined quota, there were only roughly 100 places left for outsiders. The number of wandering gallants that had surged into the Star City the past couple of days numbered more than 100,000. More than 100,000 competing for roughly 100 spots was the equivalent of 1 out of 1,000. This wasn't just an ordinary level of difficulty. However, Jiang Chen knew that in order to investigate the Lotus Harvester, he would have to obtain an observation spot. If Jiang Chen revealed his status as the heir to a dukedom, he was bound to cause a ruckus within Star City. It wouldn't be a hard thing to obtain an observation spot. However, if he did so, that would be in violation of the rules, and he would be directly thrown out of the competition. Jiang Chen arrived at the Star Argus Palace headquarters stationed in Star City. There was already a sea of humanity, and it was packed full of people. "I'll pay 30,000 silver. Who's willing to give me a spot?" "Pushed. Pal, did you just awaken from your dream? 100,000 silver won't even buy a spot now. How could you offer a price in the tens of thousands?" "I'm a 5 meridians true chi. Don't I have the right to spectate the battles?" "Apologies. Our rules are that unless you have the right to enter only if you're of 6 meridians true chi." "Brother, I have a relationship with Siechong of the South Sect. Make an exception for me." "Who's Siechong?" "We only recognize relationships with the sect master and the elders." "Brother, I'm the boss of Thousand Horse Hall. Your Star Argus Palace has also done business with me. This observation spot." "Sorry, business is business and relationships are relationships. If you have money, there are still a few spots for sale. 100,000 silver for one." "I'll buy one." Jiang Chen did an auditory sweep, and comments such as these traveled into his ears. The entire scene was in a chaotic uproar. Everyone was trying their utmost and breaking their heads, trying to get an observation spot. AI, when a man as poor his ambition is not far-reaching. Looks like we're destined to be without luck for observing this decennial competition between the North and South sections. What can we do? The Star Argus Palace is just that cocky. Apparently the disciples that are participating this time are all disciples of 5 meridians true chi. TSK, the strength and influence of a foremost sect in the Tianhu territory. All right, these genius disciples probably wouldn't be inferior even when placed amongst the sons and disciples of the various nobles. They'll probably be on a similar level. Jiang Chen was speechless when he heard those words. 5 meridians true chi was absolutely the lowest level of existence amongst the heirs. However, this Star Argus Palace was just a sect in the Tianhu territory. It was a thing worth having pride and dignity in that they boasted so many disciples of 5 meridians true chi. Jiang Chen stood in a corner, debating how to get his hands on an observation invitation. He'd purposefully disguised himself as a 3 meridians true chi independent practitioner with humble strength. He had no desire to reveal his talents and attract the Lotus Harvester's attention. Therefore, he absolutely could not reveal his true strength. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen hit upon an idea. "Brother, my strength in martial Tao is mediocre, but my potential in spirit medicine is quite high. I'm also exceedingly adept in the Tao of alchemy. I can help out if any injuries from the blade result in the process." Jiang Chen sat through a spirit medicine test according to the other's instructions. This was practically as simple as eating to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was treated as an honored guest in less than 15 minutes. His spirit medicine caused even the spirit medicine administrator from the Star Argus Palace, who had assumed personal command over the area, to even slightly admit defeat. In this way, an invitation was in hand, and Spirit Medicine Great Master Chen was written on it. Jiang Chen had given himself a shake and become Great Master Chen. Jiang Chen's status immediately increased greatly with the invitation, becoming a distinguished, honored guest. A specially assigned person led him into the headquarters of the Star Argus Palace and arranged a first-class guest room for him. It looks like one must have expertise in one specialty. One wouldn't even be able to enter the door without a particular specialty. Jiang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly and sat cross-legged on the bed. It would obviously not be the thing to do if he started practicing techniques in a powerful and dynamic way whilst on someone else's territory. Jiang Chen meditated for a while and started circulating vast waves true qi in his body, strengthening his meridians. After strengthening his meridians, Jiang Chen started training the three abilities of God's eye, ear of the Zephyr, and Boulder's heart. As of now, Jiang Chen had trained God's eye to the peak of the third level, and ear of the Zephyr to the peak of the third level as well. Progress was still slow in Boulder's heart, as he had just entered the second level. It said that these abilities can penetrate the 33 heavens, too. Therefore, there should be 33 levels. I have only but just started from ground zero. Jiang Chen also knew that the earliest stages of training were the easiest. It would unfortunately become more difficult as one progressed. The range in which the God's eye and ear of the Zephyr could cover was only a radius of 1,000 meters. Any further would be beyond his power. The mental strength of Psychic's head wasn't able to be defined in quantitative terms, but Jiang Chen could clearly sense that his mental state of being had increased greatly. A mental state of being could only be perceived in the finest of details. It was an instinctive strength, a sixth, seventh sense that exceeded the five senses. Jiang Chen woke up early the next morning because the decennial event of the Star Argus Palace was beginning today. As Great Master Chen in the spirit medicine world, he had actually been arranged a second-class seat. This seat was quite ideal and was situated behind only the high and mighty in the first row. Jiang Chen used the God's eye for slight observation and discovered those sitting in front all possessed power that didn't lose out to the North and South sect master / mistress of the Star Argus Palace. They were mostly all at 7 meridians true qi. Looks like the culture of martial Tao is flourishing in a large rock province. It's a rare sight to have so many 7 meridians true qi practitioners present. Jiang Chen evaluated silently, but was also slightly worried. With so many 7 meridians true qi practitioners holding down the fort, even with the Lotus Harvester's 8 meridians true qi, he probably wouldn't dare to brazenly do something impetuous. Jiang Chen's emotions were quite complicated. He both hoped for the Lotus Harvester to appear, but also didn't wish for female practitioners to be targeted. Just as he was wavering, a group of people walked out from the hallways on the two sides. One side wore all black. They were from the South sect. One side was all female and mostly wore downy yellow clothes, patently the North sect. The South sect sectmaster was called Shenrong and roughly 40 years old. Long sideburns along with his thin, lean features gave off a dignified bearing. Everyone called the sect mistress of the North sect as Madame Jade. She was a young, married woman who actually looked only roughly 27 or 28. A pair of tapered almond eyes adorned her face, and she was exceedingly alluring. No one knew if that was her true age or if she was skilled in making herself look youthful. As a guest, Jiang Chen couldn't very well have no respect and observe the two heads of their sects through the God's eye. But from external appearances, the two were absolutely of the advanced realm of true qi. As for whether it was 7 meridians true qi or 8 meridians, Jiang Chen couldn't gauge it either without a careful look. Haha, Junior Sister Jade, it's been 10 years, but your elegance remains the same as before. Shenrong chuckled and took the lead in speaking. Save the idle chatter, Shenrong. In this time's competition, my North sect will absolutely take back control of the Star Argus Palace. Madame Jade's delicate brow arched, and her jade-like voice sounded. All right, then let our disciples fight decisively. Shenrong smiled freely and easily. 1. Land of the 33 heavens is the desired God realm in Buddhism. http://kadampa.org/Buddhism/Buddhas-return- from -heaven-day. Chapter 59. Following the Clues. Chapter 59. Following the Clues. Both sides agreed to send out 5 disciples to do battle. decide that 3 times out of 5 would be labeled the victor and would wrest control of the Star Argus Palace for the next 10 years. Jiang Chen was absolutely disinterested in the competition of those that were 5 meridians true qi. Jiang Chen surreptitiously started utilizing his gods when everyone's gaze was locked onto the crowd of youths, and he started observing the seated guests. If the Lotus Harvester was going to come, he naturally wouldn't brazenly appear undisguised. He would certainly disguise himself as a guest and take advantage of the situation to profiteer, like robbing an owner when his house was on fire. He had to admit, these guests were all quite entranced. Almost everyone in Jiang Chen's God's Eye range had concentrated their attention on the competition on the field. This was a competition between the most distinguished disciples of the Star Argus Palace's new generations. These guests of exceptional ability all made their living in the large rock province. They would naturally pay attention to the condition of the Star Argus Palace's next generation. The first 2 battles were quickly concluded. The North and South sect had both won 1 battle. Jiang Chen had also completed a round of observations, but gained nothing. None of these people looked like the Lotus Harvester in disguise. Jiang Chen's mind was not quite at rest, and so he made another thorough round of observations. The results were the same. He couldn't find the slightest flaw in these guests. Is it possible that the Lotus Harvester really didn't come? Or is it that he's disguised himself so well that my gods, I can't see through him? Jiang Chen questioned his own judgment a bit. Due to his training of the boulder's heart, he'd had a faint instinctive feeling that told him something would happen at the Star Argus Palace today, and it was very likely something to do with the Lotus Harvester. That was to say, it was possible that the Lotus Harvester was already present. Except, there was a full 300 guests spectating the competition. Which one was the Lotus Harvester? Jiang Chen first observed through using God's Eye, then leveraged ear of the Zephyr to listen to these people's breathing and heartbeat. In the end, he still gained nothing. Is my feeling incorrect? 4 battles of the competition had been completed as Jiang Chen was musing, and both sides had won twice. At this moment, a 15 to 16-year-old girl walked out from behind Sect Mistress Jade of the North Sect. She was wearing a downy yellow light petticoat and had an exquisite and delicately wrought body. She slowly walked onto the stage. I am North Sect disciple Wenziki. Please grant me your instruction. The girl called Wenziki had a head full of hair that was akin to a waterfall of black yarn. Her eyes, like lacquer, shone with a purity like that of a mountain spring. The softly spoken sentence was enough to send her entire face blushing to the backs of her ears. I've heard of Master's Junior Sect Mistress Jade of the North Sect obtaining a fine disciple. It must be you, junior sister. I am your foolish brother Lu Boyu, and I'll demonstrate a few moves with you. This Lu Boyu was slender and tall, and his thin face emanated a sense of suaveness. His eyes were like a second mouth that could also speak. He had a few traces of an elegant bearing within his gestures. What surprised Jiang Chen quite a bit was that both of them were actually 6 meridians true qi. For 2 6 meridians true qi to appear in such a small Star Argus Palace, no wonder it caused those spectating the competition to also gasp and exclaim softly. Sect Mistress Jade's originally confident, charming face darkened suddenly. She had held this disciple, the pride of her joy, in reserve and concealed her strength in preparation to soar to the heavens with 1 feat. She hadn't thought that the South Sect would also play such a hand. The battle between these 2 trump cards was indeed much more exciting than those from earlier. Although Wenziki was gentle and refined, and even blushed when she talked, she wasn't the least bit ambiguous and perfunctory when she entered battle conditions. Her advances and retreats were measured, and she attacked and defended. She actually had quite the authoritative air. Except, disciple Lu Boyu was patently a character that the South Sect had cultivated with emphasis. No matter what Wenziki did, he could firmly repress Wenziki. And, with his combat attitude of accomplishing a task with ease, he obviously was holding his strength back. Jiang Chen shook his head lightly and privately flicked a glance at the South Sect sect master Shinrong. A sly old fox was the master at machination and maneuver. It looked like the North Sect would still be unable to win for the next 10 years. Just as the thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, Lu Boyu lightly exhaled forcefully and snatched out softly with his hand, grabbing Wenziki's trailing sleeve and brought it for a sniff in front of his nose. National beauty and a heavenly fragrance. Great commendation. Great commendation. Wenziki was the epitome of awkwardness, as she could neither advance nor retreat in that moment. Her eyes red. Tears were already rolling in her eyes. North Sect Madame Jade slammed her hand down on the table and rose, speaking angrily to Shunrong of the South Sect. Shunrong, are your disciples just as wicked and philandering as you? Shunrong laughed heartily and lightly rubbed his sideburns. Junior Sister Jade, what's the harm in a young making harmless jokes? Madame Jade was so infuriated that her alluring body trembled slightly, and her pink face was suffused red with anger. She had labored over 10 years of preparations, but was still one step short in the end. It was easy to imagine the bout of depression she felt. Lu Boyu cupped his hands at Wenziki. Junior Sister Wen, your foolish brother had no other intention and was purely jesting with you. That was all. Tears rolling in her eyes, Wenziki lightly stomped her foot and ran to Madame Jade, starting to cry out of her aggrievement. What are you crying for? Madame Jade was similarly depressed, and she lectured. Your skills were not as good as others, so just go back and train well. How will you bear responsibility for great matters in the future if you only know to shed tears when you run into anything? As the victor, Shunrong didn't take the advantage to add insult to injury. Rather, he walked in front of Madame Jade and cupped his hands. Junior Sister, the stroke of a brush does not create two-star Argus palaces. Although you and I are the North and South sects, the God of Destiny has made fools of people. I have always had a noble ambition during my stewardship of the Star Argus Palace, and that is to merge our North and South sect and recover the glorious days of yesteryear, strengthening our star. Argus Palace's reputation, allowing our palace to become a first-rate sect in all of the Eastern Kingdom. Pretentious hypocrite. Madame Jade wasn't in a good mood. Junior Sister, your foolish brother was contemplating in the depths of the mountains a while ago and unintentionally discovered a hidden spot of the sect. It may touch upon the heritage of the founder of our Star Argus Palace. Your foolish brother finds it difficult to do so much single-handedly and would like to invite Junior Sister to return to the mountain and discuss a strategy together. Shenrong's posture was quite low. Secret spot of the sect? Founder of the sect. Madame Jade's refined brows lifted slightly. Junior Sister, you and I are the same sect and same origin. Why the need to separate yours from mine on such an important matter? If this matter can facilitate the merging of the two sects in the future, wouldn't you and I have rendered a great service to the sect? Shenrong's tone was exceedingly sincere. Madame Jade mused in deep contemplation as she felt a bit of dilemma. If Shenrong's attitude had been haughty, Madame Jade would have surely left with a flourish of her sleeves. But on the contrary, Shenrong had humbled himself, and every word he spoke was from the basis of the righteous cause for the sect. This tempted Madame Jade a bit. Junior Sister, there are many people here. Why don't you and I first discuss this in the sect's secret room? I have a few clues that just so happen to need to be discussed with Junior Sister. Madame Jade hesitated for a bit and finally nodded. Shenrong, if you truly have the intention to help the sect merge as one, then I, Madame Jade, am not a heartless person. Shenrong was overjoyed. Junior Sister's magnanimity is the blessing of our sect. This way, please. He immediately gave orders to Lu Boyu. Boyu, you look after the assorted honored guests. I have matters to discuss with my junior sister. Yes. Shenrong expressed his apologies to the guests and moved to the internal areas of the Star Argus sect along with Madame Jade. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, rather baffled. A competition had ended just like that, but he had gathered no clues at all. Instinct told him that there was definitely something out of the ordinary at this decennial event. Yet, he couldn't find any traces of it, no matter how he observed. Just where did it go wrong? The guests were already dispersing in twos and threes. Some intended to leave, while others were preparing to return to their quarters and leave after supping at the Star Argus Palace's banquet. Jiang Chen was helpless and without a strategy at that moment, as he sank into an impasse. Did I really make this trip for nothing? Jiang Chen was unwilling to concede defeat. He felt sure that he had missed some fine details. After training Boulder's heart, he was confident that his intuition was much stronger than that of ordinary folks. At this moment, another disciple walked out from within the inner doors and spoke to the 6 or 7 female disciples left behind, of whom included Wenziki. Junior sisters, in accordance with the Master's Junior's orders, I invite my fellow junior sisters to go and pay our respects to the sex. Founding Master. Upon hearing that it was their master's orders and that it had to do with paying respects to the founding master, Wenziki naturally didn't decline and followed the disciple away. Gazing at the messenger disciple, Jiang Chen's emotions bafflingly palpated a bit. Haven't I met this person? Jiang Chen went over the experiences of the past few days in his mind, but couldn't find any memories with regards to this person. But when this disciple had arrived just now, his mental strength had detected a strand of a familiar feeling. Who was that person? Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered and he walked towards Lu Boyu. Brother Lu. Lu Boyu took in Jiang Chen's appearance as a wandering practitioner and smiled faintly. What instructions does this honored guest have? Brother Lu, the disciple that came by with a message just now. Who is he in the Star Argus Palace? Oh, that was one of Master's honorary disciples. I can't remember his name. What do you know him? Jiang Chen shook his head. Just curious. An honorary disciple, obviously someone with no particular reputation. Yet, he'd given Jiang Chen a familiar feeling. Jiang Chen instinctively followed them outside. But when he chased out after them, there were no traces of those people outside. The most peculiar thing was that the female disciples should have had a particular body scent. But at this moment, a strange smell permeated the air, making it impossible to discern the scent of the female disciples. No, this isn't right. Jiang Chen immediately employed God's eye to the extreme and looked around his surroundings, but still came up empty-handed. It was as if that honorary disciple had vanished in a thin air with those female disciples. Jiang Chen found a South Sect disciple and asked him where the temple of the founding master was. When he swiftly hurried there, the locks were hung upon the doors to the temple. There were obviously no rites of worship to the founding master. Indeed, something's wrong with that honorary disciple. Jiang Chen calmed down and went over the entire matter again. Suddenly, the South Sect master Shun Rong's sideburns floated in Jiang Chen's mind. Shun Rong, right? I'd actually detected Shun Rong's presence on that messenger disciple just now. Although that person consciously concealed his presence, a few minute movements and subconscious habits were unable to escape from my God's eye's notice. Is something amiss with this Shun Rong? Jiang Chen hesitated no longer when his thoughts arrived at this point, and he deployed God's eye, ear the zephyr, and Boulder's heart to their utmost. Chapter 60. The Splendor of Spring and Killing Intent. Chapter 60. The Splendor of Spring and Killing Intent. Once he had deployed all 3 abilities to their utmost, he finally found a tiny sliver of a clue in a clump of shrubbery. This clump of shrubbery was slightly different from the ones in front of it. This shrubbery all vaguely leaned in the same direction. It was obvious that something had passed by here and caused this bit of change. With the God's Eye careful discerning ability, Jiang Chen finally found a few footprints in the surrounding grass, so faint that they could barely be detected. These footprints were concealed very well. Jiang Chen quested all along the way and followed them to a sea of bamboo. Jiang Chen's body was like an ape's as he swung through the sea of bamboo, continuously hanging onto this clue and not letting go. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Chen appeared in front of an entrance to a secret underground chamber, deep within the sea of bamboo. Jiang Chen took out one layered feather-throwing dagger and surreptitiously followed the course of the underground chamber. There was actually a world of its own the further he went into the secret chamber. The entrance was small, but a vast expanse came into view after threading through a long hallway. What Jiang Chen had wholly unanticipated was that this vast expanse was actually an underground palace. The palace wasn't large, but all the furnishings that should have been there were all present. A large jade bed was installed at the end of the palace. But an even more astounding scene was present on the jade bed. Madame Jade was presently naked and had been placed in the center of the jade bed. There wasn't a shred of clothing on her body, and all of her places of importance were on full display. The 6 female disciples of the North sect were placed on both sides, 3 on each side. The 3 on the left had also been similarly stripped, with not a scrap left on their bodies. The silk robes of the 3 girls on the right had been partially unfastened. Although they hadn't been completely unrobed, important places disappeared and reappeared like smoke. Including Wenziki, all of them bore expressions of fright and horror as they looked at the person standing at the head of the bed. That person was that honorary disciple who had been the messenger. Jiang Chen did not rush to reveal himself. Separated by such a distance, the honorary disciple hadn't discovered him either. Tisk tsk, it is indeed the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Haha, the old and young of the North sect of the Star Artist Palace have all been captured in one net by me. Ah, this is excellent indeed. The person's voice carried a few tones of abnormal betwitchingness. A pair of evil eyes swept over the tempting bodies as he emitted a low roar like that of a beast's. These North sect girls were all martial Tao practitioners, each with lithe and graceful figures. Particularly Madame Jade. Her figure was even more superior compared to those of the female disciples. If these female disciples were mostly budding flowers, then Madame Jade was a blossomed fresh flower full of the amorous feelings of a young married woman. Should I eat the old one first or taste the young one first? The person smiled evilly, but his gaze stopped on Wenziki. This lass is genteel and refined, and blushes even when she speaks. She must have a particularly distinctive flavor when tasted. She's the one. The person bent down as he spoke and began to undo Wenziki's clothes. Wenziki's eyes displayed a desperate, horrified fear as her tears rolled down like beads. Jiang Chen knew that it would be rather unkind if he continued watching like this. Coughing lightly, he walked out from the shadows and said with a trace of a smile, "Brother, you know how to enjoy amorous happenings, all right. How could you relish such wonderful things by yourself?" The person was as if struck by lightning, and his body suddenly dashed away, landing in a corner. His hand had already grabbed the hilt of a short sword as his sinister eyes pierced towards Jiang Chen. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen laughed faintly. "Are you Shen Rong? Or Shen Rong's honorary disciple?" The person laughed heartily. "Shen Rong? Honorary disciple? Haha, they're but bodies I use when I hunt and pluck flowers. If you want to find them, you can only go to the netherworld. This is to say that you've already killed the Star Argus Palace's South sect master, Shen Rong. You were disguised as Shen Rong from the very beginning." Jiang Chen understood everything all at once. Shen Rong and that honorary disciple who had carried the message were actually all the same person, and that was the person standing in front of him. It was more than likely that this person was that lotus harvester. "Haha, just who are you? Don't you think that you're asking too many questions?" The person's tone was dark and cold as his eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, seeming to want to seal off all avenues of retreat with his gaze alone. "Lotus harvester, you've got some nerve in hunting and plucking flowers in a sex sphere of influence." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. A sliver of surprise flashed through the person's gaze. "You know me? Huh. Are you also from those interfering busybodies at the 6-panel door, trying to enforce justice on behalf of heaven?" "You're correct." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Blockhead. Fool." A trace of an odd smile suddenly appeared on the Lotus Harvester's face. "If I haven't met 1,000 people trying to carry out justice on behalf of heaven, I've met at least 800. All these people are now sleeping soundly in the netherworld. You're the next one. You're quite confident." Jiang Chen also smiled. "Why wouldn't I be confident towards someone who's already half dead? Do you know why these women are lying here without being able to move at all? I didn't seal their acupoints." The Lotus Harvester smiled leisurely. "What? You mean that the smoke from the candles are poisoned?" Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. "At least you're not a complete idiot. You should die, must die, for disturbing my sexual pleasure. Give me your head in apology." The Lotus Harvester suddenly moved, and his figure dashed forward like a ghost or a goblin. It was said that the Lotus Harvester's Qigong was extraordinary, and his movements indeed lived up to its reputation. The short blade in his hand turned into a flash of cold light as it chopped towards Jiang Chen's neck. Jiang Chen's body wavered and tottered, as if he might fall down at any moment. To the Lotus Harvester, This looked like the struggles of its prey, and it further stimulated his wildness. The lotus harvester waved his blade and stabbed downwards. The anticipated scene did not occur. The short sword didn't land in a chop on the neck. More accurately speaking, the short sword chopped empty air. That wavering and tottering opponent suddenly vanished where he stood. Ah, not good. The lotus harvester's reaction was quick as he abruptly turned his body, sweeping his short sword out in the space behind him. At this moment, a flash of cold light came from an unknown location. It was like it didn't need to follow the rules of space as it instantaneously shot to his throat. A flying dagger. A perfect angle, a perfect hit. Jiang Chen's layered feather-throwing dagger was as thin as a feather as it melted into the thin air. It cleaved space apart as it flew into the lotus harvester's throat. The lotus harvester clutched his throat in a death grip as his eyes bugged violently like a dead fish's. He stared at Jiang Chen with a face full of incredulity. He had never thought that he would perish in such a place like this. He didn't understand. Why was the other fine after falling victim to the poison in the candle smoke? Why had the other been able to find this place and thoroughly understand his identity? But the lotus harvester would have no chance to find the answers to all these in this lifetime. How would he have known that for a great master of alchemy who had occupied all the various planes such as Jiang Chen in his past life, the poison methods of him, the lotus harvester, was akin to child's play? Jiang Chen walked up and relieved the lotus harvester's body of its head with a light stroke of a blade. He enveloped it in a cloth bag at his waist with a smooth motion and rolled the lotus harvester's head inside. He picked up the lotus harvester's short blade as well and searched out a few other things from the lotus harvester's body. According to the requirements of the mission, the head of the lotus harvester was required for inspection after killing the lotus harvester, and he also needed to obtain some sort of token from the lotus harvester. This short sword was naturally a type of token. Jiang Chen rolled all the random things on the lotus harvester's body into a cloth bag and hung it on his waist in a fluid motion. Walking to the front of the big bed, the 7 females from the North Sect were all staring with wide eyes. Their expressions were both awkward and full of the desire to be saved. Jiang Chen had seen countless women in his past life, and naturally wouldn't lose his composure in such a scene with naked bodies lying all around. His gaze sweeping past all the ladies, Jiang Chen shoved a pill into Wenziki's mouth. Swallow it. Wenziki's limpid eyes blinked. There were still traces of tears hanging on her long eyelashes, but she swallowed the pill obediently. This pill was the antidote to those substances that would numb the nerves. Jiang Chen had fully prepared these basic equipment the last time he'd visited the Hall of Healing. Pills produced by the Hall of Healing would naturally not be an ordinary product. A moment after Wenziki had taken the pill, her hands and feet regained some of their movement. She struggled to sit up, and her hands subconsciously moved to put her clothes on. Except, the pill had just taken effect, and she didn't have enough strength in her hands. With a shake of her hands, the robe slipped down and ended up revealing, in detail, the splendor of spring that was her chest. A pair of jade peaks as adorable as doves fell right into Jiang Chen's view. What a beautiful sight! Jiang Chen's heart also lurched slightly as he turned around and didn't stare continuously instead. Wenziki's elegant face had already blushed to the back of her ears at this time. It was a good thing that Jiang Chen had turned his back so that she didn't continue to wallow in awkwardness. She hastily wrapped her clothes around herself and said lowly, "It's all right now." Jiang Chen turned around and placed a bottle of pills in front of Wenziki. "Give these to your master and your fellow sisters. You've fallen victim to the Lotus Harvester's schemes. It was great fortune amongst unfortuitous circumstances that you were unsullied." He was a Lotus Harvester. Wenziki's face turned pale with fear when she heard the Lotus Harvester's infamous name. Her heart pounded furiously in her fright. Madame Jade was the first to recover her movement ability after taking the pill. She had been touched by the Lotus Harvester earlier, and the flush of intimacy had yet to fully disperse from her face. There were still traces of lustful desire fading in and out in her charming eyes. "What is the young hero's name? Little girl here thanks you for saving my life." Madame Jade's tone was young and ignorant, in stark contrast to her stern manner as cold as ice and frost earlier. Jiang Chen's thoughts perked. Judging from this tone, he knew that the Lotus Harvester had probably employed some methods on Madame Jade, and her desire had not yet dissipated. He smiled wryly. I am a nameless nobody. My name is not worth mentioning. Since you are fine now, I shall take my leave. Madame Jade sighed lowly and spoke bitterly. Young hero, you've seen all there is to see from both young and old from the north sect of the Star Argus Palace. What a philanderer. If you leave just like this, I'm an old woman and thus afraid of nothing. But who will prove the innocence of these girls in the future? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. I think this is a bit of an exaggeration. Madame Jade smiled in a gently and lovely way. Who was it just now who was enchanted by my chest and the area between my legs just now? Jiang Chen felt greatly depressed and aggrieved. He admitted that his eyes had stayed on Madame Jade's body for a few seconds just now. That was because her young woman's body was the most special, the most curvaceous. But it hadn't been as exaggerated as she said. Enchanted by her. Now what the heck was that? Madam, although I am young, I know of the strict rules of conduct between men and women. I absolutely will not speak even half a word of what has happened today after I leave. If I violate my words, then may I die from 10,000 arrows piercing my heart. You don't need to swear such a blood oath. When Ziki's face flushed red again as she hastily spoke up and then added another sentence. We all believe you. You're an upright gentleman with strict morals. When Ziki thought of the awkward scene just now, the scenery of her chest hadn't originally been displayed, but her own hands had failed and allowed a thorough look for the other. When she thought of this scene, when Ziki felt uncontrollable embarrassment, Jiang Chen nodded his head lightly and took in a deep breath. He knew that it was not advisable to remain in this place for long. If he lingered any longer, and Madame Jade tried seducing him every now and then, he may actually fail to hold his position. After all, a colorful scene littered with naked jade bodies and exuding fragrances such as this one wasn't one that any male could easily defend against. Seeing that Jiang Chen could resume a clear and bright heart under such a short time frame and walk towards the outside, Madame Jade also privately admired him. How could an ordinary young man have controlled himself under these circumstances? Young hero, I may not have enough face as an old woman, but can I ask for your honored name on behalf of my pathetic disciple? Madame Jade was a quick-witted person and knew that Jiang Chen was at least somewhat kindly disposed towards her disciple when Ziki, given that he had given her the antidote first. Jiang Chen's body halted slightly, and he responded faintly. I am Jiang Chen of the Jianghan territory, here to execute the Lotus Harvester by royal order. Everyone, we shall meet again someday. He disappeared from where he stood with a point of his toe, like a wild goose flying to the unseen world, after he had spoken. Chapter 61. Encountering an Attack. Chapter 61. Encountering an Attack. Jianghan territory. Jiang Chen. Madame Jade murmured, chewing over this name. Suddenly, a beam of startlingly bright light shot out of those alluring eyes. Jianghan territory. Jiang Chen. Madame Jade slapped her thigh and sighed. Sure, you've missed out on quite a bit of fortune that would have been the making of you. Could this Jiang Chen be the young duke of the Jianghan territory? Young duke. The girls of the Star Argus Palace had all recovered their movement ability by now, and were in no hurry to put their clothes back on since there wasn't anyone else in the cave. Upon hearing the words, young duke, some of the girls displayed lovesick expressions. Although they were the disciples of a sect, and even the geniuses of a sect, the Star Argus Palace was, after all, just a sect in the Tianhu territory. The Tianhu territory was ranked in the lower half of the 108 dukes of the kingdom, whereas Jianghan was an upper second-rank dukedom, garrisoning the southern border of the kingdom. Its position was high, and its power hefty. When this position was compared to them, the former was in the heavens, and the other was on the ground. They had all personally seen that person's methods just now, not mentioning anything else. Even the Lotus Harvester, who no one on this earth could seem to beat, was as if a child that had just learned how to walk in front of him. One throwing dagger was enough to end the Lotus Harvester, who had rampaged through the Tianhu territory. Young Duke, really a young Duke? A female disciple on the left rubbed her jade shoulders as her tone turned exceedingly lovesick. Damn it, why didn't he look at me a few more times? Honored master, would you say this young duke has heavy tastes? He seems to like looking at you, you old woman. Madame Jade's face darkened. Am I old? Hee, a bit older than us at least. These disciples were obviously very spoiled as they showed no respect for their elder Madame Jade. As for Wenziki, she had been silent all along and didn't display any particular lovesick appearance. Her easily embarrassed fair face seemed to be deep in thought. Madame Jade cast a glance at Wenziki and sighed. Sure, a joke is a joke. You must be more carefree. Don't sink into it. Some people are destined to be an existence that you and I cannot clamber up to. Wenziki's face flushed red again. Honored master, what are you talking about? He and us met by chance like patches of drifting duckweed. He came chasing the Lotus Harvester under orders and only happened to also simultaneously save us. Your disciple only feels gratitude for him saving our lives, nothing else. Is that so? Madame Jade sighed lightly. You, the infatuated one, have always had a personality that would sink into infatuation since you were small. As your master, I am afraid that once something takes root in your heart, you will be unable to extricate yourself from it for the rest of your life. Wenziki didn't say another word, but in her mind, a lingering feeling hovered around the image of a dashing and handsome figure. Looks like this young Duke Jiang is participating in the Hidden Dragon trials and has come here to execute one of the missions of the trials. Madame Jade was the master of sect after all, and still had this bit of knowledge. Hidden Dragon trials? What's that? That is held to determine if all the great dukes in the kingdom can retain their dukedoms. The youths who can participate in the Hidden Dragon trials are all the cream of the crop. Take Chur, who, at 6 meridians true chi, is a genius that appears only once in 100 years for our sect. It's said that she would be at the bottom of the ladder in the Hidden Dragon trials. Madame Jade was also full of awe, as if she beheld a high mountain, when she spoke of the Hidden Dragon trials. The love-struck disciple asked, Honored master, what level is this young Duke Jiang? Your master cannot see clearly either, but someone who can kill the Lotus Harvester should be equal in influence and power, so his training must be at least 8 or 9 meridians. Taking it one step further, he may even be a true chi master. What? True chi master? The lovesick disciple was utterly dumbfounded, saying gloomily, Honored master, I wish the young Duke Jiang was a frivolous type. That way Ouyang Fei's first time could at least be given to a future true chi master. Feier continued to be lovesick. Even if the young Duke Jiang wished to grace someone with his presence, he would grace the honored master or junior sister Ziki. You were completely naked just now, and he didn't even look twice at you. Huh, Chao, you're just jealous. Although I didn't give my first time to the young Duke Jiang, but Ouyang Fei can say proudly that the first man to see me naked was an exalted young Duke Jiang, a future true chi master. But you? Your clothes were still on your body just now, weren't they? Do you feel regret? Dejected? Ha! This Ouyang Fei was indeed a lovesick girl of the first class to actually use this matter to compare, as if having Jiang Chen look at your body was the greatest honor. Madame Jade could only shake her head and smile wryly. She was the one who knew her own disciples the best. Except when the disciple named Xiaoer said that Jiang Chen would grace her, Madame Jade first. Her ears grow hot without any cause, and it felt as if countless numbers of small insects were crawling all over her body, creating a numbing and ticklish sensation. Several sensitive areas on her body also agitated with hot currents as they all turned as moist as a bog in the span of a moment. A baffling hint of desire flashed through Madame Jade's eyes as she thought of those scenes, and she even had the feeling of extreme expectation. Some terribly embarrassing scenes flashed through her mind, like those of Jiang Chen being as depraved as the Lotus Harvester and taking advantage of their perilous state to take both her and her disciples. If she hadn't known of Jiang Chen's identity, Madame Jade would have surely felt humiliated. But now that she knew Jiang Chen's identity, the mindset of worshiping and admiring the strong made her feel that even if she were to service this young genius along with her disciples, it didn't seem to be an entirely outrageous and unacceptable thing. When she thought of the moments of passion, her whole body shook lightly as if it had been electrocuted. Madame Jade shook her head forcefully and threw those ridiculous thoughts to the back of her mind. Jiang Han territory, Jiang Chen. When Ziki, on the other hand, was beyond innocent. She repeated this name in her mind many times. She knew that her honored master had been right about her. Some seeds were planted unknowingly and could no longer be cast off once it had taken root and germinated. But why extricate herself from it? Wasn't this a type of happiness, to be able to sink into it? Strands of sweet emotions floated up in Wenziki's heart. There was a dream of a young boyish hero in every young girl's heart, particularly when she met danger. This young boyish hero would appear in the nick of time and make vigorous efforts to turn back the tide. Wenziki also had the same young girl's dream. Therefore, Jiang Chen's dashing back profile when he left was destined to become a brand in Wenziki's heart that would forever be difficult to obliterate. After completing the first mission, Jiang Chen pushed on his return to the capital without stopping. Jiang Chen did not relax his guard as he galloped at full speed. The closer he drew to the capital, the more wary he became. He knew that he could employ some methods to shake off his pursuers when he left the capital. But this was the only portion that must be passed upon returning to the capital and couldn't be avoided. It's most likely that an opponent will lay an ambush for me here, if he wishes to scheme against me. This was a mountain pass with a dark mass of trees and shrubbery on the sides, an exceedingly easy place to set up an ambush. Jiang Chen highly deployed his ear of the zephyr as he galloped on the horse, partnering it with the mental strength of Boulder's heart. Although he was galloping swiftly on the back of a horse, he could fully take in all the potential dangers around him within 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's arms pressed down lightly on the saddle as he flipped himself like a hawk, his body suddenly shooting towards the sky from the saddle. Under habitual urging, the steed actually didn't stop and continued rushing forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 sharp arrows shot out from the sides of the mountain pass, and they all landed on the steed, covering almost all possible angles. The horse gave one long scream and fell down with a thud, meeting a violent death then and there. The long whip in Jiang Chen's hand shuddered as this specially made long whip was suddenly flung out. It was about 10 feet long and coiled like a dragon. The whip oscillated and gave rise to layers of true chi ripples, rippling out with Jiang Chen as the center. The oscillating true chi expanded through the long whip and caused strings of sonic booms to sound in thin air. What scoundrels are there? Show yourself. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the path with the long whip in his hand, with his aura growing steadily by itself. With him as the center, the true chi given rise by the long whip had actually formed currents in a true chi vortex, protecting himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 black-clad killers leapt out from the sides of the road. He's the one, kill him. The 5 black-clad killer were obviously well-trained, as they didn't waste time talking with Jiang Chen. They didn't waste a single word as they locked onto their target and rushed towards him without a care for their lives. Jiang Chen's long whip danced again as it gave rise to circles of true chi, blocking these 5 people and keeping them outside the circle. Don't be afraid, everyone. At most we'll be hit once. The long whip can't kill all of us. These people were indeed exceedingly fierce and brave. They actually ignored the damage brought upon by the long whip, and, whilst wielding the weapons in their hand and protecting their vitals, pounced on Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Bang, bang. The long whip simultaneously hit 2 black-clad killers. The 2 were exceedingly fierce and brave, and they actually entwined the long whip around their arms after being hit and thoroughly hampered the whip's movement. Brothers go, chopping to death with random blows. The 2 hit by the long whip were spewing out blood, but still grimaced in a smile as they waved their companions forward. They absolutely had the posture of pitting their lives against Jiang Chen's. A bunch of crazies. Jiang Chen apparently hadn't anticipated just how foolhardy the others would be. However, Jiang Chen had actually already made his preparations before the 5 had started their attacks. He ignored the 3's attacks. His body moved like lightning to evade the attacks from the 3. The nameless saber in his hand never made it out of its scabbard, instead materializing its cutting edge out of true chi, flashing past the necks of the 2 injured killers. First form of the vast ocean current splitter wave slash. PFFT. PFFT. Two excellent heads were harvested and repeated by Jiang Chen. In the switch off between positions, Jiang Chen had executed 2, and the remaining 3 had ended up behind Jiang Chen. Being able to activate the blade's edge without drawing it from the scabbard, this kid is also of the advanced realm of true chi. The other 3 killers were all startled. Kid, you kill my companions, you must die today. Kill him. The 3 killers had already deployed vanishing body forms as they formed a peeing formation, attacking towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed coldly as his body wavered, bounding ahead to the front. He darted on without looking back. Kid, where are you going? Jiang Chen's body abruptly halted as he smiled faintly. Do I need to tell someone who's about to die where I'm going? Someone who's about to die? Kid, do you think with just you dash? Oh no, I can't bring out my true chi. Poison? The kid had already laid down poison with the first true chi activation of a long whip. Tell me, are you working to the death for the Duke of Soaring Dragon? Jiang Chen said coldly. If you answer straightforwardly, then I will also deal with you straightforwardly. Otherwise, you can wait to see each part of your body rot away and turn putrid, dying in slow agony when the poison activates. Chapter 62. Sharply Counterattacking the Long Family. Chapter 62. Sharply Counterattacking the Long Family. These 3 men were all trained warriors who were willing to die for their mission from the Soaring Dragon Manor. They were ordinarily wholly unafraid of dying, but there was a sense of terror in Jiang Chen's smile that made them shiver all over, yet not from cold. Jiang Chen, why ask if you know everything? Deal with us straightforwardly. Kill us. You want to die? It's not that easy. Tell me, how many are there in your operation this time? And who's in charge? Jiang Chen had no doubt that all of this had something to do with the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Except, what was most important was how many people the Duke of Soaring Dragon had sent out. You won't be able to escape anyways, so what's the harm in telling you? The person leading the operation to kill you this time is a true chi master. Jiang Chen, although you got rid of us, you're destined to die. True chi master? Jiang Chen hadn't thought that he would occupy such weight in the Duke of Soaring Dragon's heart for him to send a true chi master. But the more the Duke of Soaring Dragon was thus, the more it incited Jiang Chen's pride. So what if he's a true chi master? As strong as a true chi master was, it wasn't as if he, Jiang Chen, was completely without advantage. The God's Eye, and the other 2 abilities he had, gave him many advantages that true chi masters did not boast of. Not to mention many of the numerous preparations he had made before hadn't even been employed yet. When these preparations and personal advantages were combined, Jiang Chen was confident that he could also contend with a true chi master. If he employed them well, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a true chi master. After coaxing out the information, Jiang Chen naturally didn't leave the 3 of them alive. After executing them one by one, he selected a death warrior that was built vaguely like him. Jiang Chen began disguising himself at the scene. His powers of disguise were not empty bluster. Very quickly, Jiang Chen had made himself mostly like this person with a shake of his body. He then conveniently took possession of the person's black-colored clothing and facial mask. After completing his great transformation, an idea grew in Jiang Chen's heart. He disposed of the 4 corpses and cleaned up the area, continuing on his way. This can't be the only ambush, but I don't know if the true chi master will be waiting for me up front. I must catch him unawares, if I'm to take on a true chi master. However, if it was his purposeful intent against someone else's unformed planning, and he was able to catch the other by surprise, then he would have a 60 to 70% surety of this working. After all, the technique Moon Shatter Flying Daggers, accompanied by the 9 unpredictable layered feather throwing daggers, was most adept at catching an opponent by surprise and in obtaining the upper hand by catching someone unawares. After walking roughly 15 to 25 kilometers, he had drawn even closer to the capital. The official road would start after this bit of mountain pass, and if the others wanted to start something, they would have to think twice before engaging him on the official road. Therefore, this last obstacle would be sure to appear before he circled around this mountain ridge. Indeed, as he closed within 1,000 meters of the mountain ridge, Jiang Chen's boulder's heart detected a hint of an opposing sensation. This kind of pressure was concealed quite well, almost to the point of being undetectable. If Jiang Chen hadn't trained in boulder's heart, he would have never discovered this with purely the instinct of a martial Tao practitioner alone. Even a true Qi master would have been hard-pressed to notice, not to mention his mere 7 meridians true Qi. However, the ability of boulder's heart trained one's mental strength, making Jiang Chen's instinct abnormally sensitive and much stronger than many true Qi masters. Forget it, if it's a face-to-face conflict, I'm out in the open whereas the other is concealed. There's no chance of winning. I can only take a risk and make a gamble. I only hope that the other has sent just one true Qi master. If there are 2 true Qi masters, then I can only make my getaway and escape to the depths of the mountain. Jiang Chen had settled on a plan and didn't drag his feet, sprinting towards the front. When he'd reached about 300 meters from the ambush site, a few figures shot out with whooshing sounds from the shadows, halting him in his path. "Old Gu, number 5, why are you alone?" The person speaking had a tone that cut like the edge of a blade. His eyes seemed to be that of a keen edge which could penetrate metal and stone as it raked over Jiang Chen's body. "My lord, I have intelligence of that Jiang Chen." "What intelligence?" The leader was the Duke of Soaring Dragon's confidant, Long San, and the main organizer of the operation to kill Jiang Chen. "We discovered something along the way." Jiang Chen respectfully handed over with both hands a package he'd long since prepared. The leader was obviously quite circumspect as he unwrapped the package with a flick of his long sword. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body suddenly moved and his hand tremored, a current of true Qi flinging the package directly at the leader. At the same time, his left hand moved with a powerful, continuous motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The layered feather throwing daggers transformed into 5 beams of cold light and shot toward the 5 on the side. With the properties of the layered feather throwing daggers and the mysteries of moonshatter flying daggers, attacking at such a close distance added wings to the tiger that was the throwing daggers. Apart from one person who was slightly further away and flinched instinctively when he saw the flash of cold light, the other 4 didn't have any reaction at all. When they felt a cold draft on their necks, their throats had already been pierced. The one who evaded this calamity hadn't dodged all of it. The leathered feather throwing dagger shot into his left shoulder. Of course, Jiang Chen had merely incidentally attacked these 5. His main target was still locked on the leader's body. The second the package had shook itself open, he had used true Qi to agitate the streams of smoke inside to spread out in the span of a moment. The leader Long San had witnessed many large happenings before. When he saw the smoke percolating through the air, he knew something was amiss with this smoke and hastily covered his nose, slight emotion flickering in his eyes. His body rapidly backed up until he was 100 steps away. He then took a look at his 5 underlings. 4 already down, and 1 was injured. You're Jiang Chen." Long San roared lowly, his eyes like those of a violent beast shooting out thick, killing intent. "You've guessed correctly." Jiang Chen stared faintly at Long San. "I saw you in the Soaring Dragon manor." "Huh, so what?" "Your Jiang family is setting yourself against the Duke of Soaring Dragon. That's bringing destruction down upon yourself." Long San didn't conceal his identity in the slightest. "Bringing destruction down upon myself?" Jiang Chen laughed contemptuously. "Do you think that you, someone who's about to die, has the right to say such things to me?" "What do you mean?" Long San's gaze grew nervous. "You must surely think that you evaded the poisonous smoke because you covered your nose." The edges of Jiang Chen's lips moved slightly as they revealed some hints of mockery. "However, my poison is all-pervasive. You covered your nose, but did you cover your ears? Even if you could cover your ears, could you cover every single pore? Unless you were prepared well in advance, and prepared a defense of true Qi within your body, defending yourself while the poison invaded and used the true Qi to force it out." Jiang Chen's tone was diffident and remote. Whether it was a true Qi master or an ordinary practitioner, anyone who allowed Jiang Chen within 10 meters of themselves was equivalent to laying half their life in Jiang Chen's hands. Long San's pupils contracted rapidly as they shot out the violent, brutal light of a wild beast. Jiang Chen, however, was in no hurry to walk up to him. Rather, he stayed 100 meters away from Long San, walking in circles. Out of Long San's 5 underlings now, 4 were dead and 1 was injured. A peculiar poison had invaded Long San's body. Jiang Chen would naturally not attack brashly. He had all the time in the world to dawdle. However, Long San didn't have the luxury of wasting time. The more time he wasted, the more the poison would seep through his body. He continually fished out various antidotes from himself, but they were all useless to a fault. Zhang Qi, are you a death warrior under the command of me, Long San, or not? Have you lost your will to fight after your shoulder was hurt? Long San knew that continuing to waste time like this was not the thing to do. His only point of reliance now was on this injured underlying. An injured shoulder was not a fatal injury. That Zhang Qi kept circling not too far and not too close. When he heard Long San's admonishment, he roared lowly, "Lord San, I will return a pass on this information and bring reinforcements to avenge you." When he'd finished, this Zhang Qi actually sprang off the balls of his feet and leapt towards the depths of the trees and shrubbery, making a clean getaway. Jiang Chen laughed softly. "Why don't you stay?" 2 layered feather throwing daggers, one taking the left and the other taking the right, sealing off Zhang Qi's escape. Moon shatter flying daggers could scatter the sun, moon, and the stars. Although this Zhang Qi was of 8 meridians true Qi, his will had been seized from him, and he was fleeing in abject panic. He was a walking target in Jiang Chen's eyes. Add to that Jiang Chen's God's eyes scanning the surroundings, he could make exceedingly accurate judgments about Zhang Qi's escape path and his next move. Therefore, there was absolutely no chance of missing the mark this time. Long San's face was ashen as he muttered, cursing, "Coward, coward. To think that I, Long San, would raise such a coward as a death warrior." After half a day, some wandering practitioners riding a horse carriage stopped in front of the door to the Soaring Dragon Manor. "Who are you to dare loiter in front of the manor of the Duke of Soaring Dragon?" The manor's guards immediately appeared and sought to banish these wandering practitioners. One of the middle-aged practitioners smiled apologetically. "Don't be mad, sir. Don't be mad. We haven't come to act wildly on this trip. We're purely helping a fellow deliver someone here, fulfilling the spirit of helping each other while in the outside world." "Deliver someone? Deliver who?" The manor guard's tone was quite unfriendly. "The man who entrusts us to deliver this man said this man's name is Long San. He said this is a strong practitioner in your Soaring Dragon Manor, and that he was poisoned in the course of executing a mission outside. This is most urgent for us to bring him back. He said to ask the strongest poison master within the manor to take a look. We are also trying our best to do what someone else asked us to do. Lord San." The manor guard was dumbfounded when he heard Long San's vaulted name. "Where is he?" "In the carriage. Please take a look, Sir Guard, and see if he's someone in your manor. If not, then we were the ones played for a fool." The manor guard jerked at the curtain on the carriage and took a look inside. His expression changed drastically upon seeing the person inside as he hollered, "All of you, wait here. I'll go in and make a report." A group of those notable people with power in the Soaring Dragon Manor soon surged out. Although Long San was merely a hired thug for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, he was one of the strongest 5 people within the Duke of Soaring Dragon's manor. Although he was just a leader of the guards, he had committed many covert actions for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, and thus the Duke of Soaring Dragon relied heavily on him. And now, this Long San had been poisoned and sent back by some wandering practitioners, his status unknown. How could this not bewilder and shock the entire Soaring Dragon dukedom? Long San was a true Qi master. The number of people who could harm him in the Eastern Kingdom could basically be counted on one hand. Chapter 63. An Eye for an Eye. Chapter 63. An Eye for an Eye. Within the manor, even the Duke of Soaring Dragon himself was startled and bothered. The spiritual alchemists in the manor all came forward one by one, including the senior executives of Pill King Garden who had newly given themselves up to go upstairs and discern Long San's condition. As for the one whom the Duke of Soaring Dragon relied most heavily on, Courtmaster Wong was also similarly at a loss of what to do. "Your lordship, this is not simple. The poison has seeped in through the pores and can be labeled as a tyrant amongst poisons. It's my view, what's this? Courtmaster Wong was thinking of ways to excuse his incompetence when he suddenly discovered that there was a small strip of cloth inside the front of Long San's garment. There were even 4 words on it: "Fight poison with poison." Script as tiny as the heads of flies could also be seen on the back of the cloth. "Let the strongest poison master in the manor try this poison." The Duke of Soaring Dragon was about to reach towards the strip of cloth when Courtmaster Wong hastily stopped him. "Your lordship, don't touch it. I'm afraid that there's poison." The entire manor was akin to birds being startled by the merest twang of a bowstring. Upon hearing Courtmaster Wong's words, the Duke of Soaring Dragon also retracted his hand and stared at the cloth with a scary expression. "Your lordship, you sent this Long San to kill Jiang Chen, and this piece of cloth seemed to insinuate at something. Can it be that this Long San has fallen into Jiang Chen's hands?" Courtmaster Wong felt quite a measure of dread when it came to Jiang Chen. Impossible. How old is that Jiang Chen? In terms of training, at the very most, he can only be at the advanced realm of true qi. How could he have injured Long San to this degree? Long Xiaofeng shook his head. However, it says fight poison with poison here. This plainly means that he won't suffer losses for more than 1 night. Must be revenge for the poison that Jiang Feng fell victim to. No. Long Xiaofeng still shook his head. "I thoroughly investigated the inner secrets of the Jiang family. Whether it's Jiang Feng or Jiang Chen, both of them don't have such strength. Long San is a true qi master, and not an ordinary one at that. I suspect that someone is secretly helping the Jiang family. Furthermore, it's very possible that it's someone from the Eastern family clan. The Jiang family and Eastern royal family clan were walking very closely together now. It was not an impossible thing to say that the royal family had sent strong practitioners to secretly aid him. It wouldn't conform with logic at all if it was Jiang Chen himself who had the ability to harm Long San. Old Wong, you've blathered on for so long. Do you have the ability to cure Long San of his poison or not?" The Duke of Soaring Dragon truly did value Long San highly. "Your subordinate is merely adept at spirit medicines and truly doesn't have much right to speak when it comes to using poisons. We can now only wait for Master Violet to emerge from training to even have a ray of hope." Courtmaster Wong knew more than anyone as he spoke that there was no way Long San would survive long enough for Master Violet to emerge from training. Not to mention, the poison was already close to attacking the heart. Even if Master Violet lent a hand, Long San may not even be saved. Besides, although Master Violet was quite adept in using poisons, he may still not be able to penetrate the mysteries of this poison in a short time and resolve it in a timely manner. The lamp of Long San was obviously expiring as it had run out of oil. "Jiang family." A frightening light sparkled in Long Xiaofeng's eyes. "Your lordship, what should we do about those wandering practitioners who sent Lord San back?" A corps guard captain of the manor asked. "I don't want to hear wild rumors outside," Long Xiaofeng said faintly. "Understood." The guard captain nodded, comprehending Long Xiaofeng's meaning. The Duke apparently didn't wish for details of Long San's matter to be spread widely. What kind of men could keep secrets the best? Dead men, of course. After returning to the capital, Jiang Chen dressed up a bit and returned to the Jianghan Manor. This back-and-forth trip had taken precisely half a month. The first mission had been completed to perfection. However, Jiang Chen was in no rush to report the completion of his task. Rather, he first explained to his father, Jiang Feng, the matter regarding Long San. Long San, Jiang Feng's eyes shot out looks beyond belief after listening. "Chen'er, you're saying that you used poison to cripple Long San? To be more accurate, he should be dead." Jiang Chen was an alchemy master of all planes beneath the heavens in his past life. An unorthodox branch, such as employing poison, was a piece of cake. He naturally had calculated precisely when he had sent Long San back. He would absolutely not allow the possibility that the others would be able to save him. Jiang Chen wasn't a particularly grudge-carrying person, but he also wasn't someone at the mercy of others. Today, Long San was merely the first step in his counterattack for what the Soaring Dragon Dukedom had done to his father last time. This could at most only be counted as interest. he would be sure to present even more of the principle in the future. He had purposefully put the words onto the small strip of cloth in order to take a jab at the soaring dragon dukedom. As for those wandering practitioners, Jiang Chen would naturally not send innocent people to their deaths. Those fellows had all fooled around together on the outskirts of the capital. They appeared to be wandering practitioners on the surface, but had in actuality raided homes and plundered houses, covertly committing acts of murder for personal gains. To put it frankly, they were a bunch of robbers and bandits. Jiang Chen had sent them to the Soaring Dragon Manor because he was betting that the Soaring Dragon Manor would kill anyone who might become an eyewitness against them. Chener, Long Xiaofeng, is a fierce and ambitious person who will seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. Long San is one of his confidants that he relies most heavily on. Long San's strength can also absolutely be ranked in the top 5 of the Soaring Dragon Dukedom. If this man dies, then the Duke of Soaring Dragon will inevitably visit an even more ferocious vengeance upon you. Jiang Feng's tone was prudent. He already wasn't using conventional vision to measure up this son. One cannot be without a cautious heart. Jiang Chen nodded. However, we cannot halt in hesitation merely because they wish to take revenge, right? I will train for a few days first and fight to break through 8 meridians true chi this time, thereby taking another step forward towards increasing my strength. In the training of martial Tao, one would sometimes face bottlenecks if he relied solely on training behind closed doors. Traveling in the outside world and toughening up from experience would often lead to new inspiration and understanding, priming the pivotal turning point for a breakthrough. This time's travels in the outside world for executing the mission had also resulted in a greater step of improvement for Jiang Chen, both in terms of mentality and experience. The knowledge and experiences that he had encountered during his travels had all been distilled down to their essence for him to absorb, providing great benefits, becoming the catalyst for his martial Tao breakthrough. Jiang Chen successfully broke through 3 days later. After breaking through, Jiang Chen had the capabilities of 8 meridians true chi. He could clearly feel that his strength had risen yet another level again. After entering the advanced realm of true chi, the difference between increasing each meridian true chi and improving each personal level would become more and more apparent. One would be able to feel the distance increasing with each additional step taken upwards. Along with Jiang Chen breaking through to 8 meridians true chi, he also indistinctly comprehended many of the mysteries of the techniques that he was training in by drawing parallels from inference. Of course, Jiang Chen had still only trained up to the second form of vast ocean current splitter. It would take some time of contemplation and a critical turning point for him to train to the third form. As for divine Ian's fist, Jiang Chen had still halted on the 3rd level of reincarnation, in the 3rd cycle of blooming and wilting. But he had a better comprehension of the true meaning of this boxing technique. If these comprehensions and advancements were used in actual battle, they would greatly enhance his personal battle capabilities. That day, when Jiang Chen was on the path of returning to the capital and met the first wave of ambushes, Jiang Chen hadn't even unsheathed his nameless saber when he chopped off the other's head. This was the true meaning of the martial Tao contained within, and also the astounding mysteries of the vast ocean current splittered. And now that he possessed 8 meridians true chi, Jiang Chen was confident that even if he confronted Long San face to face now, he would absolutely not be afraid of the other. Whether it was vast ocean current splitter or employing divine Ian's fist, either would be enough to directly contend with Long San, someone at the true chi master level of training. The benefits brought to Jiang Chen from breaking through to 8 meridians were quite apparent. God's Eye and Ear of the Zephyr both smoothly broke through to the 4th level, as the Boulder's Heart, that had previously progressed at a slow level, also showed signs of loosening up in the 2nd level, allowing for a greater likelihood of advancing to the 3rd level. Jiang Chen would absolutely not become lax about these 3 abilities. Not only were these 3 abilities highly useful in actual combat, but they were also prerequisites for the training of Moon Shatter flying daggers. Jiang Chen had basically fully grasped the initial steps of Moon Shatter flying daggers by now. However, The strength of moon-shatter flying daggers lay in the mysteries of those unpredictable and constantly changing moves, and Jiang Chen had currently only practiced some foundational movements. As of now, he didn't even possess the qualifications to begin practicing and comprehending the profound meaning of those truly strong moves. In order to practice the first move of moon-shatter flying daggers, he would have to train God's Eye and Ear of the Zephyr to the 7th level. Boulder's Heart would also have to be at least the 4th level. The most profound ability, Psychic's Head, would have to be trained to the 2nd level. The current Jiang Chen was still a long shot away with his 4 abilities. Particularly the Psychic's Head, he hadn't even started that yet. When he reviewed his personal strength, Jiang Chen felt a sense of urgency. It looks like in order to receive the qualification to train in the mysteries of the moves of moon-shatter flying daggers, I must first practice these 4 accompanying abilities to a satisfactory level. Although Jiang Chen felt a certain urgent need, he would also not do something utterly beyond him, like forcing a duck onto a perch. On the road of martial Tao training, going about things steadily and surely was the only proper way forward. The next day, Jiang Chen went to the testing site for the Hidden Dragon Trials to turn in his first mission. Jiang Chen, mission of the 1st rank, to kill the rapist Lotus Harvester in the Tianhu territory. An organizer for the Hidden Dragon Trials started to verify his mission. According to verification, this head is indeed that of the violent and wicked Lotus Harvester. This short sword and these personal effects are all authentication tokens that are up to standard. The organizer nodded and proclaimed, Jiang Chen, first mission of the 1st rank complete. Following this organizer's proclamation, Jiang Chen's first mission was thus completed. Jiang Chen, according to the rules, you still need to complete 2 more missions of the 1st rank to be able to enter the 1st rank. The remaining 2 missions are both fixed. These were old rules, and Jiang Chen didn't have too much to stress about. He conveniently picked up the scroll for the 2nd mission and prepared to leave. Jiang Chen a moment. Jiang Chen didn't even need to turn his head to know that Princess Goyu had arrived. In actuality, his Ear of the Zephyr had already captured Princess Goyu's unique breathing when he had first set foot into the Hidden Dragon Trials testing site. In the entire testing site, this was the only unique breathing that belonged to a true Qi master of 11 meridians, true Qi. Your Highness, what instructions do you have? Come with me. Princess Goyu acted with a bit more reservation in front of others. After he'd followed Princess Goyu into a private secret room, a ray of astounding splendor shot out from her phoenix eyes. Jiang Chen, I've heard that something's happened to Long San. Is that so? What does that have to do with me? Who's Long San? Jiang Chen riposted with 3 questions in a row and had a face of complete disinterest. AI. Princess Goyu was a bit disappointed. She had really wanted Jiang Chen to thump his chest and admit to this matter. Chapter 64. The 2nd Mission. Chapter 64. The 2nd Mission. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen was non-committal, Princess Goyu didn't overly compel him. She also knew that he could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. She herself had suffered many losses in front of him before in this regard. Jiang Chen, the amount of time you've taken to complete the mission of the 1st rank counts amongst the faster candidates. You've spent only 20 or so days. Up until now, only the 2 candidates from the Soaring Dragon Dukedom have completed their 1st mission, and that was just 2 days ago. This was to say, Jiang Chen was the 3rd to hand in his 1st mission amongst the group vying for 1st rank. Initial success doesn't mean one will succeed in the future. Only one who succeeds in the end has the true ability. It doesn't mean much to allow them to be first. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Chen was indifferent to the question of who came first. If he hadn't shut his doors for training at home for a few days and broken through to 8 meridians true Qi, stabilizing his martial Tao foundations, he could have actually reported in 3 days ago. These rankings of who was early or late actually had no significant impact on the greater picture. In the end, the final rankings were determined by the martial arts demonstration. Goyu didn't say much upon seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent attitude. She knew very well that beneath that seemingly completely unconcerned exterior, his heart had more magnanimity than anyone else's. Gazing at the figure that had already left, Princess Goyu suddenly obtained courage from some unknown place. Jiang Chen, our agreement from earlier still stands. Jiang Chen's body halted briefly as he laughed involuntarily, thinking, this lass is stubborn, all right. If Zhao, that little girl, knew that her idiotic aunt had already promised her to Jiang Chen without obtaining her approval, I wonder if the girl would be at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. The second mission was more complicated in comparison to the first mission, but it looked to be a bit more interesting. Mission of the first rank: recruit 8 personal guards. Mission requirements: each personal guard had to be at 6 meridians true chi or higher, with the potential to continue ascending. Age requirements: no lower boundary, but may not exceed 20 years old. Identity requirements: member of the personal guard must be a practitioner from the Eastern Kingdom, with no other nationality. Mission criteria: an inspection will be conducted when the mission is over, and personal guards must pass the final martial arts exam. Jiang Chen found this mission rather innovative. At least this wasn't a mission that could be completed through brute force and acting rashly. Due to the peculiarities of this mission, candidates weren't barred from revealing their identity. This was to say, candidates were strictly barred from revealing their identity, mobilizing family and personal connections in other missions. However, this mission was quite unique in that it was a mission open to the public. One had to reveal their identity and use their network and connections. Otherwise, with the pride and motives of a practitioner, who would be willing to be a personal follower of an unknown somebody. Chener, this mission isn't a simple one. Of course, if you want to assail the position of a first-rank duke, you must have this kind of personal guard. Every duke needed to have a batch of death warriors who were willing to offer their lives up for him. And this lot of death warriors was basically the equivalent of the core layer of power beside the duke in future days. The duke's power would continuously expand from this core. As for the age requirement of not exceeding 20 years, that was only par for the course. Any person with 6 meridians true chi over 20 years old wouldn't have much potential. And as for the identity requirement, that was even easier to understand. Identity verification was nothing but to guarantee that spies from another country wouldn't permeate the people who were by the side of the dukes. This mission wasn't as simple as merely recruiting 8 personal guards. At the conclusion of the mission, these 8 personal guards would have to go through a strength examination and specific tests at that. If they didn't pass these tests, this mission would count as a fail. Chener, our Jiang family has managed the Jianghan dukedom for hundreds of years. We have quite a bit of local prestige. I have strong relationships with some local powers, and they support and endorse me a great deal. Although your mother passed away early, there are also some fine young disciples on her mother's side. Make a trip back to the Jianghan territory, and I can help you fill 4 or 5 places. It was as Jiang Feng said, his mastery over the Jianghan territory was quite well. In the few hundred years of the Jiang family ruling over the Jianghan territory, they had long since forged the local territory into a solid sheet of iron support. Jiang Feng had great prestige in ordinary times to begin with. No matter which local power engaged in a conflict, they were sure to ask the Duke of Jianghan to make a ruling. Jiang Feng conducted himself in an upright manner and was honorable and impartial. His judgments oftentimes compelled not just mere obedience, but submission with good grace. Therefore, although Jiang Feng was greatly suppressed by the Duke of Soaring Dragon in the capital, he was a greatly beloved leading personage in the Jianghan territory with high prestige. If the next Duke of Jianghan was recruiting for his personal guard, there would undoubtedly be innumerable volunteers answering the call. After all, coming under the Duke of Jianghan's banner meant forming a relationship with an absolute power, and was the equivalent of taking a step into layer of the core power in the Eastern Kingdom. This was a completely separate matter from being an absolute local power. The exceeding power and influence of a duke of the nation was not something that a local power could imagine. The time allotted for completing each mission was 1 month. Jiang Chen had saved 10 days out of his first mission. That meant he had 40 days during this second mission. There seemed to be quite the sufficient time, yet that might also not be the case. Looks like you, and I need to make a trip back to the southern frontier. Jiang Feng had also left the Jianghan territory for quite a while, and he felt rather nostalgic about his home. Father, the situation in the capital is quite complicated. A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. Why don't you stay in the capital? Your son can make the trip back. Jiang Feng was startled briefly, then thought of something immediately after. He smiled. Chener, you wish to go back alone? I will go back alone. Jiang Chen nodded very firmly. All right. I have always respected your wishes as your father. Then, you shall go back alone, and make use of this opportunity to test your control of the greater picture. Jiang Feng chuckled. A true Duke of Jianghan was very different from being a young duke. The Duke of Jianghan was very illustrious in his territory, but that didn't mean that the young duke would similarly receive the same treatment, particularly as the previous Jiang Chen was a rather useless dandy. His reputation of having neither learning nor art was renowned, not only in the capital, but also quite famously in the Jianghan territory. Therefore, for Jiang Chen, there would be a certain degree of inherent difficulty for him to achieve certain deeds and successfully recruit 8 personal guards in the Jianghan territory without his father coming forward on his behalf. Chener, I've decided to hold a private banquet tonight and invite some dukes we have friendly relations with, in the hopes that they will advertise a bit for us and cast a wide net when recruiting talent. It would actually be quite difficult to suddenly find 8 promising youths with 6 meridians true chi in a mere Jianghan territory. It wouldn't be difficult to merely find 8 youths with martial Dao potential. But to recruit personal followers, strength, and potential weren't the only questions to be asked. One had to also consider temperament, willingness, and competency amidst a host of other questions. Putting all of these factors into consideration made for a more difficult search. Asking a few dukes that they were more friendly with to spread the word in their territories would actually be an ideal channel. Jiang Chen didn't object. After all, the more venues the better now. As for what type of person they recruited and whether or not they were dependable, that would still be up to him. That night, the Duke of Jianghan held a banquet and invited 7 or 8 dukes with whom their friendships were quite solid and firm. It was a common thing for dukes to visit frequently with each other and to have harmonious dispositions. Even when they knew that the relationship between the Duke of Soaring Dragon and the Duke of Jianghan wasn't good, it still hadn't affected the relationship between these dukes and Jiang Feng. After all, there was a large number of conflicts between the dukes. It wasn't as if the Duke of Soaring Dragon would be able to shut out the heavens with one hand. Not to mention that the situation regarding the Jiang family was lost in the mist and clouds, and many didn't understand it. The always good-for-naught Jiang Chen had suddenly shot to the skies with one amazing feat, and had continued to commit many astonishing acts. Many even suspected that the Jiang father and son had long since harbored ambitions, and had concealed their strength in order to not attract attention. They were actually aiming for the position of the 4 great dukes. Jiang Chen's selection of a first-rank mission this time had corroborated the speculations of many sides. Therefore, when the Duke of Jianghan summoned them, even those with a previous lack of relations wouldn't openly deny Jiang Feng's face, not to mention those who did have a pre-existing relationship with him before. When the banquet was over, the news of Jiang Chen recruiting for his personal guard also began to spread. One had to say, the speed in which news traveled in the capital was a lot faster than Jiang Chen could imagine. The resulting cascading reaction also came with a swift speed. Important figures began to call upon Jiang Chen early the next morning. The first one to arrive was Qiao Baishe. Honored Master, your disciple has 2 nephews within his family clan. They're twin brothers and have always trained within the family, with an occasional bit of guidance from me. With the aid of my spirit medicine, they have also trained to 6 meridians true chi at the age of 17 this year. It would be a waste of the prime of their lives if they stayed where they were. Baishe has heard that Honored Master was recruiting for his personal guard. Therefore, Jiang Chen understood Qiao Baishe was recommending candidates to him. Twin brothers? This is actually quite nice. It's rare for you to have such thoughts, Baishe. I will leave 2 spots for your 2 nephews. Write them a letter and tell them to convene with me at the Jianghan territory. Qiao Baishe was overjoyed upon hearing these words. Although he called them nephews from the family clan, Qiao Baishe actually had an ambiguous relationship with her mother. He had committed his share of ridiculous acts when he was young. Qiao Baishe's relationship with these 2 nephews was that of an uncle and his nephews, but in actuality Qiao Baishe viewed them as his sons. He had the desire to help these 2 nephews advance in life, But unfortunately, these two fellows had not the slightest interest in spirit medicine business. They only wanted to train well and flock to a royal or noble banner in the future, rising head and shoulders above the others. Jiang Chen's mind was at ease when it came to the people that Xiao Baishe had recommended. At least there wouldn't be any problem whatsoever in terms of loyalty. After Xiao Baishe had left, Princess Goyu came again. Even she had come to recommend someone to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I come to recommend someone with my personal guarantee. He is the eldest grandson of my first martial Dao teacher. His family is in an abject financial situation now, but he is an honest, sincere, and tolerant individual. Princess Goyu also came straight to the point. Chapter 65. First candidate for the personal guard. Chapter 65. First candidate for the personal guard. The capital, Qingyang Lane. The morning sunshine spilled into a yard, as a youth wearing coarse hemp with sweat pouring down his face trained a set of blade techniques. The yard was exceedingly roomy, as the red lacquered main door, strong and tall walls, with its spacious layout overall, all spoke of the great fortune and prosperity that had once graced this yard. Except, much of the red lacquer had been chipped away from the main door under the erosion of time, appearing rather in mottled disorder. The strong and tall walls also showed some tattered gaps, and seemed to be unable to withstand the wind and rain from the outside. The spacious internal layout appeared empty and deserted as well, with no trace of any decent furniture to be found. No matter how illustrious and wealthy this house had once been, the owner who lived here now had absolutely come down in the world. This was verified by every detail. Except, the youth in the yard didn't seem to want to accept this harsh reality. He trained in an exceedingly desperate fashion, with the emotions of his family once again prospering, inspiring him. He had practiced the set of blade techniques whenever he heard the roosters crow, every day, for less than 8 years. He had no other choice. He seemed to wish to regain the lost splendor and find the illustrious eminence of this house through the blade in his hand once again. The red lacquered doors were banged open. A crowd of nefarious servants, like a pack of tigers and wolves, barged in, gathered around a youth around 20 years old. Guojin, you're keeping your poise all right. You're still in the mood to practice? Today is the final deadline. Are you giving up this house and its surrounding yard or not? The youth's smile was sinister and ruthless, and his tone was that of complete confidence in that the practicing youth was at the former's mercy. The youth Guojin stopped and rested his blade on his shoulders, saying coldly, "You, with the Zhuo surname, this house and its yards have been passed down from my forefather and his forefathers, and is the honor and glory of my Guo family. We can discuss anything else, but you should forever drop the idea of having me sell my ancestral home." Not willing. The Zhuo surnamed youth smiled threateningly. Then let's tally up our accounts clearly. You came to my financing house last year to borrow 10,000 silver. It's been 1 full year by now. Combining both principal and interest, you need to return 15,000 silver. Either you immediately pay up, or I'll immediately make a statement to the local authorities to impound your house. Don't blame me for not telling you that the local authorities will swallow you whole, without leaving not much behind. I, Zhou Tan, am willing to pay 80,000 silver to you right now. If we go to the local authorities, if there's even 10,000 or 8,000 silver left to you, it'll be because you were lucky enough that the auspicious sign of green smoke rising from your ancestral graves appeared. This Zhou Tan was the young boss of the biggest firm for exchanging and transferring money in the capital, and he had methods for both legitimate and shady ways. He had taken a fancy to this house and had no doubts in his mind that he could handle this friendless and helpless youth whose family fortunes had declined, whether through the local authorities or through other methods. Young man Guojin only shook his head. Zhou Tan, kill me if you want, but I will never betray my ancestors or give up this house. Betray your ancestors? Zhou Tan laughed a rather meaningful laugh. You think too much. You're a youth who simply doesn't know any better. How could you still have the face to mention your ancestors with your infamous father, that army deserter? If it was me, I would have left the capital long ago and found a remote backwater location to hide in. Deserter. It was as if that word was like lightning, causing the youth Guojin's body to slightly convulse all over. His originally somewhat restrained eyes shot out killing intent like that of wild beasts gone mad. "Zhou Tan, just try saying what you said again." The hand clasping the blade's hilt trembled lightly as Guo Jin's eyes filmed over with red, as if ready to leap forward and fight to his death at any second. His father was a taboo subject that could not be touched in Guo Jin's heart. To speak of this matter or not, this reputation already exists in the capital. Even if you forbid me from saying it, can you stop her all the wagging mouths in the capital? Zhou Tan obviously didn't take much notice of Guo Jin's ferocity. However, he was here to scheme and seize the house, and didn't wish to fight until one of them died. Bullshit, this is all bullshit. I've said that my father wasn't an army deserter. He isn't a deserter. I'll fight whoever says he's a deserter. Zhou Tan, just try saying that one more time. The veins on his neck bulged out as the youth roared, his black face flushing scarlet, apparently angry to the utmost. Zhou Tan's face darkened. "Guo Jin, I have no interest in your father's affairs. I'm here today to give you a final ultimatum. Either transfer the house to me, or I'll go through the local authorities to impound your house. You only have these two choices. Don't think you can fool me by putting up a death-defying front. That little bit of fortune and glory your ancestors had is long gone by now. And even if it was still present, so what? I, Zhou Tan, am giving your Guo family face and taking a fancy to your house. If it was another one, and you were begging me to accept your house, I might not even be willing to. Kids, get ready. If that kid Guo is insensible like a block of wood, then throw him and the old one out with random blows from your staves. Don't hold back. Feed them to the dogs if they die." It was apparent that Zhou Tan was pretty much out of patience. The crew of nefarious servants were all rubbing their fists and wiping their palms upon hearing their master's order. They started hovering closer with malicious intentions. Guo Jin gave a great wave of his blade and raged. "Whoever dares come forth dies first." Zhou Tan said coldly, "Kid Guo, looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is gone. Rush him. It's on me if you beat him to death." "Papa, Papa." At this moment, a round of ear-piercing applause suddenly sounded from outside the great door. That was followed up with someone laughing as they clicked their tongue, daring to enter someone's home and kill them in broad daylight. Are we still in the Eastern Kingdom's territory? This scene was outside of Zhou Tan's expectations. He hadn't thought that there was anyone who dared to poke their nose in his Zhou family's business in the Qingyang Lane. Was there someone who felt that they had lived too long? "Who are you?" "This is a debt dispute between my Zhou financing house and the debtor." "What business is it to you?" It was obvious that Zhou Tan was accustomed to running wild in the capital. "It originally was none of my business, but now I'm making it my business." A youth with a confident, unhurried smile and clear eyes strode in leisurely with four underlings. This person was naturally the young duke from the Jianghan dukedom, Jiang Chen. Whoosh! The band of nefarious Zhou servants immediately formed a circle and surrounded Jiang Chen and his Sheng retinue. Jiang Chen ignored the gleaming of the blades and shadows of their swords. Instead, he remained calm and composed while handling pressing matters, and flicked a glance at Zhou Tan. "How much does he owe you?" Zhou Tan laughed coldly. "What does it matter to you? It's not an issue of money now, but that he used this house as collateral and has defaulted on his loan. I'm here to take this house. Sir, no matter your background, I advise you to not meddle in this business. Some businesses you're unable to meddle in. Some people you're unable to suffer the consequences of provoking them." "Oh," Jiang Chen smiled. "Judging from your tone, you seem to be quite a character." My Zhou financing house numbers amongst the elites in the entire kingdom." "Who are you? Who is your father? Is he an official or in business?" Jiang Chen completely ignored Zhou Tan's existence and instead turned his head to ask Guo Jin, "Your surname is Guo?" Guo Jin was also surprised to see someone flagrantly interfere. Seeing that this person seemed to have quite the intention of protecting him, he nodded honestly. "Your grandfather is Guoshan Tutor Guo?" "Yes." Guo Jin's chest puffed out upon hearing his grandfather's name, and a trace of pride flowed through his eyes. There were still people of great ability who numbered amongst the Guo ancestors, and they had once enjoyed riches and honor. "All right, how much money do you owe the Zhou financing house?" Jiang Chen asked again. I'd originally borrowed 10,000 silver to cure my mother's illness. Interest compounded, and now, combining the principal and interest, it amounts to 15,000 silver. Guojin was also a bit downcast when he spoke of the debt that was as heavy as a mountain. 15,000 silver. Jiang Chen nodded and said to Shengwan by his side, "Shengwan, count out 15,000 silver to them." In the time that the four brothers from the Shang battalion had followed Jiang Chen, they had witnessed all sorts of miracles and amazing feats from Jiang Chen. Their relationship with Jiang Chen now had been built up to that of a deeper superior and subordinate relationship. No longer the mere original relationship of completing a mission. Notes for 15,000 silvers were counted out, and Shengwan directly handed it to Zhou Tan. "Count them up. The young master of my house is repaying the money for him. Don't come here in the future seeking to make a fuss." Shengwan hailed from the army and naturally had a threatening presence. His step forward caused Zhou Tan's heart to tighten. He stared at Jiang Chen, the thought occurring to him more and more that this youth seeming to have quite a background. However, Zhou Tan had never been afraid of anyone since he was small. He didn't accept the notes, but rather smiled queerly. "I seem to have said quite clearly just now that he's defaulted on a loan. I want the house now and not silver." "Default? Do you have evidence?" Jiang Chen didn't erupt in anger. An underling brought out the certificate of indebtedness with a wave of Zhou Tan's hand. Of course, this certificate was riddled with various traps and had Guojin's signature and personal mark. Jiang Chen twisted his hands smoothly and directly shredded this certificate. "Now, do you have more?" Zhou Tan had been completely caught off guard by this motion. He hadn't thought that this youth who had an uncommon air about him would suddenly be deliberately dishonest and destroy the evidence. It had always been him, Zhou Tan, committing dog-eat-dog acts. To think someone would do the same to him today. You're courting death." Zhou Tan's temper flared completely in that moment. Jiang Chen walked into the yard without turning his head, saying non-committally, "Shengwan, take the notes and people and throw them out together." The four brothers from the Shang battalion were all of the advanced realm of true chi and strong men who had long trod the battlefields. They naturally captured these villainous servants easily. A few rises up and down, and they'd thrown the master and his servants outside the great door, throwing the notes for 15,000 silver after them. "My house's young duke is a man of reason. Take the silver. If you still want to create a ruckus, think over it again." Young Guo's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions as he watched the Shang battalion brothers beat the Zhou servants into a hideous state of disorder, as if they were wolves or tigers. On one hand, he was very grateful that this group of people had offered timely assistance, like offering fuel in snowy weather. Their demeanor was uncommon and caused the malicious-looking Zhou group to be completely unable to act wildly in front of these people. On the other hand, he was anxious and fearful as he didn't know what motives this group of people from an unknown origin had. As he looked at the figure of Jiang Chen walking in, a strand of unusual emotion rose in his heart. They're both young men, but this is true noble bearing. These are the methods of the truly strong. Guojin, must be like him and become heads and shoulders above others, causing these powerful local despots to take the long way around when they see me. Jiang Chen felt that the surroundings were familiar, even though it was his first time visiting. As he walked into the inner courtyard of the Guo house, he saw that the tablets honoring the past succession of Guo ancestors were sitting in front of the hall. Upon seeing this situation, Jiang Chen walked up and lit a stick of incense, piously paying his respects. When he stuck the incense into the incense burner, he happened to see some dust on the burner. Jiang Chen waved his sleeve and swept away at the burner. Such a simple ceremonial gesture, just a few very ordinary movements, were enough to cause Guojin's heart to burn up with boiling heat, as a glut of emotion choked his throat, giving him the feeling of being moved to tears. Chapter 66. Return to Jianghan Territory. Chapter 66. Return to Jianghan Territory. No matter the other's purpose in coming, and no matter what intentions the other had, these few motions served to win the greatest amount of goodwill from Guojin. This also caused Guojin's lines of defense to slightly crumble a bit. Who would have thought that only slightly more than a decade after Guoshun, Tutor Guo, had gone to travel the heavens, the Guo family would wither and fall. It is surely true that the god of destiny makes fools of people, and that heaven's way is unjust. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. When Guojin heard these words, his shoulders trembled in defeat as uncontrollable tears trickled out of his black eyes. Sir, Guojin, let's cut to the chase. I'm the young Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? You're the Jiang Chen that farted during the rites of heavenly worship. Guojin started and immediately scratched his head in awkwardness. I was wrong. Perhaps I should have said the Jiang Chen who swore the various influential officials and nobles of the Soaring Dragon Manor. Huh. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Whether good or bad, you've named them all. That's right, I'm that Jiang Chen. Upon knowing the other's identity, Guojin's heart softened as more of his defenses were dispelled. However, he didn't know what to say in the heat of that moment. When he saw Jiang Chen burn incense to pay his respects to the Guo ancestors, Guojin spoke haltingly. Young Duke Jiang, the entire capital and the kingdom as well says that my father is a deserter. Why? Why do you pay your respects to him? A wise man does not believe in rumors. Either ulterior motives are hidden in some things, or the mind is slow-witted. Your father returned from a bloody battle and brought back important intelligence, rendering outstanding service. I've heard this a long time ago from Princess Goyu. This is also the reason why I've come to find you today. Guojin had never heard such an assessment from others before. He was first astounded upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, then immediately broke out into bitter sobs, throwing himself upon his father's memorial tablet. Father, did you hear that? Young Duke Jiang spoke out boldly to uphold justice and says that you are a meritorious subject of the kingdom, acknowledging your efforts. Can your spirit in heaven hear these words? When his words stopped, tears were already roiling in Guojin's eyes as he was choked with sobs and unable to speak. It was apparent that comments such as deserter and shame of the kingdom had caused Guojin to shoulder many burdens that didn't belong to him since he was little. He toiled and trained, yet ran into a wall no matter where he went. Wherever he went, others would immediately respond when they heard of his family background. You're the son of that shame of the kingdom? Guojin lived through his childhood and youth with this ignoble infamy on his shoulders. The censure and contempt of the common people caused him to become more and more isolated, more and more depressed. Apart from a mother whom he mutually depended upon, the blade in his hand was almost the only thing left in his life. And yet, the contempt and scorn of the common people didn't lead him to belittle himself. He refused to give in. He was going to prove to the world, using the blade in his hand, that his Guo family was absolutely not the shame of the kingdom. Only, until now, Guojin had never been able to find a chance to free himself from misery. Not a single noble family of power was willing to give him a chance to prove himself. Jiang Chen was deeply affected by Guojin's dejection, as if he had experienced it himself. To be treated unjustly by others, belittled by others, oppressed by others, it was truly not an easy thing to live through such treatment since he was little. He lightly patted Guojin's shoulder. To make a long story short, my Jiang family is competing for the position of Duke of the first rank this time. I've drawn the mission of recruiting personal guards in the Hidden Dragon trials. You've settled on me? Guojin's fierce body trembled slightly as he lifted his head, sending out looks of disbelief. In all these years, he had suffered from everyone's eye rolls and ran into walls everywhere he went, offering his services to others in vain. He had thought that only his blade would accompany him in this life, and had prepared to become a first-class independent practitioner wandering the outside world. However, destiny was truly amazing. Someone had unexpectedly extended him an olive branch when he was at the lowest point in his life. I choose you not only for you, but also for the loyalty of your Guo family clan. Guojin became choked up and found it hard to speak when he heard those words. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen might be speaking these words to buy popularity, he was still so touched in the moment that he almost became a blubbering mess. It was said that a kind word is remembered for a long time, and Jiang Chen's words of loyalty of the Guo family clan happened to touch precisely the weakest, most delicate part of Guojin's heart. It was also the area that most needed warmth. Young Duke, based on those words alone, I, Guijin, am willing to pledge my life to follow you eternally, in life and in death. Guijin was not good at heroic utterances, but an exceedingly resolute voice in the depths of his heart told him that he should do so, that he must do so. Jiang Chen never stinted on his people. He immediately ordered for Guijin's mother to move to the Jianghan Manor and asked the alchemist from the Hall of Healing to personally look after her. At the same time, he had Guijin lock the main doors of his house and have the neighbors pass on a message to the Zhou family. If that Zhou family wishes to create a disturbance, then do so at my Jianghan Manor. If he feels that it's still not satisfying enough to make trouble there, then he can go to the palace courtyard and make a fuss at Princess Goyu's. Jiang Chen left these words behind before he departed. Since Princess Goyu had recommended this Guijin, then Jiang Chen naturally didn't mind borrowing some effort from Princess Goyu. In any case, the royal family owed this much to the Guo family. Guijin's father had originally been the personal follower of Princess Goyu's older brother, Eastern Jun. At that time, Eastern Jun was the exalted crown prince. Eastern Jun wished to accomplish a military feat during a skirmish with an enemy kingdom once, but fell victim to an enemy ambush. Only Guijin's father emerged from the bloody battle and sent a piece of important intelligence back to the capital, dying from exhaustion afterwards. The current king, Eastern Lu, was only made heir apparent due to the crown prince accidentally falling in battle. When Eastern Lu was made the crown prince instead, there was even a rumor within the kingdom that the death of the prior crown prince Eastern Jun was very likely because someone had traitorous relations with a foreign country, betraying the former crown prince. When Eastern Lu was initially made crown prince, his foundations were shaky and thus he was cautious and prudent. In order to cast off suspicious circumstances, he even ignored the Guo family who had sent back important intelligence on pain of death. He didn't even publicize what had gone on behind the scenes. As time went on, the rumors of Guijin's father being a deserter started circulating. On account of the love and kindness from her respected martial Dao teacher, Guishun, Princess Gu had appealed several times for Eastern Lu to redress Guijin's father's grievances and rehabilitate his honor. Eastern Lu was not swayed by her speeches. From his perspective, inaction was better than taking action. Eastern Lu was also unwilling to go to battle and reopen matters of many years ago for a family like the Guo family that had withered and fallen. The pity was that in doing so, Guijin was the one who suffered. Princess Goyu harbored great remorse and regret in her heart, but couldn't openly help the Guo family due to Eastern Lu. She could only covertly pay attention to Guijin. She had traveled often for training the past few years and neglected to pay attention as time went on. In this manner, Guijin's room for survival became even narrower, and thus he had fallen into his present-day circumstances. Princess Goyu was ashamed and uneasy but couldn't take action. She could only entrust the matter to Jiang Chen and recommend Guijin to him, making amends for her previous faults through good service. Except, Guijin had no way of knowing the twists and turns of this matter. One had to give it to him, Guijin was indeed a different sort when it came to training. Although he had the martial arts techniques and methods of his family's heritage, his potential was astounding. With the Guo family's current economic level, Guijin had absolutely no spirit medicine complementing his training. There were, of course, no pills available for him to take either. However, he had made it to 6 meridians true qi based purely on his own great willpower. One had to know, even many of those nobles' sons and disciples, with the favor of tens of thousands focused on them alone, couldn't make it to 6 meridians true qi. Although it's quite cruel to say so, but one has to admit that sometimes one's birth can truly decide one's destiny. Jiang Chen felt even more keenly the truth of this harsh reality through Guijin. High potential and great willpower was as insubstantial as the reflection of a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water, if one didn't boast of an illustrious birth or the ways to become head and shoulders above others. Out of the 8 spots for personal guards, the first one had gone to Guijin. Add to that the 2 nephews that Xiao Baishe recommended, he had already filled 3 slots. The remaining 5 would most likely necessitate a trip back to the Jianghan territory. The mission was pressed for time, and Jiang Chen wasn't the sort to drag his heels. After taking in Guijin and explaining the situation to him, They set out for the southern frontier in the afternoon of that day with a crew of underlings. After the experience of being ambushed by the soaring dragon manor last time, this time both the royal family and the Jiang Han household placed abnormal emphasis on this trip and sent out all sorts of hidden guards along the way to scout out the path. Under such arrangements, the soaring dragon manor had nowhere to insert even a needle if they had the desire to make a few moves. They couldn't do anything unless they wanted to fall out with the Eastern family clan at this very moment. Spurring on their horses, Jiang Chen's crew successfully reached the southern frontier after 3 days. The southern region was drastically different from the capital. It permeated with the thick atmosphere of the southern border. Unique overtones colored the region, whether in terms of atmosphere, human sensibilities, or geographical style. Many memories of the southern border were preserved in his past self's memories. At least he had a clear grasp of the relations of the Jiang family clan. The family welcome entourage outside the river wave city was rather sparse, with not that many people. Indeed, the treatment of returning young duke is different to that of the return of the real duke. A trace of a contemplative smile leaked out on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen also knew that no one could be blamed for this. The previous Jiang Chen had committed fabulously absurd sins when he was in the Jiang Han territory, and the ridiculous things he had done once he'd traveled to the capital had all made their way back home. The extraordinary things he'd done recently, rather, hadn't had time to travel back home. Therefore, it was quite normal to receive the cold treatment on his return. Third Uncle Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen warmly greeted the first 2 people in the front as he hopped off his horse. In the entire Jiang family clan, they were probably the extreme minority who could tolerate the previous Jiang Chen's fantastically silly existence. The middle-aged man Jiang Tong was Jiang Chen's third uncle. His personality was honest, sincere, and contained. He scrupulously abided by his duty and was the younger brother that Jiang Feng relied most heavily on. The slim and fragile youth next to him was Jiang Tong's son, Jiang Yu. Chen'er, you've been at the capital for the last 2-3 years. You've grown quite a lot. Jiang Tong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder as a feeling of happiness exuded from his eyes. Brother, you're back. Jiang Yu was younger than Jiang Chen by a year or 2, and they'd been close since little. Although they were cousins, he'd always called Jiang Chen brother. Jiang Chen smiled. I've returned with a mission this time. Let's speak of it when we get back. Although a small amount of people had come, and it was apparent that the others in the family had deliberately not come in order to put on airs, Jiang Chen did not become angry over this. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Seems like Chen'er has grown more mature in his years at the capital. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, upon seeing that his family members weren't giving him face, he most likely would be cursing furiously by now. In fact, it was Jiang Chen's personal steward, Jiang Zheng, whose face darkened upon seeing this scene. He seemed ready to erupt a few times, but finally controlled himself in the end. River Wave City was the largest and most prosperous city in the Jiang Han territory, and also the core location of the Jiang Han dukedom. The Jiang family's control over the Jiang Han territory radiated throughout the territory, with the River Wave City as the core. Compared to the capital, the prosperity level of River Wave City lacked a bit in comparison. But as the largest city in the southern frontier, it had its own unique geographic flavor. Jiang Chen traveled slowly and gently on the back of his horse, viewing the flowers along the way, laughing and chattering with the Jiang Tong father and son duo. However, he didn't say a single word regarding the mission. They returned to the Jiang Han Manor after a short while. But who would have thought that the Jiang Han Manor doors would be bustling with noise and excitement at this moment? Chapter 67. Provoking the Young Duke. Chapter 67. Provoking the Young Duke. Don't try this with me. Jiang Tong wasn't out earlier and wasn't out later, but he's out when I come. A voice like a bronze gong rang out loudly. Jiang Chen and the others heard the hue and cry before they had even drawn near. Chief Jing, he really has gone out. Apparently the young duke is coming back, and the third lord went to the outskirts of River Wave City to greet him. One could tell that the servants of the Duke Manor were still quite polite when they dealt with people. Young Duke? Huh, that ridiculous dandy Jiang Chen. That voice like a bronze gong carried quite a few traces of disdain. I don't give a damn where Jiang Tong's gone. I'm going to wait here. The man surnamed Jing had an extremely dominant tone. Jiang Chen's brow creased when he was still far away. Now that he was training in the ear of the Zephyr, his hearing was stronger than even Jiang Tong's and could naturally hear the conversation from afar with crystal clarity. The chief surnamed Jing? Can he be Jing Man from the Redbud One tribe? Jiang Chen knew from his past self's memories that there were 10 large tribes under the jurisdiction of the Jianghan territory. The Redbud tribe was one of the strongest tribes and numbered amongst the foremost out of the 10 large tribes in Jianghan. Therefore, this Jing Man had always been more domineering. Apart from the Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Feng, who was able to cow this person, everyone else in the entire Jianghan territory had to somewhat accede to his wishes. One only had to hear his wild and arrogant tone today and listen to him directly saying Jiang Tong's name to know that this person was quite domineering. Jiang Tong smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. Chener, only your father is able to reign in Jingman. Go directly into the manor later. I'll take care of him. One could tell that Jiang Tong had a measure of dread when it came to this Jingman. A few thorns in one side would pop up in every territory. Jiang Chen understood this rather well. He also didn't really mind coarse language and an overbearing demeanor. But if this Jing Man went overboard with his domineering attitude, Jiang Chen would absolutely not sit by idly and remain indifferent. No one wanted such a recalcitrant thorn under their rule, one that would stir up trouble at any time. Let's head over. Jiang Chen's tone was diffident as he took the lead in riding his horse over. The third lord is back. The servants in the manor immediately saw Jiang Tong and his son when the horse entourage appeared. Except Jiang Tong and his son were clustered around another youth. This youth had the strong arms of an ape and the flexible waist of a wolf. A familiar yet strange sense of dignified prestige emanated from his eyes. Jiang Tong shouted out, "Pay your respects to the young duke." Young duke. After 3 years, the changes that had occurred in Jiang Chen had resulted in him casting off his old self and being reborn anew. Apart from his features still somewhat resembling those in former times, he was drastically different in all other areas compared to when he'd left the Jianghan territory 3 years ago, whether it was in terms of presence or of body. Greetings to the young duke. The servants in the Jianghan manor had undergone strict training and immediately fell to their knees to pay their respects. As for Jing Man and his group, they all looked to their leader, Jing Man, and didn't bother kneeling in respect. Jing Man placed his hands on his waist and looked askance at Jiang Chen. His motions were quite rude and ungracious, and he flicked a glance at Jiang Chen, sizing him up from head to toe. Young Duke, excuse me, I, Jing Man, only greet the Duke of Jianghan. Forgive me for not kneeling without seeing the Duke of Jianghan in person. Jing Man's people also smiled superciliously behind Jing Man as they took their measure of Jiang Chen. Not only did their expressions lack the proper respect requisite upon seeing the young duke, but some of them even lifted their eyebrows and winked as signals to each other. Jing Man is it. Although Jiang Chen was slightly enraged inside, he didn't wish to have a public falling out where they stood. I am the young duke of the Jianghan territory, whether you pay your respects or not. I only ask you, for what matter have you brought people to cause a hubbub at the manor doors? Where is your decorum and propriety? Jing Man laughed heartily. For what matter? Then you need to ask Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong's expression was a bit awkward. Jing Man, let's talk privately about personal matters. The young duke has just returned today. Let's not disturb him. What disturbance? It's even better that he's come back. He could be a witness. Jing Man leered with his big mouth. No matter what, let's go inside to talk. Stop throwing away the face of nobility by standing here and making a public outcry. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he took the lead in entering the manor. Jiang Tong was slightly surprised to see Jiang Chen's uncommon bearing and followed him inside. Jing Man chuckled, but brazenly had no respect for anything as he followed them inside. Jiang Chen cast his gaze upon Jing Tong after entering the manor. Tea had been served, and everyone had taken their seats. Third uncle, what's going on? You tell me. AI, Chief Jing. We have more than decades in our relationship, and you accepted the betrothal gift 10 years ago. Must you really commit such an act as tearing up the marriage contract? Not to mention, Jing Man waved his hand, stop right there. I was not going to bring the children into this, but since you mentioned them, then let's be frank and put our cards on the table. It isn't that I'm going back on my word, it's truly that the child is unwilling. You also don't wish for the two to not get along and cause such utter confusion that everyone goes crazy after the two get married. Betrothal gift, marriage contract, child is unwilling. Jiang Chen quickly grasped the heart of the matter. Indeed, this Jing man was here to rip up the marriage contract. Chief Jing, speak frankly. Are you dissatisfied with the betrothal gift? Do you think it's too little? This can all be discussed. In what regard would my Jiang family be unworthy of your beloved daughter? Jiang Tong restrained his fury and didn't adopt a hard tone as he tried to redeem something from the situation. I've heard these words many times, and I'm not here to listen to your blather this time. I brought back the betrothal gifts. You can take an inventory of them. Jing Man obviously didn't want to continue this conversation. He was here to return the betrothal gifts and avoid the marriage contract. With a wave of his hand, Jing Man's servants immediately brought up 6 large trunks. The betrothal gifts are here. Not a single one of them is missing. Take an inventory, Jiang Tong. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my tribe. Jing Man ignored the young Duke Jiang Chen through this entire matter. Jiang Tong's face flushed vaguely red. Jing Man's arrogant attitude had obviously deeply wounded the placid middle-aged man. The hand in his sleeve curled tightly and formed a fist. His voice trembled a bit as it rasped out. Chief Jing, you can break the betrothal, but you cannot do so in such an obscure manner. Tell me why? In what manner has my Jiang family wronged your Redbud tribe? Jing Man smiled faintly. Whether or not the Jiang family has wronged my Redbud tribe is not the point. First, you, Jiang Tong, are not the Duke of Jianghan. Your son will never become the Duke of Jianghan. Secondly, I've already said the child is unwilling. Kair, they're unwilling to cancel the marriage contract. Why don't you say a few words? A 13 or 14-year-old young girl was behind Jing Man. She wore the jewelry of her tribe and wore her hair in a bun, with 3 peacock feathers stuck in her bun. The young girl's features were brightly colored and beautiful, with a natural, gentle, and lovely air. She also possessed a sense of shrewdness that did not conform with her age. Jiang Yu, Kair believes that you would not seriously agree to a ridiculous marriage that the older generation agreed to when they were all drunk. Jing Kair's brows moved faintly as a natural sense of gentleness and loveliness permeated her crisp voice. Jiang Yu was younger than Jiang Chen by a year, but he wasn't muddled when it came to important matters. Although a bit bashful, he responded, I can pretend it wasn't true, but the manner in which you're approaching this matter completely brushes off the face of my Jiang family. Have you ever thought of where my Jiang family's face would be if you do this in such a manner? Face. Jing Kair laughed lightly. Face is earned and not given to you. Jiang Yu, since you brought it up, I ask you only one question. My training now is at 7 meridians true Qi and has a chance to break through to 8 meridians true Qi in a year. How many meridians of true Qi are you now? This was the point. 7 meridians true Qi was indeed a very extraordinary level of existence for a disciple born from a tribe. After all, even amongst the heirs in the hidden dragon trials, not that many possess such training. Not to mention Jing Kair was younger than Jiang Chen and his peers by 1 or 2 years. You're only 5 meridians true Qi. Do you know what a difference of 2 meridians true Qi means between peers? In addition, just as my father said, your father isn't the Duke of Jianghan, and you'll never be the Duke of Jianghan. Jiang Yu's mouth was agape and tongue-tied. He said haltingly, although I won't be the Duke of Jianghan in the future, the Duke of Jianghan is still my brother. He regretted his words as soon as he said them. Why? Why did he explain such things to this snobbish girl? Hith, your throat there. Jing Kair flicked a glance at Jiang Chen with a few traces of scorn. Jiang Yu, don't be naive. Do you think with your cousin's paltry bit of ability that he's usually displayed, that he can hold on to this dukedom in front of opponents that are like wolves and tigers? Jiang Chen laughed. This Jing family had revealed their dagger after unrolling the map of their plans, and had voiced the true reality. In terms of potential, Jiang Yu was far below Jing Kair. In terms of status and position, the Jiang family could very well lose their dukedom. Jing Yu wasn't a direct descendant of the Jiang family. What future would he have then? In such a way, the meaning for the Jing family reneging on the marriage contract was clear as daylight. A teacup was suddenly flung viciously to the floor. Someone finally couldn't bear it anymore on the Jiang family side, and had lost their temper. Except, the person losing his temper was neither Jiang Chen nor Jiang Tong and his son, but the personal steward behind Jiang Chen, Jiang Zheng. He had seen so many various aspects of society in the capital, and even influential powers in the capital were obedient, submissive, and obsequious to the young duke. But now that they'd returned to their own land in the Jianghan territory, they were faced with such ridiculousness. This was the Jiang family's territory to begin with. The Jiang family kept their word, and everyone was reverent and deferential in front of the Jiang family. This Jing family was too unbridled. Thus, Jiang Zheng was infuriated. Jing man, you father and daughter are putting on show, but have you figured out some things yet? This is the Jianghan manor, and this is the territory of the Duke of Jianghan. Jiang Zheng was filled with righteous indignation. Jing man laughed coldly. Your master hasn't spoken. What is a dog of a servant like you making a fuss for? I'm a servant, all right, but you seem to have forgotten that you're also a servant in the Jianghan manor. We're all servants of the Jiang family in the entire Jianghan territory. You do not pay your respects when you see the young duke. Do you even understand the difference between master and servant? You tear up the marriage contract. Do you even understand the concept of the honor of nobility? Your daughter does not respect the young duke. Do you even comprehend the notion of due regard for precedence? You disrespect your master, tear up the marriage contract, and speak irreverently. Who gave you this courage? Where did you get this nerve from? Jiang Zheng's tongue was like a spear, and his lips like daggers, as he fired off a string of questions, getting out of hand as he started. Jing Man's mouth was agape, and he was tongue-tied, at a loss for what to say during this moment. 1. https://wikipedia.org/wiki/sources_chinenses redbud is Zi Jing in Chinese. Chapter 68. Increasing your knowledge. Chapter 68. Increasing your knowledge. In terms of bearing and strategy, it was inconvenient for Jiang Chen to speak up. Jiang Zheng, on the other hand, said everything on his mind in one go. Jiang Tong and his son nodded repeatedly as he spoke, agreeing fully. As for Jiang Chen, he smiled faintly and stood up, walking up to Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu, your brother only asks you one question. Do you have any feeling for this woman? Jiang Yu's handsome face blushed. Brother, I've only seen her once or twice a year since we were young. I've never had any deep conversations with her, and don't have any sort of feelings for her. And I don't really like pushy and bossy women. They're not virtuous. All right. Jiang Chen smiled. 1,000 taels of gold won't purchase love. Since you don't like her, then I'll make the decision for you today. This marriage contract is pronounced dissolved starting from this moment henceforth. Sure. Jiang Tong stood up. Jiang Chen waved his hands. Third uncle, I'm the young duke. When my father isn't here, I make the decisions in the Jianghan household. Jiang Tong's throat moved vaguely, as he wished to say something, but he finally heaved a sigh of dejection and sat down again. His arm trembled slightly, the depths of his anger apparent. But what else could he do apart from this? Jing Man laughed heartily and stood up proudly, his tone carrying notes of scorn. Young duke, huh? They say that a tiger father doesn't beget a dog son. The young duke has increased my knowledge today. The connotation behind this wasn't a compliment for Jiang Chen, but rather jeering at Jiang Chen for having cold feet. If Jiang Feng were the one here, how could he have given way here? Jiang Chen smiled lightly and did not avoid looking at Jing Man in the slightest. I increased your knowledge so easily. Looks like Chief Jing truly lacks knowledge and experience. Oh? How do you say? Jing Man's face darkened. The marriage contract is dissolved all right, but this matter isn't over yet. Jiang Chen's face darkened as his tone abruptly grew frosty. You are of a tribe, yet tear up a marriage contract and challenge the authority of the Duke's manor. This is one crime. As a subordinate, you didn't greet the young Duke when you saw him. This is another crime, raging and roaring at the Duke's manor, with no respect for your superiors. This is a third crime, Combined punishment for 3 offenses. Take them. The 4 brothers from the Shang battalion immediately leapt upon Jing Man like wolves and tigers as soon as Jiang Chen had finished speaking. Jiang Tong started and then quickly woke up to reality. He also immediately gave an order. Jiang family premier guard, seal off the manor. Do not let a single person who has come today leave. Jing Man had also been overconfident, or it might be better said that he had acted recklessly with no scruples at all, although he had brought a pack of personal guards with him this time. In terms of absolute strength, there was still a large gap between his guards and the premier guard of the Duke's manor. He had dared come because Jiang Tong had always been weak and feeble and would never move to arms. It was even more impossible that he would dare draw swords against him, a big tribe chieftain. However, he had never reckoned that Jiang Chen, this devil incarnate, would return to the manor at this time. He hadn't thought even more so that this Jiang Chen would take action when he had been smiling merrily and staying calm and collected. The worst thing was that the Shang Battalion 4 brothers were all experts from the capital. Shang 1 and Shang 2 were even of 9 meridians true qi. They were even able to contend against Jing Man evenly in a 1-on-1 battle. The 4 of them combined their efforts to force Jing Man into an extremely passive situation. Jiang Chen's new follower, Guijin, was also the epitome of agility and bravery. His blade thoroughly preoccupied Jing Kaier. Although he was only 6 meridians true qi, he was actually able to beat Jing Kaier to the point at which she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet when he went all out. Jiang Tong also entered the fray afterwards. Jiang Tong was also of 9 meridians true qi. There were no doubts about the conclusion of the battle once he joined the battle. Jing Man and all his followers were taken within the span of an hour. Jiang Chen, even your old man doesn't have the guts to do anything to me. You dare plot against me. The Redbud tribe will feud with you until the end of time now that you've done this to me. Jing Man was truly angry. He had run amok through the Jiang Han territory all his life. Apart from giving way in front of Jiang Feng, he had never been the one to suffer losses. He had been restrained by others today and even tied up. This was an extreme disgrace to him. Third uncle, convene all the members of the family clan together. I want to call for a clan meeting. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at Jing Man. Put these people secretly behind bars. Sheng Wan, make them take these pills so that they're not too noisy. Jiang Tong called together the family clan members in the name of the Duke. No one dared to slight him then. They hadn't gone to meet Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen was a good-for-nothing. He was a useless person with not much to his name in their eyes. This is why they had dared act so wildly. Although Jiang Tong had a weak and passive personality, he was the person that Jiang Feng had personally entrusted to be acting Duke. None of the Jiang family clan members dared be disobedient when he employed the power of the Duke. After all, Jiang Tong's level of training made him first after Jiang Feng, not to mention his identity. All of the members of the Jiang family clan numbered between 1 to 200 people at the end of the day. However, the main hall of the Duke's manor was spacious enough. It was still quite expansive, even when 1 to 200 people stood within it. Jiang Tong and his son stood to the right of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's followers stood to his left. Greetings to the young Duke. Why did no one notify us that the young Duke had come back? Indeed, I happened to be away 2 days ago and didn't receive the news. It was my fault in failing to meet the guest. These clan members were all quite shrewd. They hadn't gone to greet Jiang Chen because they wished to covertly play a petty trick in trivial matters. However, no one dared act atrociously when they actually saw Jiang Chen in person. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over those assembled and nodded slightly. Jiang Zheng, you speak. Ever since following Jiang Chen, Jiang Zheng's entire presence and composure had thoroughly changed after the matter at the Hall of Healing. He now paid utter servile obeisance to Jiang Chen. Everyone, I'd first like to report one matter. Jing Man and his daughter from the Redbud tribe were causing an uproar in the Duke's manor just now. They had no respect for their superiors and disrespected the young Duke. They've already been captured by the young Duke and are being held secretly. He delivered a heavy weight of news as soon as he opened his mouth. What? Jing Man's been captured and locked behind bars. We just saw Jing Man behaving atrociously at the manor doors. Jing Man captured. The Jiang family clan members were all shocked and baffled when they heard this news. They thought it was incredible. Jing Man had been captured? The most important thing was they heard overtones of another implication. Jing Man had caused an uproar at the Duke's manor and had no respect for his superiors. He disrespected the young Duke. These crimes all made the fine hairs on their bodies stand up when they heard of them. One had to know that as members of the Jiang family clan, none of them had gone to greet the young Duke. This could also be counted as huge disrespect to the young Duke. When their thoughts traveled down this trail, these people all started becoming a bit nervous, no matter what their status or position. If Jiang Chen wished to make a big issue of this, they would all likely be hard-pressed to escape this calamity. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. As members of the Jiang family clan, we are all of the same origin. Blood is thicker than water, and when the Jiang family runs into a problem, we are either united as one or are cautious in order to save our own skin. The young Duke would like to make use of this opportunity to witness your character. Jiang Zheng's words also gave them a way out. The clever ones immediately realized the error of their ways. A clan elder more than 50 years old smiled. My Jiang family has always been united as one under the leadership of this Duke. This Jing Man has often come to the manor to behave wildly. Capturing him is the right thing to do. We endorse this wholeheartedly. Right, Jing Man. The chief of a tribe dared to affront the authority of the Duke's manor. He should be captured. The young Duke is wise and brilliant. He is the Duke's son, all right. We support the young Duke. They were all quick on the uptake. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen had removed even a thorn such as Jing Man, they knew that it would be as easy as blowing away a speck of dust if he wanted to deal with family members. Judging from Jiang Chen's current state, if this devil incarnate grew confused and charged them with crimes as well, then things would be grave indeed. Hence, they all hastened to declare their support. Firstly, for self-insurance, and secondly, as members of the Jiang family clan. They truly had no reason to defend Jing Man. The Jiang family members also severely despised Jing Man's arrogant attitude. Jiang Tong had no methods to deal with Jing Man, and so they'd naturally been unable to say anything. Now that Jing Man had been captured by Jiang Chen, they firstly felt great satisfaction as they'd vented a breath of ill feelings. They also felt confused as well. How had Jiang Chen gained such daring and resolution in the 2-3 years that he'd been away? Except, seeing his personal guards behind him who looked around with the fierce gaze of fiends, the hearts of these clan members pounded like drums, and they didn't dare say much. Jiang Chen had no desire to strut around in front of his clan members, and said with a diffident tone, "Third uncle, pass on an order from the Duke's manor, and convene all the tribes within the territory. Tell them to come to River Wave City to attend a tribal convention. I have an important matter to announce. Failure to come within 3 days will be viewed as treason." The various tribes naturally didn't dare give the cold shoulder once the Duke's order was given. They all traveled to River Wave City at the fastest speed possible. That night, Jiang Chen summoned the seniors who possessed more prominent positions and reputations and treated them to a banquet within the manor. If it hadn't been for the issue with Jing Man, these elders might not have all shown up for Jiang Chen's banquet. However, the former days were not the ones of today, and they all felt that something was bizarre regarding this matter, after seeing the young Duke Jiang Chen today. With that said, the 6 elders all arrived promptly. These people were all highly experienced and very shrewd. When they met each other at the doors of the manor, they all looked at each other and smiled, a bit awkward and a bit unable to fathom the current situation. "Elder Shi, what does this Jiang Chen have up his sleeve?" "I cannot see it clearly. I too cannot fathom it. Have you all discovered that Jiang Chen seems to have changed greatly in the 3 years that he's been out of sight?" An elder with graying hair spoke. He was the elder with the longest record of service in the Jiang family clan, and everyone called him Elder Shi. I've heard that this Jiang Chen has been ridiculous beyond belief in the capital. Rumors say that he couldn't even pass the foundational exams. If this kid is allowed to continue to fool around like this, how is my Jiang family to keep the dukedom? It doesn't seem like it, really doesn't seem like it. Elder, she shook his head. When I look at Jiang Chen, I don't see someone who can't pass the foundational exams. What's the use in saying so much? Let's go inside and see what he has to say. A relatively younger elder floated by and took the lead in walking into the manor. The banquet was exceedingly sumptuous. Jiang Chen sat at the main seat, with Jiang Tong on his left. Everyone took their seats according to the record of service. Jiang Zheng was proactive as he poured wine for them in that order. Gathered elders, I, Jiang Chen, would not like to mention previous matters. I will speak of only one matter today. I am competing for the Duke of First Rank in this time's Hidden Dragon Trials, and I've come back to execute the second mission of the First Rank this time. I need everyone's help in this matter. If the elders are willing to help, please drink their cup of wine. Jiang Chen lifted his cup, the aura of one superior arising spontaneously. What? Duke of the First Rank? Mission of the First Rank? This news stunned even Jiang Tong. His arm shook, so surprised that he almost spilled his wine. Chapter 69. Changes in Attitudes. Chapter 69. Changes in Attitudes. These elders couldn't help but lean forward slightly, wishing to hear more clearly. Their reactions were all extraordinarily in unison, as they all thought they'd heard incorrectly. One had to know that a genius who was overflowing with talent, such as Jiang Feng, his grasp over the Jianghan territory so strong, had only won a position of Duke of Second Rank. Out of all 108 dukes in the kingdom, being ranked at 14 seemed to be the limit of the Jiang family. These elders all had to admit that Jiang Feng's role couldn't be overlooked in the Jiang family's current-day development. It wouldn't be hyperbole to say that he had achieved the greatest accomplishment for the Jiang family to date. Their highest expectations for Jiang Chen during this time's Hidden Dragon Trials were merely to retain their current standing. Even if their ranking descended a few places, it would be nice if they didn't lose the title of Duke of the Second Rank. However, based on Jiang Chen's usual performance, they all knew that this was all pure folly. The bigger question was whether or not he'd be able to keep the Jiang family's dukedom, not to mention the position of Duke of Second Rank. After all, his usual reputation was simply too poor. However, the affairs of the world are thus inconstant. Just when they had deemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't do, when they had long since given up in their hearts, Jiang Chen suddenly announced that he was competing for Duke of the First Rank. And he had even returned this time to execute the second mission of the First Rank. What did this entail? This meant that Jiang Chen had already completed a mission of the First Rank. A mission of the First Rank corresponded to the position of Duke of the First Rank. Being able to complete missions of the First Rank, no matter if one could only complete one, how could the person in question be a mediocre person of the masses? The Hidden Dragon Trials were no game, and the rules were harsh. Every single mission of the First Rank was strictly partitioned. It was impossible for anyone to be opportunistic or gain an advantage by trickery. To think that Jiang Chen had already completed a mission of the First Rank. There was no need for boasts, no need for theatrics. Jiang Chen merely raised his cup, spoke a few words, and gave transparently delineated particulars of all matters. If this crowd of old geezers lacked even this bit of comprehension, then it wasn't a matter of them debating whether or not to support Jiang Chen, but rather Jiang Chen contemplating whether or not they were worthy of him. Duke of First Rank, Duke of First Rank. Jiang Tong turned over these words again and again in his mouth. Suddenly, a gleam of surprised light shot out from his unfocused gaze. Chinner, you mean that you've already completed the first mission? Yes, and this second mission rather needs some connections. I will need to impose on the networks and face of the various seniors in the clan. Jiang Chen was neither prideful nor impatient, and there was a complete lack of a desire to flaunt himself in his tone. There truly was nothing for him to make a display about in such a small matter. Jiang Zheng, on the other hand, couldn't help but speak up when he poured one. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Our house's young duke is the man of the hour in the capital. Those from the palace are common visitors, and even spiritual medicine heavyweights, such as the Hall of Healing, need to curry favor with our young duke. There were no outsiders here, so Jiang Zheng couldn't contain himself and had to say a few words. He truly couldn't hold it in anymore. He had been ignored and passed over by others ever since he had started following Jiang Chen. now that he'd finally found the chance to hold his head up high. Where else could he make a display if he didn't put on a show within the family? Those from the palace were common visitors? Even the Hall of Healing curried favor with the young duke? How could this be? Those elders were all surprised beyond expression, not to mention Jiang Tong. They all inhaled sharply, extremely uneasy in their seats. Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly. There's no need to always speak of these small things. Jiang Zheng. Assembled elders, I have need of your efforts at the tribal convention tomorrow. Elder, she had the longest record of service and the fastest reactions. He hastily smiled and said, "It seems our Jiang family has produced a genius such as the young duke, and us old geezers probably would have never known if Jiang Zheng hadn't said anything. Haha, the ancestors and forefathers of the Jiang family in the heavens above have bestowed upon us such a genius as the young duke. Our Jiang family is sure to attain our goals with further efforts. I'm going to use these old bones in my body to strive mightily for some results. I'm sure to attend the tribal convention tomorrow with these old bones. Go. We'll naturally go. Our Jiang family has always been united as one in our control over the Jianghan territory. Otherwise, these tribes will really think that our Jiang family is one to ride roughshod over. Indeed, we can't allow a thorn such as Jingman to appear within the tribes again." The elders all expressed their stances, and each one was more cooperative than the last. They were all experienced and could naturally tell that the changes that had occurred in Jiang Chen weren't false. Besides, Jiang Chen would never lie about the hidden dragon trials. Some elders couldn't help but think, could it be that this Jiang Chen has been a foppish dandy since young, just as a disguise to deceive the outside world, and that his sights were set for the Duke of First Rank all along? Almost all the elders had the same thoughts as their gazes upon Jiang Chen changed. They no longer capitalized on their seniority, but instead held a few more traces of respect and modesty. In this way, everyone made merry to their heart's content and returned home with satisfaction from this banquet. At the end of the day, the elders of the clan were delighted to see and hear of Jiang Chen's strength. A strong heir with mighty strength would support the family and even bring it to higher prosperity. Elder, she had partaken of a bit wine because he was happy, so he returned home slightly tipsy. "Grandfather, I'm going to go shopping with Xiaoqian tomorrow. I won't be going to the tribal convention. Father, I'm going to purchase some spirit medicine tomorrow. I also don't want to go to the convention. Granddaddy, tomorrow..." Elder, she slammed a heavy palm onto the table as his long mustache bristled from his anger. He had originally been in fine fettle, but so many people had popped out of the woodwork to request time off as soon as he'd sat down. Every single one of them wished to shirk their duties, obviously not paying attention to tomorrow's convention at all. How could he not be enraged at this? Who is it that's not going? I'll break the damned legs of whoever doesn't go. Elder, she was truly enraged, and poked his finger angrily at a middle-aged man. "Jiang Xiong, you're my son. Just try saying again that you won't go. Purchase spirit medicine. Don't think this old man doesn't know that you have a mistress in the Qinghua Alley, and that you rush there to fool around every day. And you, Jiang He, you're my direct grandson. Do you have any prospects for a future ahead of you? Spending your days tied to that chit of a girl at such a young age. Do you have any aspirations at all? And you, Liu, you're my daughter's son. If you have no loyalty to the Jiang family at all, then what are you doing here?" The elderly lord frothed at the mouth and glared with rage, pouring out such a torrent of abuse that the recipients didn't even know where to look. "Father," Elder Shi's son Jiang Xiong felt that he had lost quite a bit of face. "Save your blather. All of you must go tomorrow, and resolve all those inconsequential matters starting from tomorrow. As a disciple and son of the Jiang family, and as clan relatives, what use are you if you can't resolve the difficulties and anxieties of the family?" Elder, she spoke with an awe-inspiring sense of self-righteousness. This actually caused those present to be at a complete loss. They were this undisciplined and scattered usually, and they'd never seen the elderly lord object. What was wrong with him today? Why had his tone changed after a bout of drinking wine? Had he been brainwashed by that Jiang Chen? Jiang Xiong asked timidly, "Father, it's not like you don't know that our Jiang family will be unable to retain the dukedom. Even if you say this much, you will be hard-pressed to stop this trend. Didn't you say that you'd long since let it go?" Bullshit. What did I ever say those words? Elder, she denied vehemently. All of you remember this well. Not only will our Jiang family retain our dukedom, but we may even take another step forward and ascend in the ranks, to that of a dukedom of the first rank. Elder Shi's tone was also vaguely agitated when he spoke of this. Duke of the first rank was completely apart from those of the other ranks. A duke of the first rank had the power to infect others. The sons of the family could then be granted land and flourish. The wealth and prosperity then would be absolutely different from the current situation. Father, have you grown confused from the wine? Jiang Chen couldn't hold his laughter in. Elder Shi flung a huge slap across his face and rapidly stood up. You bumbling idiot who hasn't learned your lesson. I'm reminding for you for the last time that you must go to the convention tomorrow, and you must display full courtesy and utmost deference. I won't be able to save you if you offend the young duke. And all of you, where's your sense of propriety? Looking down on the young duke? Thinking he's good for nothing? Bullshit. That's him being a wolf in sheep's skin, concealing his strength and numbing the opponent. The young duke is attempting the rank of first this time, and he's already completed the first mission. He's already killed the once infamous rapist, the Lotus Harvester. What? Jiang Chen was flabbergasted, his hand covering his face without a trace of temper. He had killed the rapist, the Lotus Harvester? Although the Tianu territory was quite far from here, information flowed between various territories. There were quite a few rumors in the Jianghan territory regarding the infamous name of the Lotus Harvester. It was said that this Lotus Harvester possessed training between 8 and 9 meridians, and that he was adept in using sinister poison. His Qigong was excellent, and his being wily. He was an extraordinarily difficult person to handle. The young duke had killed this rapist, and had taken not even a month from receiving his mission to do so. All of you crawl back to your places and think carefully. If you no longer wish to be here, then get out of this family as early as possible. If you still want to be here, then look sharp and serve the young duke well. Elder Shi huffily threw down these words and left. Similar scenes were repeating continuously in the various homes of the elders. All of those negative, sluggish fellows who wanted to layabouts were thoroughly rebuked by the elders without exception. Some were even subjected to a beating, like Jiang Chen. The next morning, titanic changes had occurred in the entire atmosphere of the Jiang family. A family clan that had been like scattered sand was suddenly tied together with an invisible rope. Those who usually slept in, and those who usually slipped out early to fool around, all unusually showed up in the core areas of the Jianghan manor. All of them were alert and ready for action, dressed up finely. Some of them with more clever minds hastened to step forward and greet Jiang Chen with a smile when he walked out. Jiang Chen, has the young duke risen yet? Risen? The young duke gets up at midnight every day to start training, and you ask if he's risen yet? Oh, my mistake. Apologies, my apologies. Jiang Chen walked out from inside at this moment and smiled. Everyone's nearly here. The tribe should also be nearly here by now. 1. A daughter-son isn't considered a direct grandson in Chinese culture, because the daughter has married into another family and her children bear another surname. Chapter 70. Vying with each other to sign up. Chapter 70. Vying with each other to sign up. There were 10 major tribes within the entirety of the Jianghan territory, and there were many more smaller tribes beneath each of the major tribes. Each of these tribes was controlled by a family clan. The Redbud tribe, for instance, was controlled by the Jing family. The Yinglan tribe, for instance, was controlled by the tribe of Jiang Chen's mother, the Lan family. Of course, each tribe would have many subordinate family clans apart from the core family clan. They would thus jointly form the ruling power. Therefore, several hundred family clans had gathered in the main square of River Wave City today. Every single family clan was represented by at least 20 or 30 people. The gathering was truly great in strength and impetus. Jiang Feng wasn't in the Jianghan territory, so Jiang Tong was the acting duke. However, he naturally wouldn't steal his nephew's thunder today. Jiang Tong clearly knew that his nephew Jiang Chen was the star of today's show. Everyone, we have called you here today in the name of the Duke, because we have a joyous event of cosmic proportions to announce to everyone. A faint smile creased Jiang Tong's face as his gaze swept in a circle, sweeping past the face of every tribe's chief. The Third Lord has even mobilized the name of the Duke to summon us here. This joyous event must be very important. Indeed. Third Lord, don't keep us guessing. Out with it, so everyone can share in the joy. Jiang Tong smiled. All right, then I won't keep you in suspense. Everyone knows that the Duke and his son have gone to the capital to participate in the Hidden Dragon trials. The young Duke has suddenly returned this time for none other than to come back and recruit for his personal guard. Once this guard is formed, it will form the basis of core power of the Jianghan Dukedom in the future. The young Duke was recruiting for his personal guard. That seemed nice, but none of the tribal family clans were tempted. All of them lowered their eyes, not wishing to exchange gazes with Jiang Tong, deathly afraid of Jiang Tong taking a fancy to them. If any other young duke was recruiting for his personal guard, the powers under his rule would have vied for the chance to sign up. However, this young duke had always been a good-for-nothing. If any of their sons or disciples associated with him, it was more than likely that they would end up facing disaster in the future. Everyone was jittery in the Jianghan territory now. 9 out of 10 people all felt that Jiang Chen would be unable to retain his dukedom. Therefore, how could they possibly be excited about the young duke recruiting for his personal guard? They couldn't avoid it like the plague fast enough. Their reactions were within Jiang Tong's expectations. The requirements for these personal guards are also high. Not everyone can sign up. First, personal training must be at 6 meridians true qi. In addition, your age cannot be greater than 20, and it would be preferable if the mind is both intelligent and smart. The people beneath the stage all snickered inwardly as Jiang Tong listed out a long list of requirements. You should be thanking the heavens and earth if anyone signs up when the young duke of your Jiang family is recruiting for his personal guard, and you've even got a list of requirements to boot. There was naturally no response from anyone for a while. It was so silent that even a pin drop on the ground could be heard. These are the requirements. Who would like to sign up? Jiang Tong asked in a clear voice. After Jiang Tong asked this question, whenever he swept his gaze in their direction, everyone ducked their heads or looked in another direction, afraid to meet his eyes and be called upon. The atmosphere of the scene was beyond bizarre in the span of a moment. Jiang Tong's clan members all had grave expressions. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They knew that Jiang Tong was doing this on purpose, wanting to test the influence of these tribes. Jiang Tong circulated his gaze 3 times, and still no one responded. Jiang Tong sighed and was about to say something when suddenly an enigmatic voice rang out from outside the square. I would like to sign up. Another voice also sounded. I would also like to sign up. 2 male youths who looked to be strong as a bear in the hips, and with a back as supple as a tiger's, walked out with large strides towards Jiang Chen. One of them wore a large axe on his back, and the other wore a brass rod. Young Duke Jiang, I am Qiao Shan. This is my brother Qiao Chuan. The Qiao Third Hall Master of the Hall of Healing is mine uncle. He introduced us in S to come here. Qiao Shan, Qiao Chuan. Those twin brothers had arrived. Jiang Chen chuckled. You have also arrived. This is Guijin, the direct grandson of royal tutor Guishan. His training is at 6 meridians true qi. You will be fellow comrades in the future, and should be close to each other. The nephews of the Third Hall Master of the Hall of Healing, the direct grandson of royal tutor Guishan. These identities immediately became sensitive information in the ears of those tribal chiefs. Something's not right. The Hall of Healing has such a renowned reputation, and its hall masters also have awe-inspiring reputations. How would one let his nephews fool around with the son of Duke? The direct grandson of a royal tutor was an existence that could be connected all the way to the royal family. Why would he be hanging around Jiang Chen? Some of the more sensitive tribal chiefs seemed to have vaguely caught onto a few hints of something. Guijin was a bit infuriated and walked out after he greeted the Qiao brothers. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said coldly, My surname is Gua. I was born in the capital and grew up in the capital. I've seen quite a few royal and noble sons. I find it rather odd, though, now that I've arrived in the Jianghan territory. The followers of other princes and noble sons all fawn over and curry their master's favor. They're extremely deferential and subservient. But all of your attitudes are as if being too close with your master is a type of disgrace. Guojin smiled coldly. However, according to my knowledge, those who can compete with our young duke in the Eastern Kingdom are as rare as the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a unicorn. Even the heirs of the Duke of Soaring Dragon have quite a bit of dread when it comes to our young duke. I wonder what sort of mighty existence is worthy of your servile obeisance. Guojin came from the capital, and his words naturally carried some weight. My grandfather was a tutor at the royal court. The king and princess have all once benefited from my grandfather's tutelage. These 4 big brother from the Shang battalion are the elites of the Tiandu army, and are the personal guards that the princess herself picked for the young duke. I'm rather curious. Even the elites of the Tiandu army are willing to acknowledge their allegiance to the young duke. Can it be that in your eyes, the young duke is still unworthy for you to declare yourselves for him? Guojin's voice rang out clearly, thundering through the gathering like resonant bell, causing the blood of these tribal clans to thrum loudly. No one dared suspect that Guojin was speaking falsely at such a gathering. Besides, the aura of the 4 brothers from the Shang battalion were right there. They were a presence that the duke himself, Jiang Feng, may not have even been able to suppress. But at this moment, these 4 people were obediently standing beside Jiang Chen, awaiting his orders without the slightest hint of non-acceptance or rebellion. Is this to say that us 2 brothers have made it here in time for a good show? Now, this is hilarious. Even my uncle, at his level of existence, has committed himself irredeemably to the young duke. Do all of you think you're more awesome than a hall master of the Hall of Healing? Xiao Shan also spoke up. Zhang Tong stepped out chuckling at this time. Everyone, forgive me for not speaking clearly just now. The young duke is actually competing for the position of Duke of First Rank at this time's Hidden Dragon Trials. He's returned this time to execute the 2nd mission and recruit 8 personal guards. Duke of the First Rank, Mission of the First Rank, and this was the 2nd one. The gathering was in an uproar when the news percolated through the crowd. Which of those present wasn't a wily old fox? How could they not understand such sensitive connotations? Damn it, I misjudged and missed the prime opportunity to express my loyalty. That damn Jiang Tong, why didn't he say this earlier? He's making us look bad on purpose. All the tribal chieftains were privately depressed. They didn't blame themselves for their attitude of keeping discreetly out of harm, but rather blamed Jiang Tong for not being clear with his words. Everyone, the young duke, is recruiting for 8 personal guards this time, and 3 of the slots have been filled. There are 5 left. If you fulfill the requirements, then hand in a sign-up form. Jiang Tong announced loudly. In the span of that moment, all of the tribes started discussing amongst themselves. If it was a direct son of the tribal chieftain, they may not be willing to be a personal guard, even to a duke of the first rank. Therefore, it was still a good thing if they could fight for a spot for their non-direct descendants. Around 20 applications were quickly handed in. One had to say, a territory still had many young talents. There were quite a few youths under 20 years old with 6 meridians true chi. This didn't even include the direct heirs of the tribal chieftains. Third uncle, help me go through the names on the list. Although potential is important, personality is even more so. My Jiang family doesn't need the allegiance of those cowards who would get cold feet at critical times. Recruiting 8 personal guards was still just a small interlude to Jiang Chen at the end of the day. His ambitions did not halt here. Executing this mission was just going with the flow and the bigger picture. He merely didn't wish to lose to anyone on the Hidden Dragon Trials. With the aid of the Jiang family clan elders, Jiang Tong quickly decided upon 3 names. These 3 were ones that they all felt were more dependable. They were all powers that were absolutely on the Jiang family's side, whether in terms of birth or reputation. These 3 people were also not within the core center of power in their families. This would give them the impetus to make great efforts in forging ahead. Chener, the name has been erased from this application. There's something fishy about this. Jiang Tong frowned. From the traces that were erased, this application should be the one for your cousin, Shui Tong, also the son of your mother's younger sister, Shui Tong. Jiang Chen had very few memories of this person in his past self's memories. He seemed to faintly recall a vague, thin figure. In his impressions, this person was someone on the sidelines who his grandmother didn't love and his father didn't care for. Has anyone signed up for my mother's side of the family? Jiang Chen was curious. Yes, Lan Ezhou, the son of your oldest uncle. However, his training is only at 5 meridians true qi and hasn't met the requirements at all. He's messing around, and we aren't considering him. Then what about Shui Tong? Jiang Chen asked. Shui Tong is of 6 meridians true qi, but seems to be quite dismissed in your mother's side of the family. It looks like someone has tampered with his application. What are their reputations? Lan Ezhou is the second son of the chief of the Yinglan tribe. His personality is a bit proud and ungovernable. As for Shui Tong, he's always been a character on the sidelines and has been bullied by Lan Ezhou since young. He's the type that holds his tongue but has a lofty and unyielding character. Then it's Shui Tong. Jiang Chen settled on the 7th spot. If he recruited a proud and ungovernable character like Lan Ezhou, it would only be providing an unstable factor for the team. Jiang Chen didn't wish to create such unnecessary trouble for himself. It didn't matter if he was of 5 meridians true qi. Jiang Chen had ways for him to break through. But issues with personality, that was out of the question. A bad apple would ruin the bunch. I'm sorry I'm late. Can we still sign up? Just as Jiang Chen decided on the 7th spot, a weak and gentle voice sounded from the side. It seemed a bit familiar. Jiang Chen tilted his head to the side, also slightly startled. A young girl pushed through the crowd. She was wearing a downy yellow robe, had fair, translucent skin, and beautiful features. Because she had been traveling in a hurry, her face was red from exertion. She eeped when her gaze met Jiang Chen's, as her charming face blushed even redder. Yep. Jiang Chen was astonished and baffled. This girl was the disciple of the Star Argus Palace North sect in the Tianhu territory, Wenziki. She was also one of the young girls that Jiang Chen had rescued from the Lotus Harvester not long ago in the Tianhu territory. Jiang Chen involuntarily thought of the scene in the cave when he saw her. Wenziki was weak and lacked strength as her clothes accidentally dropped down, allowing Jiang Chen to gaze fully upon the 2 orbs in front of her chest. Chapter 71, Awing the Tribes. Chapter 71, Awing the Tribes. When Wenziki saw that Jiang Chen had recognized her, she felt both shy in her heart and a kind of sweet joy. Screwing up a courage that she had gotten from somewhere, this young girl who liked to blush gathered up her pluck and spoke lowly in the voice of a mosquito. I heard that you were recruiting for your personal guard, so I hurried over to see if I could help you. Princess Guyu had leveraged the power of the royal family to announce this news far and wide throughout all the territories. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Wenziki would set out on this long trek from far, far away. Judging from her body covered in dust from the road, she must have started on her way as soon as she heard the news. Jiang Chen blanked momentarily and asked, "Has your honored master agreed for you to come?" When her honored master was mentioned, Wenziki's body trembled slightly. Her right hand lightly twisted the bottom of her shirt, her fingers twisting around each other and appearing as if she was quite conflicted. Jiang Chen smiled involuntarily. It looked like Wenziki had snuck out behind her honored master's back. Wenziki hastily spoke upon seeing Jiang Chen smile. Honored master wouldn't stop me even if she knew. She dotes on me the most. Jiang Chen nodded. Oh well, I happen to be short one person here. If Miss Ziki doesn't feel that it's beneath you, then you can fill in this spot. Really? Wenziki was overjoyed upon hearing these words. She had been worried all along that she would be too late, worried that all the spots would be taken and there would be no place for her. Who would have thought that she would make it just in time for the last spot? Jiang Tong smiled upon seeing the gentle and refined Wenziki. Chener, do you know this young lady? We were acquainted with each other that day when I was executing my mission in the Tianhu territory. We've met several times now. Her identity and personality are pretty dependable. All right, since this is the case, we have successfully decided on all 8 spots. Jiang Tong also heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't been satisfied with any of the applications for the last spot. It was naturally for the best that someone Jiang Chen approved of could fill the spot. Chener, they say that an acquaintance may not sow discord amongst intimate friends. You would rather recruit an outsider than have the son of your uncle. Where's the logic in this? Have I, your aunt, offended you somehow? Just as Jiang Chen was speaking, a luxuriously dressed, heavily made-up woman swiftly dashed to the front of Jiang Chen and started complaining to him. Jiang Chen recognized this woman from his past self's memories. She should be his aunt and the birth mother of that Lon, Ijo. Aunt, uncle is a vaunted chief. Younger cousin Ijo will be able to make a name for himself in ways other than being in my personal guard. Why not give the opportunity to those who need it more? Jiang Chen had to nicely persuade her, as he had no desire to be entangled with a shrew. So what if he's a big chief? That can only be passed on to one son. Then the second son's fortune and prosperity will be out in the cold. If he hangs around you, it will be the work of only a word from you to bestow a tribe onto your cousin Ijo to rule over when you're a duke in the future. Chinner, let me tell you something. Your uncle spent quite a bit of effort into looking after your mother before she married. Now that your mother isn't here, seeing your aunt is the same as seeing your mother. Although Ijo is your cousin in name, what's the difference between that and your younger brother by blood? You can't disregard his matters. Can you bear to... Aunt, younger cousin Ijo is only of 5 meridians true chi. I'm powerless to take action, even though I have a mind to help him accomplish his aims. I won't be able to satisfactorily complete my mission. If you love this nephew, aunt, then surely you won't let me suffer defeat in the hidden dragon trials? If I'm defeated, then how will uncle hang onto his position as a big chief? The woman was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing that her man may not even keep his position as a big chieftain. Jiang Chen smiled and took this opportunity to leave. Jiang Tong pronounced the short list of candidates at the scene. Guo Jin from the capital, the direct grandson of royal tutor, Guo Shun. Qiao Shan, Qiao Chuan, nephews of the third hallmaster of the Hall of Healing. Wen Ziki from the Star Argus Palace of the Tianyu territory, old acquaintances with the young Duke Jiang Chen. Shui Tong, Yinglan tribe of the Jianghan territory, maternal cousin of the young Duke. Kumu, summer tribe of the Jianghan territory, 6 meridians true chi. Shun Yifun, Jade Dragon tribe of the Jianghan territory, 6 meridians true chi. Baiyun, Iron Mountain tribe of the Jianghan territory, 6 meridians true chi. The recruiting meeting was over when Jiang Tong concluded his announcement. Many of the families whose sons hadn't been selected were all secretly dejected. They had had a prime opportunity, but missed it. Will the chiefs of the 10 big tribes please adjourn to the Duke's manor for a banquet? The families of the other smaller tribes are discharged. Travel back to your areas with no loitering, Jiang Tong pronounced afterwards. The convergence of all these powers on Riverwave City was also a latent danger for the city. Since the mission was concluded, they naturally had to disperse. Apart from Jingman, the chiefs of the 10 large tribes were all present. They naturally wouldn't give up the chance to repair relations when they heard that the Duke's manor was even fating them with a banquet. Except, the 9 chiefs were all curious as to why the chief of the Redbud tribe, Jingman, was nowhere to be seen when even the name of the Duke had been brought out. This Jingman was normally imperiously domineering, but had he dared openly defy the Duke's name this time? This was really out of line. One had to know that if a tribe defied the orders of the Duke, then they would be punished. The tribal chiefs brought these doubts with them to the banquet. Apart from the young Duke Jiang Chen, all the Jiang family elders, including Jiang Tong, were present. Everyone, this time's banquet, is first to reward you for always rushing about on Jianghan territory business, and secondly to announce a matter of great importance to everyone. Jiang Chen personally raised his glass as he one by one met the eyes of all the chiefs with a cool gaze, showing a relaxed confidence of superiority flowing through his eyes. All of the chiefs felt a cold shiver travel down their backs when they were swept by Jiang Chen's gaze. They felt a vague hint of something big about to happen. Jingman has had no respect for his superiors and has come to the Duke's manor on multiple occasions to behave wildly. He has even gone so far as to publicly challenge the Duke's authority this time. He has been captured on my orders and is being held secretly. What? Jingman held secretly. This news also caused the faces of the chiefs, rulers of their own locality, to change drastically. This was Jingman. In the entire Jianghan territory, Jingman was the cream of the crop when it came to being domineering. Apart from Jiang Feng being able to suppress this person, Even the other chiefs had to display a certain weakness in front of him. Even Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, had to think twice before taking action against Jing Man. But the young duke had taken Jing Man without the slightest change in his voice or composure. Well done. This Jing Man has always been domineering without boundaries, and his reputation is exceedingly poor amongst all the great tribes. The first to speak up was naturally the chief of the Yinglan tribe, Jiang Chen's uncle Lan Tianji. Right, it isn't the first time that Jing Man has gone to the duke's manor to behave atrociously and make a scene. He is receiving his just desserts and being punished. Something was bound to happen sooner or later if he wasn't taken care of. The young duke is brilliant and wise. However, the influence of the Jing family of the Redbud tribe is widespread and far-reaching. Since Jing Man has been captured, the Jing family and local powers are likely to cause trouble. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This is why I've summoned you here. The Jing family has been able to be a tyrant for so long, partly because they're truly a powerful local power, and partly because they do quite a bit of business. In addition, the land with the spirit vein in our Jianghan territory runs through their tribal lands. The big chiefs all nodded and looked at Jiang Chen with fresh eyes. How is this the young duke that they knew? How is this the original, useless, good-for-nothing? This was absolutely a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a noble son who played the games of politics extremely well. They finally believed in this moment that Jiang Chen had absolutely been play-acting in order to confuse others before. This child most likely had had his sights set on Duke of the first rank since he was young. They had misjudged him. Everyone admitted that in their hearts now. They had truly misjudged the young Duke Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched the performances of these people out of the corner of his eye, but said in an unhurried and not too slow fashion, I have no interest in words expressing your loyalty. I say only this time, each tribe must send out 50,000 men and horses. The Duke's manor will send out an army of 100,000 strong. We will ambush the Redbud tribe as swiftly as a peal of thunder, leaving one with no time to cover their ears. We must make a clean sweep of all of Jing Man's remaining confederates. Plucking up evil from the roots was common sense. The chiefs weren't unduly surprised. After the remaining confederates of the Jing family are exterminated, I will send Elder Shi to personally oversee the Redbud tribe region. I will also take out 20% of the profits from the land with the spirit vein and split it equally amongst the 9 tribes. If his earlier words could be labeled as coercion, then the 20% profits would be temptation. Coercion and promise of gain, both the carrot and stick were present. How could the great chiefs hold out against this? Chief Lan Tianji of the Yinglan tribe was the first to stand up. I, Yinglan tribe, will protect and support the Jiang family unto the death. We are willing to fight those traitors to the death. We are willing to join our forces with the Duke's manor and exterminate the traitors. The 10 large tribes in the Jianghan territory had competed amongst themselves, with the Redbud tribe lorded over everyone. This had been the situation for many years, and Jing Man was extremely domineering to boot. Under these circumstances, these people would likely add insult to injury by dropping stones down a well even without coercion and temptation, not to mention when there was gain to be had. Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Chen with a meaningful glance, secretly astonished. This young duke didn't do things by half measures all right. His boldness of vision was astounding. He had given out 20% profit, just like that. Tying the dukedom together with the tribes via profit. How would the tribal chiefs not work together with care and energy? This was far more useful than any form of threats. Everyone, our Jianghan dukedom has worked together with the Pill King Garden before. Our cooperation partner is now the Hall of Healing. This is also to say that our profits with the Hall of Healing will be double those of when we worked with the Pill King Garden. What looks like 20% to you is actually 40% in terms of original profits. Under the circumstances, Jiang Chen didn't mind revealing a bit of core intelligence to them. The Hall of Healing. This wasn't the first time that these people had heard the name of the Hall of Healing today. The Hall of Healing was the benchmark of the spirit medicine world in the Eastern Kingdom. How could they not be aware of the biggest heavyweight in the spirit medicine world? Haha, you probably don't know. The Hall of Healing relies on our young duke for many things. Also, another thing that you may not know is that the royal princess Eastern Drua's illness was yet to be resolved after seeing many famous doctors, but the symptoms lessened when the medicine took effect after our young duke made a move. One had to say, Jiang Chen was a very useful steward. Whenever his master needed it, he would voice the thoughts that his master was not at liberty to say. He would employ such a method at just the right time and say it. What do these words mean? This meant that the young duke's backer was the royal family themselves and the Hall of Healing. All the chiefs present were dumbfounded and astounded when they heard these words. They looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. Jiang Chen, however, smiled. Come, drink. Jiang Chen always likes to task his lips and tongue over some small matters. Everyone can listen to these matters of the royal princess, but let it stay in your heart. Don't spread this around. Yes, yes. Who dares to brashly spread information regarding the royal family secrets? Each one of them mumbled, yes, yes, as they raised their glasses, but had no appetite for food. How could they still be in the mood to taste the niceties of the exquisite wine? Their minds were filled with the young Duke Jiang Chen's marvelous changes and all sorts of news that broke through the limits of their expectations. They didn't know what sort of approach they should be taking towards this young duke. But one thing was for certain, and that was that the young Duke Jiang Chen would outdo his father Jiang Feng. Chapter 72. A Grand Gift for the Personal Guard. Chapter 72. A Grand Gift for the Personal Guard. Without their leader Jing Man, although the remaining confederates of the Redbud tribe raised a loud hue and cry, many of the internal powers that the Jing family had originally suppressed all turned their coats in the face of a large army pressing on the border. They worked in collusion with the army, one from within and the other from the outside. The army took over the Redbud tribe region with almost no slaughter at all. The remaining confederates of the Jing family were all rounded up and locked behind bars. At the same time, a predetermined power from the Jiang family clan took up residence within the Redbud region. Jiang Chen had made a simple agreement, which had to be observed by all the elders of the family clan, and had stuck the son of his third uncle, Jiang Yu, into the Redbud region. Jiang Chen exhorted the clan elders to treat Jiang Yu as a crucial center and cultivate him. Although jealous, these people all knew that Jiang Yu was the one most intimate with Jiang Chen within the Jiang family clan. Jiang Chen was Jiang Feng's only child and son. This meant that Jiang Chen had no other blood brothers or sisters. In this way, since they had been close since childhood, Jiang Yu undoubtedly became like Jiang Chen's blood brother, just as if Jiang Tong was the same as the Duke of Jianghan. Upon seeing Jiang Chen employ lightning-fast methods to cow the various chiefs into submission and quell the Redbud tribe rebellion, Jiang Chen's young followers were all privately overjoyed. To have such methods and be able to take on such burdens at this tender age, they all felt that they had done the right thing in following this young duke. Jiang Chen's newly recruited 8 guards were demonstrating their knowledge of martial Dao within the training fields of the Jianghan Manor. Since they were comrades now, none of them wanted to admit to being inferior. All wanted to demonstrate their strength in front of their comrades to avoid being underestimated by others. Jiang Chen merely observed and didn't make any evaluations. After the demonstrations had run through once, he already had a few thoughts in mind. From today onwards, the 8 of you will eat at the same table now. I won't ask too much of you, but only want to remind you of one point. You can retain your own personalities and your own thoughts. However, from this moment on, you're all in the same boat and thus are all in this together. You are comrades in the battlefield, which means you are a partner in which one of the others can entrust their back to. If anyone can't do it, then say so now. There's still time to back out. Jiang Chen's tone was severely grave. What was a personal guard? At the heart of the matter, it meant to be death warrior, a type of existence that was willing to die at any time for their master. Personal guard were often the ones that a master trusted the most and were entrusted the greatest amount of matters to. Personal guards were the most intimate battle companions to each other. They were a mutual interdependence and would live and die together. No one backed out. Resolute determination was written on their faces. Good. This is also why I've chosen you. I only hope that none of you will disappoint me. And I, Jiang Chen, will absolutely not let you down. Jiang Chen was confident and at ease as he swept his gaze over the 8 faces. In order to prove that your decision was correct, I've decided to give you a welcome gift in this moment. A gift at the first meeting? Xiao Shan scratches ears and cheeks, smiling honestly. Mine uncle says that the young duke is too deep to be fathomable. Looks like uncle he didn't lie to us and S. Guijin was indifferent to the idea of a greeting gift. When he saw Jiang Chen burn incense and pay his respects to his ancestors, he had sworn an oath to himself that he would follow this master until death. As for the others, when Ziki's personality was easygoing, without greed for anything in particular. Although traces of expectation flowed in the eyes of others, they didn't lose their composure. Jiang Chen nodded. You must remember that when you accept my gift, it will be as if your body is now imprinted with my brand. You must not reveal this gift to anyone without my permission, even to those you're closest to. Otherwise, I will personally end you. These people felt quite perplexed by the increased gravity of Jiang Chen's tone. It was only a greeting gift. Was it really that serious? But seeing that the young duke was acting with such due care and solemnness, their hearts tightened as they vaguely guessed that this greeting gift was no ordinary gift. Don't think wild thoughts. The weight of this gift is absolutely beyond your speculation. Even in the entirety of the Eastern Kingdom, no one else would be able to give another gift such as this. What? Everyone was visibly moved. No one else could afford to give such a gift in the Eastern Kingdom. Can it be that even the royal family would be unable to give such a gift? Just what was this? Xiao Shan was quite impatient and could scarcely wait. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen, full of ardent fervor. All of you are currently of 6 meridians true qi right now, but I can help you break through to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days. What? Breakthrough to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days. Xiao Shan was the first to cry out. Young Duke, don't bluff us in S. I've been stuck on 6 meridians true qi for around half a year. Even the gentle and refined, when Ziki shot out, looks of incredulity from her eyes. Guijin, on the other hand, had heard many rumors regarding Jiang Chen previously because he was from the capital. He was rather a believer, since the young duke has spoken. How could there be falsehood? 6 meridians true qi. All of you here have spent either 2 or 3 months to half a year to a full year after reaching 6 meridians true qi. There is no other reason for your inability to break through other than being unable to sense the 7th acupoint, because there is a bank between the intermediate realm of true qi and the advanced realm of true qi. This moat needs to be explored to be perceived in due time. Have you stopped at 6 meridians true qi because you cannot perceive the 7th acupoint? That is truly the case. Xiao Shan complained. The 7th acupoint is fleeting and entrancient, and indeed hard to sense. Guijin also nodded. When Ziki didn't say anything, but her expression as if deep in thought already verified the accuracy of this statement. The others all nodded as well. I have a set of methods that can teach you how to locate the acupoints. You will no longer have to fret over being unable to locate the acupoints when training in the realm of true qi in the future. You will be able to easily locate the acupoints with this method, allowing you to achieve double the results with half the effort on your path of training. The 8 guards were noticeably moved after these words were said. Easily locate acupoints. Was this true? One had to know that the most difficult thing when training in the realm of true qi wasn't clearing the meridians, but locating the acupoints. If the acupoints couldn't be located, then there was no way of clearing the meridians. How could a breakthrough be achieved then? It could be said that the most amount of time in training martial Tao was spent on perceiving the acupoints. If the process of locating the acupoints could be skipped, how could this only be doubling the results with half the effort? This would be saving tons of effort compared to others. The method of true acupoint resonance was without a doubt a revolutionary secret method for the entire Eastern Kingdom. However, it was only a lowly sort of existence in Jiang Chen's memory banks. Jiang Chen was the epitome of cautiousness, not because of how valuable true acupoint resonance might be, but because if word of this matter got out, many hidden troubles would lurk in the background. Jiang Chen had previously passed on the true acupoint resonance method to his father and his 2 best friends. These 8 personal guards were the 3rd set of people worthy of receiving this inheritance. I will be passing on this method to you. If any of you secretly pass it on and word of this travels out, the others will rise together and attack the person in a group, and I, Jiang Chen, will not go easy on this person. Jiang Chen once again issued a warning. The young duke treats us so kindly and generously. How could we dare to fail and let him down? Kumu from the summer tribe of the Jianghan territory was the first to step forward and make a pledge. The others all stepped forward and swore an oath afterwards. Perk your ears up and listen carefully. I will only verbally pass on this inheritance and won't give you any books to record this down in. How much you can comprehend and remember will be up to you. I will only say this 3 times. Only 3 times. The faces of the 8 personal guards all became quite grave. 3 times, but they needed to receive the method with their strong memories and comprehension abilities. Just as he said, Jiang Chen went over the method 3 times. What Jiang Chen hadn't expected was that the first person who seemed to think of something and sit down cross-legged where he stood to contemplate theory was Shui Tong, that thin, young man buried in oblivion. Afterwards, Guijin and Wenziki also seemed to be deep in thought as they sat down cross-legged. Brothers Xiao Shan and Xiao Chuan, Camus, Shun Yifan, and Baiyin all sat down cross-legged as well, meditating on the theory and using the newly learnt method to perceive the 7th acupoint. There truly was a difference in potential when it came to martial Dao training. Shui Tong was the first to contemplate and the first to see results. Shui Tong's eyes opened after an hour, with various sorts of incredulous looks shooting out of his eyes. His gaze at Jiang Chen was suffused with endless gratitude and admiration. Elder cousin Jiang Chen and I have never interacted much since we were young. To think that cousin Jiang Chen would rather offend aunt and uncle to choose me instead of Lan Yizhou. What do I, Shui Tong, have? My parents died early and I was bullied by Lan Yizhou since I was young. Compared to Lan Yizhou, I have nothing, and yet elder cousins still chose me, trust me, and bestowed upon me this great change in fortune. If in this life I, Shui Tong, don't follow elder cousin to accomplish something grand, then how could I face my parents in the other world? How would I be worthy of elder cousin's generous treatment of me? Although Shui Tong appeared cold and aloof, he was only cold on the outside and actually warm on the inside. He would remember steadfastly the drops of kindness from others. Jiang Chen had practically helped him be reborn by choosing him and changing his fortunes. How could Shui Tong not understand the concept of gratitude? Lan Yizhou's training wasn't enough? Not up to standard? These were all pretexts that elder cousin had used to fob off his aunt. Elder cousin was so capable, would he worry about not being able to raise Lan Yizhou's training to 6 meridians true qi? What did this mean? This meant that in elder cousin's heart, the position of him, Shui Tong, was greater than Lan Yizhou's. A gentleman is ready to die for his bosom friends. Shui Tong's blood was thrumming ardently at this moment as he was filled with gratitude and adoration towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at Shui Tong, knowing that Shui Tong had already located the 7th acupoint and was merely waiting for the prime opportunity to break through. He smiled faintly and nodded at Shui Tong, indicating for him not to speak anymore, lest he affect other people's comprehension. A single glance made Shui Tong feel as if he was bathed by the spring wind, and his heart surged with emotions. After not too much longer, the others also successfully located the 7th acupoint. Wonderful, awesome, to think that would really work. Xiao Shan capered in his extreme delight. I'll finally have the chance to assail 7 meridians true qi. Although the others didn't lose their composure like Xiao Shan, happiness was written all over their faces, and their looks towards Jiang Chen changed as well. If it was said that they had the respect and loyalty of a subordinate to the young duke before, then they absolutely worshipped Jiang Chen like paying homage to deities or Buddha now. They were well too aware of what this method meant. Such a method in defiance of nature was likely the only one of its kind in the surrounding 16 kingdoms, not to mention the Jianghan territory or Eastern Kingdom. Chapter 73, Legacy of Formation. Chapter 73, Legacy of Formation. Jiang Chen made a motion. No matter what method you use, you must break through to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days. Jiang Chen had given a non-negotiable order and created a bit of urgency amongst the 8 personal guards. Only 5 or 6 days had passed from when Jiang Chen had selected his second mission until now. He still had quite a bit of time left. After some calculations, he had decided to set a reasonable time frame of 10 days. It gave a slight sense of urgency, but wasn't too hasty. It would be a time limit that would be just enough to stimulate their potential. Jiang Chen planned on using these 10 days well. First, the changes in the Redbud region of the Jianghan territory needed some time to be fully digested. Second, Jiang Chen also didn't want to let this time idly slip by. He wanted to undergo a solid bout of training in the Jianghan territory. Time was money, and every minute, every second after he'd reincarnated was beyond precious to him. In the next 10 days, Jiang Chen consistently and persistently held on to an extremely regulated schedule every day. However, he would always take some time out of each day to handle some matters of the territory and to review some intelligence sent back from the Redbud region. He had created this mess and must clean up after it, lest it affect the greater picture and shake the Jiang family's political foundations. This was one thing that Jiang Chen didn't wish to see. It was a good thing that the Jing family's tyrannical, domineering performance in ordinary times had caused them to lose the hearts of many people. After exterminating the Jing family, the reactions from various parts of the Jianghan territory were actually quite calm, with no backlash whatsoever. Xiaoyu, I hope you can make use of this opportunity to become more mature. Jiang Chen held this expectation deep within his heart. He knew better than anyone that if the Jianghan territory was to continue to reside within the Jiang family's control in the future, then Jiang Yu must become the future Duke of Jianghan. He, Jiang Chen, possessed far-reaching ambitions. It was impossible for him to give up pursuing martial Dao for a mere dukedom. 10 days' time passed by peacefully. Time indeed passes quickly. 10 days have flown by so calmly and speedily. Although I have yet to break through to 9 meridians true Qi, I already possess the qualifications to assail that level. I wonder how the 8 of them have done. Indeed, none of the 8 had let him down. They had all ascended after 10 days of hard work. Shuetong had been the first to break through on the 4th day, when Ziki and Guijin had spent 6 days. The Qiao brothers had broken through on the 7th day. The remaining 3 had all broken through on the 8th and 9th days. Very good. You haven't disappointed me. Jiang Chen nodded. My mission is not only to recruit 8 personal guards, but also to pass a test. This test will surely be pertained to martial Dao. All of you now possess 7 meridians true Qi, and thus, logically speaking, should have no problems handling the test. However, in the case of any unexpected developments, I will pass on to you a set of martial arts techniques according to each of your characteristics. I will also pass on one set of offensive and defensive techniques, so that when you face enemies, you won't have to fight separately and will instead be able to demonstrate an astonishing group fighting competency. Jiang Chen had spent quite a bit of time and effort thinking about how to arrange these 8 personal guards during this time. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't be overly radical at this stage and pass on to them some nature-defying methods. The techniques that he had chosen were all according to each person's unique characteristics. He'd chosen ones that would register as amongst the elite in the Eastern Kingdom repertoire of methods, but none that would exceed the Eastern Kingdom's range of acceptance. Although they were his personal guards, Jiang Chen still didn't wish to spoil their growth through excessive enthusiasm. Firstly, because one couldn't reach towards the sky with merely one step of martial Dao training, and secondly, that it was actually a form of protection in not passing on to them any nature-defying methods. Of course, Jiang Chen had many more choices to choose from when it came to battle formations. Jiang Chen had chosen a deeper method to combine 8 people as one. This set of 8 trigram assimilation formation 1 is a battle formation that can be used to both attack and defend. When faced with an enemy, its changes are numerous. Its iterations are even harder to predict when attacking and defending. If you are able to comprehend 60 or 70% with your current abilities, even a few true Qi masters will be unable to break your formation. When the opponents are your peers, you will be able to handle even 100 with ease. A few true Qi masters? 8 against 100 peers. Xiao Shan's large eyes blinked, astounded again. Xiao Shan, stop being so wound up and overreactive as a result. The young duke must have his reasons for saying so. The 8 personal guards had thoroughly become familiar with Jiang Chen's strength and mysteriousness after the matter of locating the acupoints. I was shocked. Being able to battle against several true Qi masters is enough to make anyone's blood boil. That's under the conditions of you being able to comprehend 60 to 70%. If you can comprehend 80%, then it wouldn't be an impossible thing to kill a true Qi master. If you comprehend 90%, killing a true Qi master will be as simple as killing a dog. Jiang Chen was actually being a bit conservative when he spoke like this. Then, what if we comprehend 100%? Xiao Shan asked haltingly. 100%? Jiang Chen smiled. Let's put it this way. If the 8 of you are able to comprehend 100%, then you would be invincible within the realm of the Eastern Kingdom, apart from the spirit Tao practitioners. If you are able to ascend to the realm of true Qi masters in the future, even those who have just set foot into spirit Tao will have to keep their distance from you. Spirit Tao practitioners keeping their distance from us in S. Xiao Shan's tongue was about to tie itself into knots as a fervent light shone in his eyes. He itched to immediately start practicing this formation and find a spirit Tao practitioner to test and corroborate this. Xiao Shan, you're barely retaining your composure again. The young duke is saying that all of us need to join the ranks of the true Qi masters and fully comprehend this formation before we have the qualifications to battle spirit Tao practitioners. Guijin dumped a timely bucket of cold water on him. Haha, true Qi masters, we will surely be able to advance. But I've yet to see one of those legendary spirit Tao practitioners. Mine uncle's position is so high and he's hung around the capital for so many years. He doesn't seem to have ever seen a spirit Tao practitioner either. No wonder Xiao Shan was so excited. For a common, ordinary kingdom, the existence of a spirit Tao practitioner was basically on the same level as divine myths, living on only in legends. Although there were rumors that the Eastern Kingdom did have spirit Tao practitioners, not that many in the entire Eastern Kingdom had ever enriched their knowledge by actually seeing what one of the spirit Tao practitioners looked like. Therefore, in the hearts of all the youths pursuing martial Tao in the kingdom, the existence of spirit Tao practitioners were that of legends, as if symbolic totems. To try and think about it, how great a temptation would it be to battle a spirit Tao practitioner under these circumstances? How honorable would it be? No wonder Xiao Shan utterly lost his composure. A spirit Tao practitioner was an absolutely divine existence to those ordinary practitioners. Formation training is not the matter of one day and night. The pressing matter for all of you at the moment is training your true Qi and martial arts techniques. Guijin, focus on the Tao of the blade. Xiao brothers, one of you take the axe, the other familiarize himself with brass rods. Both are heavy weapons that can fully display your strength. When Ziki, Camus, and Baiyun, you all use swords, but the Tao of the sword is broad and profound. Each of you will walk your own different path. Shen Yifan, you take the spear. It's domineering and direct, a tough and fierce path. Shuetong, you're different from them as your technique does not fall into a set pattern. Shuetong's expression became downcast. Although he was the younger cousin of the young duke, he had been bereft of parents since young and lived in the house of the family from his mother's side. He had been bullied by his older cousin since young and sought survival in the cracks. It had already been quite difficult for him to train his true Qi to 6 meridians. As for martial arts techniques, the Lan family of the Yinglan tribe had never given any thought of preparing any for him. It could even be said that the Lan family, either by design or by accident, even oppressed Shuetong. They didn't want Shuetong to become too prominent and outshine the sons of the Lan family. After all, Shuetong was also a relative of the duke's family. What if his potential was too strong, resulting in preferment from the duke's manor? Wouldn't it turn to the Lan family being suppressed in the future? Because of these reasons, Shuetong had had an exceedingly difficult existence in the Lan family. Therefore, his martial arts techniques were quite simplistic and crude. Shuetong, what do you like? Or rather, what weapons are you most disposed towards? I like concealed weapons, particularly the bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved. There was indeed a lack of someone skilled at surprise attacks amongst these 8. Shuetong's potential was the highest. It would be a nice choice if he concentrated on the way of surprise attacks. All right, when we return to the capital, I will purchase a fine bow for you at the first opportunity. You will begin practicing the bow and arrow from this day forth. Bai Yin, I've heard that you like to research poisons. You can also spend more effort and thought in this regard. You are my personal guards, and thus should be widely practiced in all sorts of ways. Additional skills are never considered an increased burden on the body. The more skills you have and the more practiced you are, the better you will be able to retain your lives in the future. The 8 of them all nodded their heads, as they felt the young duke made quite a bit of sense. On the path of martial Tao, the more skills and talents one had meant an additional layer of guarantee. After all, the world of martial Tao was filled with strange and treacherous currents. Many times, it wasn't the strongest one who was the last person left standing. Just as Jiang Chen was training his 8 personal guards, Jiang Tong came to visit and was in an extreme hurry. Third uncle, what matter has caused you to be in such a rush? Chener, an urgent message has just come from the Redbud region with 3 feathers stuck to it. This represents urgent intelligence of the highest grade. What intelligence? The letter didn't say, just that a bizarre matter has occurred in the Redbud region and requests that the young duke must hasten over to take charge of the situation. Could this letter be a deceit? Jiang Chen asked. No deceit. The letter contains my Jiang family's secret code, and the handwriting is also Xiao Yu's handwriting. Something large had happened, but the letter didn't offer an explanation. Mutiny from his troops? That shouldn't be the case. The remaining Confederates of the Redbud region had been fully exterminated. The other tribes temporarily couldn't find an excuse to rebel. Besides, if the other tribes rebelled, it wouldn't be the Redbud region sending urgent intelligence back. Invasion from a strong enemy. It didn't seem like it. If a strong enemy invaded, there would be no need for secrecy in the letter. Since this is the case, I will set out immediately. We should be able to make it there before noon on the backs of fast horses. Jiang Chen wasn't an irresolute and hesitant person. He immediately summoned his troops and prepared fast horses, setting out on his way. Jiang Chen was unafraid of any conspiracy developing in the Jiang Han territory. Judging from a letter, it must be that some bizarre development had occurred in the Redbud region, and it was a change that must be kept secret. Otherwise, Jiang Yu could absolutely speak clearly in the letter. Galloping quickly on the backs of horses, they sped along the way. Jiang Chen and his retinue entered the Redbud region before noon. Brother, you're here. It was as if Jiang Yu had seen a savior when he saw Jiang Chen, and he welcomed Jiang Chen into the secret room. Xiao Yu, what is going on? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Brother, bizarre happenings. The strangest thing. I've already given orders to seal this news. Even the elders of the family clan, apart from Elder Shi, are being kept in the dark right now. I dare not announce it. Oh, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued upon seeing Jiang Yu so solemn. Brother, our medicine boy went to the land with the spirit vein to water the plots last night at dusk, as usual, but the spirit medicine in the fields suddenly spontaneously matured. 1. https://wiki/bagua_the_8_aspirations. Chapter 74. Odd Happenings at the Spirit Medicine Garden. Chapter 74. Odd Happenings at the Spirit Medicine Garden. Ripened? Instantaneously. Well, it can't be said that it was instantaneous. There was originally still half a year left in the spirit medicine's maturing cycle. There was at least a month left until they ripened. But these spirit medicines suddenly ripened yesterday, and they were full of spirit energy. In terms of quality, they were actually a grade higher than the spirit medicines that had matured before. This was indeed an odd happening. Although the cultivation of spirit medicines was more particular than that of ordinary crops, it was impossible for a miracle, such as ripening overnight, to occur. However, such a bizarre occurrence had indeed happened. Take me to it. Jiang Chen was unable to make much of a judgment without actually seeing things for himself. Jiang Yu hadn't spoken a single false word. When Jiang Chen saw that batch of spirit medicine, he saw that they had indeed matured and exuded a thick sense of spirit energy. They were indeed a grade higher in quality than those that had matured before. Jiang Chen once again creased his brow, but something didn't add up in this matter, no matter how much he thought about it. Even with his plentiful knowledge of spirit medicine from his past life, he didn't have the answer, nor did he know how to respond. The same batch of spirit medicine was planted roughly 1 kilometer away from this patch, but it was still a patch of green shoots and was at least 2 months away from ripening. But the spirit medicines on the two sides were of the same breed and planted at the same time. Even the methods and process in which they'd been raised were the same. Collect a few samples of soil for me. I'll test the soil. Jiang Chen was a connoisseur of spirit medicines, and the first problem he thought of was that of the soil changing. But after testing the soil collected from various corners, they discovered that there was not much difference in the soil. It was practically the same. Is someone playing a malicious trick and applying spirit fertilizer to this patch? Jiang Chen thought of this point, but then immediately discarded this possibility. There was a natural rhythm to cultivating spirit medicine. Spirit fertilizer could help the spirit medicine grow better and shorten the cycle of growth, but it wouldn't make the spirit medicine mature overnight. If one wanted to make spirit medicine mature overnight, then the amount of spirit fertilizer needed would absolutely exceed the value of this spirit medicine by 10 times or even 100 times. No one would commit such a boring act. Or could it be that a strong practitioner passed by carrying a strong spirit weapon, and the spirit energy from the weapon leaked out, unintentionally benefiting this patch of soil? This possibility seemed triflingly insignificant. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for a practitioner on such a strong level to appear in this common, ordinary kingdom. Even if such a practitioner did pass by, there would be noticeable traces of such a strong spirit energy. It would be impossible for only this patch to benefit and nowhere else. Could it be that some secluded practitioner is playing a prank? Jiang Chen even thought of such a far-fetched possibility. A light wind breezed over as Jiang Chen lightly shook his head, throwing those random, laughable speculations to the back of his mind. Xiaoyu, you have handled this matter properly. Temporarily seal off news of this and harvest the spirit medicine as they've ripened. Continue to sow the seeds and observe what other changes occur. I will spend a few days here and wait and see what occurs. Jiang Chen ordered. Jiang Yu nodded and hesitated momentarily, asking, should we ask the Duke to come back? Jiang Chen waved his hand. No need. The winds and clouds of the political situation change rapidly within the capital, and a slight move on one part may affect the whole. He will absolutely be unable to leave at this moment. Even if Jiang Feng returned, he was sure to be at a loss of what to do. Within the Eastern Kingdom, if he, Jiang Chen, couldn't understand something behind spirit medicine, then it would be futile for anyone else to come. Jiang Yu told the medicine boy to harvest the spirit medicine according to Jiang Chen's instructions and to begin sowing seeds in the late afternoon. All of you take notice that the matters of the spirit medicine garden must not be revealed to the outside world. Otherwise, you will be subjected to the family rules. Jiang Yu warned severely. It was a good thing that the plots were independent of each other within the spirit medicine garden, with mutual non-interference. The matters that had occurred within the spirit garden hadn't made their way out yet. Due to Jiang Yu's timely information blockade, the true status of the situation had yet to spread. After a night, Jiang Chen came to this plot of land early next morning. His eyes fell on the seed from yesterday. They had already sent out young shoots and were already 2 to 3 inches tall. This was an insane speed of growth. Brother, Jiang Yu was also dumbfounded by this scene. The medicine boys were also bewildered. They had the most dealings with spirit medicine and had a thorough understanding of the cultivation cycle of spirit medicines. This scene was absolutely incredible. Jiang Yu, seal off all information flow and allow no one to approach this plot of land. Jiang Chen also had a head full of questions. Although it looked like it was absolutely a good thing for the spirit medicine garden to be so miraculous as to shorten the cultivation period, Jiang Chen had a foreboding feeling prickle down his back. One had to remember that in his past life, Jiang Chen was widely experienced and had seen all the various theories beneath the heavens. Something falling from the heavens into one's lap like this often concealed a hidden mystery and danger. Jiang Chen felt slightly frustrated that there was something he couldn't resolve. Brother, this isn't a bad thing. Don't worry about it. The wind is mild and the sun is bright today. Why don't you and I amuse ourselves and scale Purple Cloud Peak to survey the beautiful scenery of the Redbud region? Purple Cloud Peak was located not too far from the Spirit Medicine Garden, and the distance in a straight line did not exceed 5 kilometers. After scaling its heights, looking out would open one's mind and heart. Jiang Chen brought his personal guards and scaled the Purple Cloud Peak with Jiang Yu's accompaniment. They looked out after climbing to the peak, and all that fell within sight belonged to the Redbud region. Jiang Chen deployed his God's Eye, and his vision stretched out even further in a continuous stream, without boundary or end. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes dropped onto the Spirit Medicine Garden, and his gaze abruptly halted. When viewed from above, the Spirit Medicine Garden was actually shrouded in a light, misty haze. If he hadn't viewed it from afar, he never would have detected the abnormality when he was close to it. But gazing out while standing from a high vantage point, he was able to discern the differences. There was actually a thin layer of smoke clouding the air above the Spirit Medicine Garden. It seemed like fog, yet wasn't. It was muggy and indistinct, unable to be described or explained. Xiaoyu, look at that medicine garden. Xiaoyu followed the sound of his voice and also saw the strange phenomenon. Brother, what is that? Is it the legendary spirit energy? TSK, this is too amazing. Look carefully. This smoky haze is encircling the medicine garden. When considering it as a whole, does it look like an image or anything in particular? After perusing it carefully, Jiang Yu also spoke in surprise. Brother, I wouldn't have been able to make it out if not for your reminder. This actually does seem like something after a careful look. What does it look like? Talons. It looks like the talons of a large beast. Look, the 4 raised patches of soil in the Spirit Medicine Garden looks like the 4 sharp talons of a large beast. This part in the back looks like the palm behind the talons. And this part, it looks like where the base of the talons connects to the leg. It really does look like it. TSK. The divine force that created nature is amazing, too amazing. Jiang Yu expressed many astonished sounds, but he didn't see Jiang Chen's expression become more and more frozen in seriousness. Jiang Yu, hasten down the mountain quickly. Destroy the spirit medicines in that patch of land. Sound no more seeds in that patch of land, quickly. Jiang Chen's entire body sprang up like the bowstring of a bow as he stood up. Brother, what's the matter? Don't ask me questions, just do as I say. Jiang Chen's face was darkened as he beckoned to his subordinates. We go down from the mountain. Jiang Yu had followed Jiang Chen since he was young, and now that he knew that Jiang Chen was of a mind to foster him, he naturally had the utmost faith in Jiang Chen's words now. Once traveling down the mountain, Jiang Yu instructed the medicine boys to destroy all the spirit crops within this patch of land. He reminded the medicine boys over and over again not to breathe a hint of what had happened here, upon penalty of death. None of them dared to ask much, seeing that Jiang Chen's face was gravely solemn. Jiang Chen took several turns around the 4 corners of the spirit medicine garden and looked around. His brows became more and more knitted together, as if he was remembering something and wanted to prove something. After a long while, Jiang Chen walked over in Jiang Yu's direction. Xiaoyu, come here. I'll hand-draw a map for you. Send some men to investigate the directions according to the distance and scale of this map. Find out whether or not spirit medicine is being planted in the soil in these areas. Jiang Chen started drawing. He didn't draw a shape, but dotted various regions in numerous corners. He then confirmed the direction and distance between each of these dots. No need to go to the other regions. Pick the 3 closest locations to investigate. You must report back within 3 days. The sooner the better. Jiang Chen's tone became more imposing. Brother, has something significant happened? It was the first time that Jiang Yu had seen such a sense of urgency from Jiang Chen. Even on the day of capturing the traitor Jing Man, his cousin, Jiang Chen's performance had been carefree, at ease, and he had gone on talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Today's matter was a bit bizarre, a bit out of the ordinary. But Jiang Yu's biggest redeeming quality was that he listened to Jiang Chen. He immediately invited some clan elders to personally set out and start investigating the directions that Jiang Chen had pointed out. The 3 clan elders started returning after 2 days, and the news they brought back made Jiang Chen's heart even heavier. As Jiang Chen expected, There were indeed plots of land permeated with spirit energy in the regions that Jiang Chen had estimated, and spirit medicine was being grown on them. Some of these regions were within the Eastern Kingdom borders, and others had already traveled into the lands of other kingdoms. Brother, just what is going on? Jiang, you've been exceedingly curious over the past couple days. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. The creator of fate has preordained every sip and bite. There is no one who doesn't have a predefined destiny. How could this spirit land appear in such a common kingdom without rhyme or reason? Why would such fertile spirit land appear? Xiao Yu, if my guesses are correct, this is an ill omen, an extremely foreboding sign. Extremely foreboding sign? Brother, is something amiss with this spirit land? Jiang Chen shook his head. This matter will not be resolved by the power of you or me. In order to verify my speculations, unless you and I both enter the realm of spirit Tao and fully grasp the abilities of flying through the earth to travel deep into the ground for investigation and exploration. Otherwise, any speculations will remain speculations. Jiang Chen didn't wish to explain much. The more he explained, the more uneasy Jiang Yu would become. Xiao Yu, do not do anything to that patch of spirit medicine garden at all costs. It's a good thing that although the ill omen has faintly materialized, it has yet to reach a stage of breaking out. I do hope that my guesses are incorrect. Otherwise, this will be a disaster that a common kingdom can absolutely not defend against. Jiang Chen sighed faintly. His experience was broad, and he had actually come to a sort of conclusion in his heart already. Except, he knew that he would be unable to share knowledge of this matter. Who knew what frightening consequences would occur once word spread? Although he was the son of the Celestial Emperor in his past life, he was no longer that now, as he had reincarnated. He no longer had the ability and foundation to have his own way when fooling around in this common world. He had to take into account all considerations behind every step and move, lest he be embroiled in it as well. Chapter 75. You defy me? Chapter 75. You defy me? According to Jiang Chen's calculations, although the events of the spirit medicine garden were an ill omen, it was an omen yet to be fulfilled. The most pressing matter of the moment was for Jiang Chen to hurry back to the capital and complete his mission. Xiao Yu, remember my words. Seal off that patch in the medicine garden and don't let anyone enter or leave. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this extremely foreboding sign could come to fruition any time between 2 to 8 years. There was still time to think of a plan. He took his leave from the Redbud region and returned to the River Wave City, bidding farewell to Jiang Tong. He brought a crew of old and new subordinates, setting out on the path to return to the capital. Along the way, Jiang Chen traveled during the day and supervised the training of these guards by night, giving them pointers on martial techniques and teaching them the formation. A trip that was originally 3 or 4 days long took a full 10 days before reaching the capital. Except, during these 10 days, whether it was Jiang Chen or the 8 personal guards, their level of training all advanced another level. Back in the capital, the completion of this mission had only taken around 26 to 27 days. Jiang Chen, second mission of the first rank, recruit 8 personal guards. They must be less than 20 years old with strength higher than 6 meridians true chi. This is the list of my personal guards. It also contains their information, identity, and origin. Jiang Chen handed over the information of his 8 personal guards. Once verification of the information showed that all was in order, the examiner continued. This mission requires that each personal guard also pass the requirements of the martial arts exam. How will the exam be administered? There are 2 tests. The first test is for them to one by one undergo the test of 6 meridians true chi. This test is relatively simple. The examiner responded. The second test is for them to go to the arena and fight against 8 level 6 wooden puppets. They must defeat the 8 wooden puppets within the allotted time. The time allotted is quite short, at only half an hour. The first test was a set matter with no skills whatsoever. When Jiang Chen had participated in the foundational exams, he had also undergone the test himself. This procedure was simple and unable to be faked. The second test was a bit more complicated. After all, it was a bit difficult to defeat 8 wooden puppets equivalent to 6 meridians true chi in half an hour. If Jiang Chen hadn't made his preparations and rushed to complete his mission after filling his 8 slots, he may very well have failed this exam. Now, however, Jiang Chen was well prepared. Not only had he risen all 8 of his personal guards to 7 meridians true chi, but he had also passed on the formation and given them pointers regarding martial arts techniques. In this way, they had a great deal more assurance regarding this second test. Under Jiang Chen's indications, the 8 people didn't reveal their strength and only released 6 meridians of true chi in the first test. They stopped when they reached 6 meridians and didn't reveal all their hidden cards at once. A successful pass. Princess Gayu had been paying attention to the entire proceeding and breathed a small sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen's 8 personal guard recruits all passed the 6 meridians true chi test. She had been continuously worried that Jiang Chen's control and charisma would be insufficient to recruit the required number of guards. It would seem that she had been worried in vain. Princess Goyu was rather unworried about the second test. What kind of character was Jiang Chen? He had been able to give pointers to even a true chi master, such as she. How much easier would it be for him to give pointers to a couple of 6 meridians true chi followers? When he arrived at the arena, Jiang Chen discovered that this location was extraordinarily bustling. He discovered at the same time that he wasn't the only one executing the mission of recruiting personal guards. Almost all of the heirs competing for the position of Duke of first rank had to execute this same exact mission. Familiar faces dotted the arena, and all forced a smile when they saw Jiang Chen. In this place, everyone was competition. The brother and sister pair Long Yinya and Long Jushue were naturally found amongst their ranks. Hong Tiantong, heir to the Vermilion Bird Dukedom, was also a staunch Long Jushue supporter. As one of the heirs of the 4 great dukes, he was naturally present in the arena. In addition, Bai Zhanyun, the heir to the White Tiger Dukedom, and Yi Taichu, the heir to the Black Tortoise Dukedom, were all present and both renowned heirs in the Eastern Kingdom. When these people saw Jiang Chen, some were full of hostility, and some smiled faintly in a form of greeting. In particular, Yin Yiming, the heir to Yinmen Dukedom, no longer dared to provoke Jiang Chen now. Rather, he turned his head vehemently and looked in another direction, observing but not paying attention to Jiang Chen. Foundations, this is what's called foundations. Hong Tiantong's inopportune voice rang out to the side, behind Jiang Chen. Us dukes of first rank have long since completed the task of recruiting 8 personal guards, unlike some new money upstarts who, without much of a foundation, seek to reach the sky in a single bound. They've only barely managed to complete the mission at this late hour, but it's still unknown as to whether or not they'll pass the second exam. Bai Zhanyun and Yi Taichu had by now seen through Long Jushue and understood what a fool they'd been previously to be a weapon for Long Jushue. But even if Hong Tiantong weren't willing to be a weapon for Long Jushue, he was more than happy to be of service. Even if he didn't gain Long Jushue's heart, Hong Tiantong would still be quite happy to enrich his relationships with the Soaring Dragon family. He did so not to merely curry favor with Long Jushue, but also to put on a performance for Long Yinya.